DeFi, looking at Torian's team, he's got one answer. He's got the Quagsire, which is a pretty good check to that Ninetales, but everything else is either neutral or, for example, the Fortress, the Steelix taking super effective damage from that Ninetales.
Yeah, and I'm sure even Quagsire doesn't necessarily want to take the overheat either. I'm sure that's still going to do quite a significant amount of damage if Firestar can land that powerful attack. These two trainers looking for that day 2 placement. We are in losers round 8. This is Group F, and it's win or go home for Firestar 73 or the Torian 22.
Also opting for that Togetic. We saw out of pocket utilizing that Togetic earlier on today. The Torian has it with that Heat Wave Dazzling Gleam moveset. If you're wondering, the Primate on Firestar's side is opting for that close combat as opposed to Ice Punch or another choice of charge attack. So close combat, regular Primate as well for Firestar. And here we go. We've got to lock in. It's our last battle of the day, trainers. Last lap, and it's going to be the 2 fairy-type Pokemon, Wigglytuff taking on the Togetic.
Wigglytuff, we've been talking all day. This is its last dance because Charm is about to get nerfed in the upcoming season that debuts next week. You can see Togetic outpacing very clearly here to its attacks. The Torian going for the Dazzling Gleam, heavy hitting, and Firestar puts up that Protect Shield, keeping his Wigglytuff healthy.
Torian gets the Protect Shield, and you see a little bit of a head tilt there. Maybe was hoping that that Dazzling Gleam would connect, because now Firestar is opting to throw the Icy Wind, grabbing the Protect Shield and debuffing the attack of this Togekiss. So now a Dazzling Gleam will be less of a threat to this Wigglytuff, who looks to be kind of controlling this matchup. And if Firestar is able to win this matchup with a decent amount of health, well, Torian doesn't really have anything that can comfortably farm down the Wigglytuff. So this looks to be advantage Firestar early.
And Firestar letting loose this Swift and actually allowing the Togetic to go down. Brings in the Quagsire. Firestar recognizing, oh, this is what you brought in to farm down the Wigglytuff. I'm going to save this in the back. I think my Wigglytuff might be useful for later.
And this is clever from Firestar, saving that Wigglytuff, because now in comes the Sableye, which is going to be able to hopefully handle this Primate Pin. This is a huge decision right here. Close combat, you are boosted. This is resisted damage, but it's such a devastating attack. Oh, this is gonna do so much. It just knocks out the Sableye.
Oh my goodness, Firestar able to completely take the Sableye card off the table. Is gone.
But somehow, this may not be over. This may not be over. Just totally one-shots the Sableye, but there is the one thing that maybe Torian still has a chance to defeat in back. It is that Shadow Ninetales. As this Quagsire starts to get low, is there a world where it can sweep this endgame? Oh, but allowing Firestar to get to the Weather Ball. Oh, this is so difficult if you're Torian, yet you almost have to Protect Shield because it would put you too low. But now you almost have to undercharge, and he's undercharging quite a bit because he needs a lot of energy for that Wigglytuff if he's ever going to reach 2 Aqua Tails.
Yeah, and Firestar's switch timer is not available yet, so doesn't undercharge, but not like he needed to put a little bit more oomph into that Aqua Tail, because that allowed Firestar to get to this next Weather Ball to almost KO the Quags.
Oh, and there is a simultaneous knockout, but the Wigglytuff was still there for Firestar, so he takes game number 1. Wow, that was back and forth.
That was a tennis match. I'm going back and forth like, oh, the Torian's got it now. No, Firestar, he has it.
I knew that close combat would do a ton of damage to the Sableye. I didn't think it would actually knock out from that health range. That was crazy from a regular Primate, but it was boosted. Oh my goodness, that was a sight to behold.
I'd say that Primate was the linchpin to make his strategy work, because without, like, if he hadn't completely decimated and taken the Shadow Sableye out of play, that Shadow Sableye...
Look how healthy it is. Look how healthy this thing is in that resisted close just said bye-bye. Unbelievable.
Yeah, completely crazy. I think if he hadn't been able to pull that off, I think the Torian had a lot of win conditions with that Shadow Sableye.
Right, and the Wigglytuff was only one charm away from the Swift there. So if you're wondering why the Torian didn't knock out the Ninetales in the end, Torian would have needed to have back-to-back. And honestly, even if he did have back-to-back, I think Wigglytuff would win the Chart Attack priority over Quagsire. So maybe, as close as that looked, I think maybe Firestar actually had that game sealed. So I think the pivotal part was really from the get-go, was saving that Wigglytuff just made things really uncomfortable for the Torian.
Firestar is hungry. He wants to get back in that grand finals position, and the Torian right now is standing in his way. Let's see, can the Torian flip this back around? That was an unfortunate shield call with that close combat. Can the Torian shake this off and reverse sweep Firestar?
Right, I got a chance to talk to Firestar just very briefly while we were out watching in the crowd, and you know, he was saying he didn't feel like he played very well in his previous match, so he looked extremely locked in, extremely technical there, really dissecting Torian in that game. And here we go, it's game number 2. And it's Shadow Kanto Ninetales into the Togetic yet again for Torian.
Yeah, and Torian safe swapping his Quagsire. Now the Quagsire is going to be met with that Primeape. The Torian might be a little hesitant to no shields anything from this Primeape after what we just saw occur with his Sableye.
We see an Aqua Tail taken by the Primeape, and you know, because the Ninetales resist all the chart attacks of that Togetic, it's a very dominant matchup. Firestar, if you look at the teams, if he can keep the alignment here, that's going to be the key. If he keeps alignment, this looks very good for Firestar.
Firestar has all the energy in the world. The Torian doesn't shield the close combat. Boom!
Close combat is diabolical. Knocks out the Quagsire and going to get some chip damage here with the Primeape. It is now debuffed, so you will surrender a Fairy Wind down, but you don't mind that because you get so much utility out of this Primeape, and this energy goes nowhere against the Ninetales.
This Primeape is such a workhorse for Firestar today, and the Ninetales is just so safe.
And you see the trainers laughing. The Torian was hoping, okay, maybe my Sableye up a Protect Shield could have some sweet potential, but Wigglytuff standing in the way is gonna laugh at this Sableye as it continues to charm down without even breaking 50% health.
That Shadow Sableye has gone absolutely nowhere for the Torian to sit today. We saw it get obliterated with a close combat and then just wiggled down by the Wigglytuff's charms. That was a quick and decisive victory for Firestar 73, making day 2 here in Indianapolis.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket.
Good morning, Indianapolis. We are here for Championship Sunday for the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am so happy to be joined by Chris Reisner.
It is always a great day for Pokemon, and today is no exception. One of the biggest regionals of the season. Excited to see who takes home the crown.
One of the biggest regionals of the season and the last one here in NA. Let's take a look back at some of the events from yesterday that is going to make the championship today that much more special. The fish! I am here for it. I am hyped. Dondozo versus Shadow Quagsire. Look at it. It is beautiful.
My most valuable Pokemon in this tournament has been Dondozo. It has been amazing so far. I've won every battle I've used it in. It's taken control of the games. I really like how it has the ability to take a lot of damage, but also dish out a lot too. When I'm running Dozo, it feels so dominant right now, and I've been enjoying it a lot.
Out of pocket, free to overfarm, launch a dazzling gleam, and boom, the Poliwrath goes down.
A little razzle-dazzle from the Togetic.
In this season, I started out swinging. I ran a lot of teams that just spoke to me, and then eventually after some meta changes, it became very hard to go off the script. And recently now, I've actually started to come back to running a little bit off meta, and it's been doing really good for me so far.
He heard it from Nighttime Clasher himself. This meta in this stage rewards trainers who think outside of the box.
I'm just here for the love of the game.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
But Teddy Bear, he needs a great performance here to have an opportunity to qualify for Worlds. This trainer in regional championships is incredibly hard to beat. Can he move on to the winner's side, or will it be Teddy Bear taking those championship points from him?
Grumpig has performed extremely well for me. It's been super safe, neutral play into almost everything. It's been great.
Worst Sphere is probably not going to be enough to knock out the Altaria.
This is going to be so close here. S. James didn't get that charge attack off. He got the peck off. Can he hold on to this sky attack? Yes, he holds on, but can he get to the dazzling gleam? He doesn't even have the side shock. He has the big damage, and that means S. James is moving on to day number 2.
New games.
What's just going through your mind now after that match and this tournament in general?
Yeah, overall it's going great. I mean, S. James is a great competitor. He's an amazing battler. He played well. You know, I don't think I played my best up there, but just coming into it, I know I've got points already, but I'm going to try to, play my best going forward and hopefully get more.
We spent a lot of time talking about Nighttime Clashers just a moment ago. Something that really stood out to me, he was saying that just running the pure meta team might not be enough. He sees a common factor, and a common factor is bringing that spice pick.
So MVP for this tournament is definitely Togetic. It's really consistent into a lot of the steel types, like Fortress, like Tinkaton, and also has great coverage against other Pokemon. Doesn't really have any weaknesses other than like Empoleon, so definitely a Pokemon I'm pretty excited to show more of. So far, I've ran like a lot of meta teams, so trying to do something a little bit more different, so looking forward to new things.
Eugene.
That was so exciting. We have so many great trainers that we got to see yesterday, and that's not even all of them. What was your favorite moment?
It had to be, it wasn't even shown there. It had to be Mateus against Dunebug, who we saw yesterday. And we needed that CMP catch where he was able to flip that game. That was my highlight play of the day.
There are so many great highlights, and we have even more to show you here. Arrow is back, fresh off of his regional championship win, and he brought back Dartrix the Owl.
He loves his spice, and he's got to be feeling good. Back-to-back day 2s in top cut for Arrow, rocking that Shadow type Flosion on his team as well. But you know who else is in great form as we see Arrow and Teddy hug it out is SJ. He has only gone to one regional. This is it. This is one regional. If he goes and wins the one regional he's competing at this season, we may all have to retire. He may be too good for the rest of us.
Another trainer who is far too good in the loser side. He was made, he was forged in the loser side of the bracket, and he is back there today. Firestar 73. He is hungry for another shot at that grand final seat, and we are excited to see him here today. Kanto Ninetales, but we had a lot of fun watching that Primate yesterday too.
Oh, that Primate close combat damage. It was too much to behold. There were times I thought there was no way a Pokemon would hang on, but Primate close combat doesn't care about resistances. It's just one-shotting everything.
Ah, that was so much fun. That Shadow Sableye did not stand a chance. We have some great players to show off today on the winner's side of the bracket. We're going to start off with Nighttime and Uzoukwu, and then Mateus, like you mentioned.
Mateus played so well yesterday. He'll have his hands full with SJ. Out of Pocket taking on first-time top cutter right in mushromqween, and caspianpike against Dinho, rounding out the winner's side of the bracket.
I am excited to see mushromqween, but I'm also excited. I love a loser's bracket run. We've got Arrow and Doom, Sustenance Eater, and Phoenix Dark, and then my pick, Firestar, up against Shaner.
Lots of titles among players here in the loser's side of the bracket. Arrow and Dunebug is a heavyweight matchup there. Lyle Jeffs looking to return to the championship series, and also Firestar, like you mentioned, keep an eye on him.
Definitely. And speaking of Firestar, he is my pick to take the entire tournament. I asked him, and he said that Shadow Ninetales is his MVP, but it was tough because what we saw yesterday with that Primate, that was special.
It was. Out of Pocket, and his Dondozo is Butter's pick. Phoebe going with that Chestnut from Dinho. We saw that actually hard punish the Stun Fist yesterday. And I just went, straightforward, simple. SJ and the trusty Empoleon.
That is fun as well. Is Empoleon going to make an appearance in top 12 usage for day 2? Definitely. It's right up there on number 3.
Licky Licky number 1. And look at that trifecta of fairy-type Pokemon. Togekiss, Togetic, and Wigglytuff, all with top usage here in day number 2.
What tools are trainers going to use today? Because we see some of the more common meta usage here, but not those signature picks, those wild card picks that we saw trainers really favor yesterday. Who is going to add their list of, who's going to be added to the list of NA regional champions today? It's so tough to say.
It is so tough. You have Titans that have been here before. They have the experience, and you have players making their first day 2. We take a look back at our NA regional champions this season. Dunebug, Nighttime Clasher, Arrow, all here in day number 2 as they look to potentially add their name yet again onto this graphic.
And we have one trainer here today that is going to add their name to the automatic Worlds qualifier list. We have Beelzeboy and Pato Man, lots of trainers from the World Championships last year, as well as our regional and international champions from so far in 2026.
Getting that automatic bid is nice for these trainers as we start to round out the season. There's only a few more events remaining, and so many talented trainers after Indianapolis will probably be making their way to New Orleans for the North American International Championships, where they will all roads lead to Worlds in San Francisco to round out the season.
This is the final regional level event in North America before NAIC and Worlds. Don't miss a moment of the action. Be sure that you are visiting Pokemon.com/broadcast so you can keep up with all of the action.
And we want to hear from you guys. Make sure to tag us across all social media platforms. I think we're just about ready to get things rolling.
Yes, we are. We have battles ready, locked and loaded. Steven and Nick, gentlemen, start your engines.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you so much, Rise. It's day number 2 in Indianapolis, which means we're going to find out who's going to be the last champion in the North American region for the 2026 season. I am Tua Butters, joined by Phoebe.
Yeah, there are a lot of tough competitors still in the top side of the bracket, as well as the losers side of the bracket, and they are all vying for that number 1 spot.
And remember, Stephanie pointed out, there's an auto qualification unless it's taken by someone who has already auto qualified. A lot on the line for these trainers. Some huge storylines like SJ, where he's trying to make a last ditch effort to qualify, but there's about 10 of those trainers here, and there's some that have been eliminated. There's some that are still in here, like Lyle Jeff. He's probably safe. A trainer like Teddy Bear, I believe that we showcased, he is around 77 or so on a theoretical list. So he is just out of range. He's going to need to make it happen at NAIC as well.
And this was a comment that we were talking about yesterday, right? Meta changes between day 1 and day 2. Day 1, it felt like although the top usage was very condensed, there were a ton of very unique picks that each person was bringing. In day number 2, I feel like the top core meta broadened a little bit this weekend, where there's a lot more unique picks. We have 3 different fairies in top 12 usage. We also have a Pokemon that I've been doubting a lot, but I'm waiting for someone out there up on the stage to prove to me what is Shadow Celio doing here?
Well, it's number 12 in usage, but I think to that point, the meta did technically condense because it was so broad, but now the percentages are higher. But it did diversify in terms of roles. Like, there's 3 fairy types that are exactly tied, right? So trainers may, if they all ran Togekiss, it would be high in usage, but they're switching between Togekiss, and then we see Togetic with Nighttime Clasher out of pocket. I believe Nighttime Clasher said that's his MVP Pokemon so far, and then you have the Wigglytuff in that same exact role. So that's why it broadens out a little bit, but at the very top, now Empoleon's over 30% usage. You have Shadow Sableye at number 5 in usage in this tournament. Of course, Licky Licky's not going anywhere.
And I think that's a great point. Maybe roles sort of condensed down. You have a fairy type on a lot of teams, but there's not really that many Pokemon that can do what Empoleon does, which is why I think maybe Empoleon usage grew a little bit, because it is such a unique water and steel typing, both very great defensive types, which is why I think, especially in a meta that doesn't have that many fighters, we see the usage increasing into day 2.
Right, and the best fighting type coverage is probably from a fairy type. It's probably from the Togekiss, and Empoleon is a great matchup into that because you're going to be doing super effective steel attacks into it. But let's focus on some of these players now. We got Nighttime Clasher, who has to be one of the favorites going into the World Championships. I will repeat what he said. There's been a transition in mindset from these top trainers. Before, it was about playing the top meta Pokemon and trying to outplay the opponent. The shift is, you need spice. You need a wild card Pokemon to be able to make it to the very top and be holding that trophy, not just here in Indianapolis, but at NAIC and at the World Championships as well. So Nighttime Clasher is filled with spice and filled with those signature picks. He said his MVP so far has been that Togetic, though.
On the other side of the table, we've got uzoukwu, whose team is a little bit less spicy. I think the most surprising Pokemon on his team is that Grumpig, but we've seen that Pokemon do very well in the Pokemon Championship Series. Into game number 1, we've got Shadow Fortress into Shadow Fortress, and it is going to be a Bug Bite Mirror.
They're looking in the mirror. Let's see which Pokemon blinks first and throws the sand attack. No, actually gonna both be going for the Rock Tomb on charge attack priority. Uzoukwu is able to win charge attack priority, which does mean he probably could win alignment, so Nighttime Clasher gives up the Protect Shield.
And that's going to be a very important interaction between these two Pokemon, because the attack drop from the charge attack means that this second Rock Tomb from Fortress doesn't necessarily need to be shielded. Instead, uzoukwu is opting to pivot out into his Feraligatr. At this point, Hydro Cannon would be enough to knock out, but great knowledge from Nighttime Clasher. Tries to catch the Hydro Cannon onto the Licky Licky, but unsuccessful.
You said that Shadow Celio is not doing too much in this meta. I thought that this was the opportunity to be able to come in and soak all this energy from the Feraligatr, because you resist all the Hydro Cannon damage, you resist the Ice Beam as well. Instead, Nighttime Clasher is actually bringing in the Licky Licky. Maybe he thinks uzoukwu is trying to bait out the Celio and has Altaria or Diggersby in the back, but instead, it's Tinkaton in the back for uzoukwu, so this is not looking great for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, this is a really smart team composition play from uzoukwu, trying to show his hand maybe a little bit weak to the Shadow Celio, but instead he's played incredibly strong to it in the back.
And will he give up his second shield? Nighttime Clasher actually just lets a whole Shadow Ball worth of energy go. That's 50 energy down the drain for Nighttime Clasher as he's going for the Bug Bite down, but he can't get there, so Tinkaton swaps out. This is actually better for Nighttime Clasher, though, because instead of taking a Hydro Cannon and losing that energy or using a Protect Shield, now he's going to be able to double Sand Tomb this Tinkaton, actually single Sand Tomb, and then swap in the Celio.
Yeah, and I would have liked to see maybe uzoukwu switch into his own Fortress there to try to mitigate the energy on Nighttime Clasher's own Shadow Fortress. Instead, now his defense is dropped. That means the damage coming in from that Gigaton hammer.
He drops the hammer. Uzoukwu is putting the Celio really low. Now suddenly Nighttime Clasher is incredibly low with all his 3 Pokemon. He's baiting Body Slam. Uzoukwu calls it. Not very effective.
Bulldoze comes out at the same time as the second Body Slam. This one, it's going to be really close to knocking out. Either way, I think Uzoukwu's in a really strong position here. There's just so little health left on Nighttime Clasher's remaining Pokemon.
Remember, the Fortress for Nighttime Clasher is almost at a Sand Tomb, and it's going to be reaching for it here, but he's lower health on the Bug Bite. He's trying to Bug Bite down. Can he Bug Bite down? He full no! He gets Bug Bite down. That means Uzoukwu takes game number 1.
Yeah, that was a really quick interaction there between Nighttime Clasher and Uzoukwu. The Gigaton Hammer coming out into the Celio was a really tough call for Nighttime Clasher to make. I feel like Nighttime Clasher himself is a really big fan of throwing bait moves and must be thinking that's what Uzuku's doing there in that situation, trying to pull the shield away so that a Gigaton Hammer can land later on, but instead Uzoukwu just goes straight for that hard-hitting nuke, lands it through the shield, and gets himself a game number 1 victory.
And even calls the Body Slam bait on the next one. It's not necessarily a bait because Nighttime Clasher can double Body Slam, but it would be more energy efficient to just go for the Surf. So that is a call for Uzoukwu, and able to hang on with the Fortress while also winning charge attack priority in the lead matchup, forcing Nighttime Clasher to use a Protect Shield. I want to talk about Uzoukwu a little bit. If you don't know much about his journey, he has top cut 2 times before, only 1 time on the winner's side, but he has never won a series on the winner's side. So if he can do this and upset Nighttime Clasher, that will be a first for Uzoukwu. He has a good lead into this Tinkaton versus Fortress, but you would favor the Fortress in this matchup. Instead, Uzuku's just going to stand and Bulldoze.
And going for the Bulldoze first here gives him an opportunity to lower the defenses of this Fortress. However, it is just neutral damage. Gigaton Hammer is resisted, but does overall significantly more.
And here comes the Sand Tomb, super effective. Does Uzoukwu try to pivot out here? In the back is the MVP for Nighttime Clasher. He brought the Togetic, and he's gonna be able to have a great matchup versus that Fortress in the back with that double super effective Heat Wave. Once again, Nighttime Clasher is going for the alignment. He shields the hammer, doesn't want to get knocked out in this scenario, but I don't think you can take a huge advantage out of this with your Fortress.
And I like this. Uzoukwu going immediately for the Bulldoze. Nighttime Clasher going to no shield, does not want to go down 2 shields, but now his Fortress is going to be very low on health, and I'm not sure it can build up to 2, so instead he pivots out. I do like this, but the Quagsire is going to be answered by one of its hardest counters in the meta for Alligator.
The Mud Bomb does get Protect Shielded by Uzoukwu, trying to keep this for Alligator healthy. The Quagsire will require 2 Hydra Cannons to knock it out. You will be able to take the next Mud Bomb, no problem. I feel like Uzoukwu is in a decent situation. The problem, though, is now you are having that Fortress against that Togetic in the back line, which is a bad scenario, especially with Protect Shields down.
And I want to call out how risky this move is from Nighttime Clasher. He safe swaps a Mud Bomb Quagsire into a team composition that has Altaria. He is calling that Uzoukwu is never bringing Altaria against his own team.
And it's probably because he showed Shadow Celio in game number 1. He tried to scare off the Altaria so he could have more team composition freedom. And now he has the Fortress coming in. He brings in his own Fortress, going for the Rock Tomb to try to put a little bit of a damper on this damage. And I don't know if you can get the double attack. He's actually really close to double attack, but he swaps out.
Yeah, I think this is going to provide him a little bit better pacing on his Togetic to get to the Heat Wave before the Rock Tomb, pulling away the last shield from Uzoukwu. Uzoukwu now has to make a decision. Doesn't really make sense to no shield because you know Heat Wave is a little bit less energy than that Dazzling Gleam.
And if you remember Heat Wave, it used to cost a lot of energy. Now it's just 5 Fairy Winds to get to that Heat Wave. That's what makes the Togetic so flexible. Almost at the next Heat Wave, the timer's not available. Nighttime Clasher needs to throw before the timer comes up, and he does secure the double super effective Heat Wave to knock out Uzoukwu's Fortress.
And Nighttime Clasher must have a clock inside his brain. That was just milliseconds before the switch clock was available for Uzoukwu. Really impressive timing. Going to be able to throw a Heat Wave now before Bulldoze is available for Tinkaton.
Another Heat Wave, just throwing out fire against these Steel types. Nighttime Clasher and his MVP Togetic is trying to full sweep the back line. Can he get the one more? The triple Heat Wave for Nighttime Clasher, and he ties up this series.
For Alligator's fast attacks were just not adding up quick enough, and because there was still a shield remaining on Nighttime Clasher's side, even the Hydro Cannon would not do any damage. So that's going to be a really solid team composition from Nighttime Clasher, really benefiting from pushing away uzoukwu's Altaria in that game number 2.
Incredible. Yes, showing the Shadow Celio game number 1 to scare off, and you still have the Togetic, which has been your MVP. That is dominant versus Altaria as well. So you can have that Togetic in the back. The core that Nighttime Clasher is heavily leaning on right now is Shadow Fortress and Togetic. So does uzoukwu have anything in his team of 6 that can really handle that core? You would think it would be the neutral picks like the Feraligatr or the Tinkaton. That's why I think you saw both of those Pokemon in that game number 2, but it wasn't enough.
And I think I'm starting to see a little bit what the Celio's doing. It's covering for the weakness of Mud Bomb Quagsire. Altaria is, of course, an immense threat to that Pokemon. So if you have something like Fairy-type damage from the Togetic as well as Ice-type damage from a Celio, you're able to threaten that Pokemon away. Of course, Licky Licky is a very neutral matchup as well. But here we go, game number 3 of our first match of the day. It is going to be an awful what looks like an awful lead for Nighttime Clasher. However, we've seen Heat Wave, because of the fast pacing, provides Togetic a good advantage in this matchup.
And the question is double Heat Wave enough to knock out Tinkaton? It's super effective. It's not the strongest attack. And yes, double Heat Wave will be enough. So if you Protect Shield on this Hammer, which Nighttime Clasher does, you also will get a Protect Shield back on your next Heat Wave, and look how much healthier the Togetic is in this position. So you would think this would be devastating, but for the MVP Togetic pick, it is not too bad. Waiting a turn also to make sure he doesn't get swapped on.
Yeah, over farming, waiting a turn. Really great play here from Nighttime Clasher, showing that he is a top competitor. The next Gigatongue Hammer is going to be ready before the next Heat Wave. Nighttime Clasher opting to choose to double shield his Togetic to try to preserve switch advantage.
Investing everything into this Togetic here, now has the opportunity to throw the Heat Wave, get the last Protect Shield from uzoukwu, but it's going to get close to who gets to the next charge attack. uzoukwu, does he go for the Protect Shield? No, just lets the Tinkaton go. But what do you have to clean up in the back? You have to bring in the Feraligatr, and now this Feraligatr is probably going to have to take a Dazzling Gleam, which will get a Protect Shield unless the swap comes from Licky Licky and he banks the Dazzling Gleam.
And switching out, I think, is a great call from uzoukwu, recognizing that this Licky Licky is likely going to be one of the worst matchups he could see in the back. Nighttime Clasher could have brought that Shadow Celio again to try to wall off the Feraligatr, but I think playing into the Licky Licky in the Shadow Fortress is a little bit more safe.
While we're going through this mid-game, it is important to realize the energy on these backline Pokemon. Nighttime Clasher does have the Gleam Bank, but will lose charge attack priority to that Feraligatr that also has the Ice Beam banked. So Nighttime Clasher probably needs to be very careful here because he doesn't have Protect Shields. So if uzoukwu could ever come in and Ice Beam as the Shadow Ball knocks out, he could win this battle. And here comes the Body Slam. It's going to be coming through. Does Nighttime Clasher go for a combo attack? It's so risky at this point.
I think you no-shield as uzoukwu, but you actually
shields.
do shield.
He shields combo attack. Does uzoukwu call it? uzoukwu calls it, but he calls it on the Hydro Cannon. Togetic is bulkier than Togekiss, but I don't know if it can withstand a Hydro Cannon at this range.
Ooh, it barely picks up the knockout. That's going to be incredibly important for uzoukwu. 1, he saves some energy, and 2, he knocks out that Togetic with that full Dazzling Gleam, which would have very much threatened this Feraligatr.
uzoukwu is just one Hydro Cannon away from something that he's never done before, taking a series win on that winner side, taking down one of the top trainers. He needs to knock out this last remaining Pokemon to do it, though. Can he do it with the Shadow Claw? He does! He upsets one of the best in the world, and uzoukwu is moving on.
And you really can't fault Nighttime Clasher for making that play, right? There's so many times where doing a quick swap combo play just wins you the game. Unfortunately, uzoukwu was very much aware of that play. Reads Nighttime Clasher, which I feel like 90% of the time I'm commentating over Nighttime Clasher, he's the one who's reading his opponent, looking into their soul, saying, this is exactly how I think you want to win the game, so I'm going to do everything I can do to prevent you from doing that. Instead, uzoukwu calling it out, saying, Hydro Cannon, I think it's going to be enough to take out the Togetic, throws it, gets the knockout, claims victory with a really smart heads-up play.
It really was, because as soon as you had that Protect Shield advantage and you had that Hydro Cannon or Ice Beam banked, and you know you win charge attack priority, you actually have all the leverage in this battle at that point. Nighttime Clasher with his Togetic, with his wild card, you think of these wild card or spicy Pokemon as Pokemon that can close games and usually have higher attack stats that you can bank energy and then close with in the back because you can win charge attack priority. Togetic is not that Pokemon. It doesn't win the charge attack priority. So Uzoukwu knew as soon as he was able to see that Togetic, he was going to be able to land charge attack priority damage on it, and it was a perfect call out. I even like the shield on the body slam, trying to say like, hey, try to gleam me right now. I'll shield this body slam, which doesn't seem like the best protect shield in this situation, but I'm baiting you to try to go for the dazzling gleam, and then I'm gonna Hydro Cannon you and advance here in Indianapolis.
You know, if we have the opportunity to interview Uzoukwu, I actually want that question to be asked. Were you baiting for the combo play by shielding the body slam? Because I was going to originally disagree with you. I thought that the body slam shield was a potential lose condition, right? Because if the combo play is made afterwards, body slam doesn't threaten a knockout, but the dazzling gleam does, right? You put yourself in a farm down position either way, but I don't think there was enough. There was no energy on the Fortress. There was a ton of energy on the Feraligatr, so I don't think you ever get to move on the Fortress. So we'll have to see if we have an interview.
We do. Rise is there. If Rise, if you can hear us, please ask about that body slam shield, and if Uzoukwu was calling the combo attack, take it away, Rise.
Well, thanks, Caster. You stole my first question from me, but Uzo, congratulations first on the win. And take me through that one play, right? You shield the body slam and then call the combo play with the Togetic. That was the first thing you said when we were standing here. You're like, I had to call it. So take me through that process.
There were multiple things I was thinking about. I knew that he had a move in the back, but I also had a feeling that it was Fort. And even if I took the body slam and still called it, I felt that I would have got bug bite down if I took that body slam. So I just needed everything to go right my way. So I shielded, looked for the typing, it got it right, and it was Fort. I had enough energy, it got me there. So.
And go right, it did. What a win over Nighttime Clasher. This puts you into the top 8. You only competed in Milwaukee previously this season as someone that doesn't, compete all that often in the championship series, but still finds a way to be pretty consistent with some top performances. Take me through your mentality. How do you stay fresh, stay locked in, and still be very consistent at these tournaments?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I did no prep. When I go to these tournaments, like you said, I kind of go to the ones that are Midwest, really close to me. I just come to support my teammates. I wouldn't be here without them. They're great in helping me with teams. And speaking of teams, I didn't know what I was going to play coming into the tournament. 10 p.m., I locked in Teddy Bear's team. Shout out to him and the rest of the Evan Stonks. His team has been doing well for me so far. And I just try to take it one game at a time, one match at a time, keep level head, and go from there.
That's interesting you said that. I saw Out of Pocket in this meta. It seems like it's difficult to team build. He was reaching out on social media. Anybody have Indianapolis teams? What was that like for you? Were you reaching out to friends or?
No, not really. Like I said, I've really been grinding it all this season. I was just coming out to hang out with friends. It's close enough. I figured I'd attend. And I tend to ask around, who's playing what. And if I find a team that I like, again, shout out to Teddy Bear. I'm not here without him either. I'll just stick with that and run with it. That's it.
All right, well, congrats again on the win. Uzo, best of luck the rest of the way. Casters, back to you.
Some great insight into the mentality of someone who maybe doesn't have as many opportunities to come to tournaments, but also I really did appreciate the that first question. He had to make a call. He was afraid of a bug bite down if he didn't shield the body slam, and it would have been very close. If the body slam lands, you shield up the dazzling gleam, you still get the knockout. Do you have enough health to knock out the Fortress afterwards? Who knows?
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear the whole mindset of these trainers because so many things can happen in these games, in these battles. So to hear that's what he was going for, that made sense. He saw the typing, he landed the Hydro Cannon, and I like that relaxed approach too. And congratulations to him with this approach. This is not the furthest he's gone in a tournament, but it is the first time that he's won a series on that winner's side, which is a huge feat for any trainer. So congratulations to Uzoukwu. And up next, a trainer that might not have as much of a relaxed approach, challenge is SJ, because SJ has everything on the line here. This is a 2-time regional champion, but he has not yet competed in the 2026 season. He needs to qualify for the World Championships, and to do that, he has 2 opportunities. He can either auto-qualify here today by becoming the regional champion, or do awesome here today, which he's well on his way to do, and then do awesome at NAIC as well. So a lot of pressure for SJ. And the other side, Mateus is actually his first ever top cut for this trainer. So another underdog story versus a 2-time regional champion. The first winner was uzoukwu versus nitetimeclasher. Can Mateus also make that upset?
Yeah, Indianapolis, and as of day 2, maybe a little bit of an upset in the first match. We have a second match where we have a trainer who is a little bit less established, has had pretty consistent performances at the regionals he's attended against SJ, someone who has popped off at every regional he has attended. It's going to be a Quagsire versus Shadow Quagsire.
Well, these teams are looking pretty similar. Even the attacks are at the exact same location for these 2 Quagsires. One is Shadow, one is not, but they both have Licky Licky in the back, and Mateus is trying to get that energy advantage on the Togekiss, which will help him a lot against that Empoleon in the back. But I do expect the Licky Licky to maybe come in here from SJ. There it is.
The energy advantage for the Togekiss at this point will help it pace to the Aura Sphere. However, because of the Aqua Tail chip, I believe this Togekiss might start to become within range of a Body Slam. However, shield goes up for SJ, so Togekiss can shield in turn.
One of the best Protect shields you have in Championship Series right now is Protect shielding your Licky Licky from an Aura Sphere. So SJ does do that, no, the Togekiss does hang on, but he actually gets an extra rollout from it, so it's better for SJ.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see the no shield there, because I think either you threaten another shield from SJ or a potential hard-hitting Aura Sphere. However, Mateus opting to preserve shields for later parts of the game, recognizing Quagsire is a decent matchup into the Licky Licky as well, because you resist the rollout damage.
Well, I think he's recognizing that Quagsire is really safe into all of SJ's team. If he can preserve this Pokemon and invest in it with Protect Shield, he has an opportunity, but it's not the Shadow. It's not doing a crazy amount of damage. The swap into the Shadow Ball, that's gonna be double resisted. What a call from Mateus.
Yeah, SJ opting to throw immediately there in order to try to throw off his opponent. Unfortunately, Mateus goes immediately for the catch onto his own Licky Licky, which is the best play that he can make there, because that takes neutral damage into double resistant.
Mateus not looking like the underdog in this matchup, making all the right plays, and now you have 2 Protect Shields to the 1 Protect Shield of SJ. This is probably going to be your most efficient Protect Shield of the rest of the battle. Does he go for it? No! He actually just lets it go. He's going to full invest into the Quagsire.
And I would have maybe preferred to see a rollout thrown here, because the chip damage would be a little bit nice. However, Body Slam,
But he gets back to his timer to try to go and farm down, which is big for Mateus as well.
Yeah, this energy on Quagsire will be very useful, because he has a significant health deficit because he's saved his shields. In comes SJ's own Quagsire, and double Aqua Tail is not quite reached, but Mateus can easily shield here.
I don't know if an Aqua Tail is enough to knock out SJ's Quagsire. It is the Shadow Quagsire, but it's being thrown by a non-Shadow. You might have to go for the Mud Bomb, and there is that Mud Bomb. I believe Mateus is at the double Mud Bomb. SJ's maybe trying to call an Aqua Tail. It's the Mud Bomb, and it's not a knockout, but it puts this Quagsire so low that now you maybe have to give up this Protect Shield to hang around.
I think Mateus could have done a singular Mud Shot there to potentially pick up the knockout. Now, SJ has the opportunity to throw the Aqua Tail, but it's caught into the Licky Licky.
Wow, Mateus is just jumping around this battlefield to start off day number 2 in Indy. The undercharge, the swap to get an extra rollout. SJ is a 2-time regional champion for a reason. He has to outpace to the Body Slam. He's at the Body Slam. It's charge attack priority. This is Aqua Tail, but it might not be enough, but it's going to be really close.
It's going to come down to a pacing of fast attacks here. How much energy
is... It's not enough! Woo. It's not enough! 1 HP in a dream for SJ to qualify for this year's World Championships, as Licky Licky also isn't enough with the Body Slam, but he should be able to clean up with just 1 Metal Sound, 2 Metal Sounds. He does it.
All right, that caught me a little bit off guard. I was expecting that Aqua Tail to pick up the knockout into the Licky Licky. I thought it was going to be a fast attack down there, but instead, S. James, recognizing the bulk of the Licky Licky, able to land the body slam into the Quagsire. Even though it's not enough to pick up the knockout, there's plenty of health remaining on his final 2 Pokemon in order to secure victory.
Wow, SJ was in such difficult treading that entire battle. To come out on top in that matchup is the reason why he's a 2-time regional champion, and the reason why he is trying to qualify for this year's World Championship, because he is one of the best. So he was able to take down Mateus in game number 1, but how about Mateus? His first ever top cut on the winner side. He is playing awesome.
I think very minor optimizations in a few points, but if you make those optimizations, maybe you don't get all of the catches that Mateus was able to make. And I think that is what kept him in this game, able to take the neutral Shadow Ball from being into his Quagsire, into his own Licky Licky, and then being able to sacrifice his own Licky Licky in the end to preserve his Quagsire, I think was all he needed to get to the end point. Unfortunately, the Aqua Tail just not enough damage to knock out SJ's Licky Licky, and that provided SJ the opportunity to clean up in the end.
You speak about the little efficiencies. I think earlier in that battle, there were some Hydra Cannons coming into his Licky Licky. At that point, he has seen all the Pokemon. I think he would know that that Hydra Cannon would be the highest damage attack, so that could have been the Protect Shield used for Mateus, but I mean, credit to him. He almost upset SJ in that game number 1, and I would not count him out to reverse sweep this series, but can SJ stay around here, get a ton of championship points, or auto-qualify as your regional champion? I mean, he is well on his way. He is playing awesome, and he also has that Shadow Sableye, which is a wild card pick for him, but it's top 5 in usage right now, which is crazy to see. It's a Drain Punch Shadow Sableye. We'll see if we see this in game number 2.
And staying on the winner's side is so much more important in day 2 because of the quick path to the winner's finals. Game number 2, it's a similar mirror of Quagsire versus Quagsire. Instead of farming energy, Mateus opts to immediately pivot into his Togekiss.
And SJ throws the Aqua Tail, which does a good chunk in the Togekiss, almost half the health, swapping into Empoleon this time. Last battle, he did this same swap, but it was with Licky Licky. You pace a little slower, so you might even have to double Protect Shield. Will SJ go for a full farm down and just double shield this Aura Sphere here?
And this is an interesting team composition for Mateus. He's opting to pull out the Empoleon. I think he was trying to pull out the Licky Licky because the Pokemon he has in the back, that Shadow Dusknoir, is hard answered by that Licky Licky. Mateus might be feeling a little bit anxious because he didn't pull out that Pokemon, that normal type, but it's not even on SJ's team of 3 here.
It's not. In advanced strategies from Mateus here to try to do that. In good news for him, it's not out there, and he has a Protect Shield advantage. 2 Shield Shadow Dusknoir in the back is a force. Remember, it does so much fast attack pressure as well, and now there's no shields left for SJ. And here comes the swap into the Togekiss, and it's counter swap by the Dusknoir, and this is great because you have to get all the way to the Gleam if you're SJ.
And you're able to get a lot of energy onto your Dusknoir here, and you have such potent charge attacks here.
He's thinking of calling it. Oh, last second shield.
Also, throwing Aura Sphere into a Ghost type, I guess it's okay because of how frail Dusknoir is. Mateus now recognizing the counts. This cannot be a Dazzling Gleam. This has to be Aura Sphere. Double resisted, but still going to do probably half of the remaining health.
Mateus is locked in, but he can't get too low, because if he gets too low, he might waste all this energy that he's banked up. Here comes the punch here that's going to knock out the Togekiss. He can get to at least another punch, but can he get to 2 more punches for that backline? That would be huge for him, but he's going to be in range of maybe getting knocked out. So instead, he doesn't Shadow Punch. He Dynamic Punches this Quagsire, which will do more damage.
And I think this makes sense from SJ's side, bringing in the Quagsire because it takes neutral damage from that Dynamic Punch. But now, Mateus able to preserve the Quagsire, build up extra energy, has his shield remaining, and does not throw the wrong move into Empoleon. Very critical.
And he can't let this Quagsire get to the double before he gets to the single. And Mateus is able to tie up this series 1-1 with SJ. Mateus keeping up his awesome performance. Wow.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried in the mid game because Mateus was allowing his Shadow Dusknoir to get a little bit low on health because of the Pex coming in from that Togekiss. But able to prioritize the health on his Quagsire as well. Dusknoir taking the first knockout, and then Quagsire able to handle the 2 low health Pokemon afterwards. Balancing the responsibility between his final 2 Pokemon, I think, was very nicely played for Mateus.
Mateus, a trainer that has competed 7 times, and he has gotten 4 times 33rd place, which means he's at a top cut range. He still gets championship points, but he's not in this position in this bright spotlight. To see him come here in his 8th tournament and play like this, even that no shield so confidently on the back-to-back Aura Sphere, right? If he's just a little bit off with his counts, he could take a Dazzling Gleam and lose the game. This trainer is incredibly locked in. He's trying to get over that hump, and to do that, to take down SJ, 2 underdogs might win so far here in Indy, which would be insane.
And really importantly, in that endgame, he did not throw Aqua Tail into Empoleon. That was SJ's last win condition in that game. If he's able to neutralize some of the energy and not allow for a farm down afterwards, SJ capitalizes and wins that game. Mateus, very patient play, throws the Mud Bomb after building up extra energy. Let's go into game number 3 between these 2 trainers. It's going to be Quagsire versus Togekiss.
And once again, it is actually literally a mirror battle, just the orientation is a little bit different. Now it's the same, but SJ is behind on energy, but it doesn't matter because he has the harder hitting attack.
However, Mateus switches in, but is able to recapitalize because Psyshock is lower energy than Dazzling Gleam, and SJ is never throwing Aura Sphere into a Mirror Togekiss, so even though Mateus swapped, he was able to get back to even counts.
And SJ was able to register that I want Mateus to just throw that Psyshock energy so I can come in with Licky Licky, finish up this matchup. Did have to give up Protect Shield, and now going for the Shadow Ball because he knows the Body Slam is not enough to knock out, and it goes through. I think this Shadow Ball will be enough to knock out the Togekiss, and you are down to Protect Shield, but your Licky Licky is really healthy still.
Yeah, and I think that's a really smart move choice from SJ because Body Slam would have not picked up the knockout, and I don't think the rollout afterward would have knocked out as well. So I think Mateus would have reached an additional Aura Sphere, so it was the necessary move to throw. Another Shadow Ball coming into Quagsire, going to do neutral damage, a good amount of chip.
And if you're watching thinking, why is this Licky Licky not just throwing Body Slam? It's the same type attack bonus, normal with normal. Shadow Ball does do a little bit more damage. It's more energy efficient now that it's 50 energy, so going for the Shadow Ball often helps the dimensions in the battle. That's why a lot of these top trainers do it. Here comes the swap into the Quagsire to bank, to soak up all this Aqua Tail energy.
No shield immediately from SJ, not being threatened by the first charge attack. However, Mateus does have back-to-back Aqua Tails. We'll see if he chooses to throw. Yes, he does. He does have a very healthy Licky Licky in the back.
And this next Aqua Tail does go through. It's not from a Shadow Quagsire, so it doesn't threaten as much as it would. The timer is not up for SJ, so he is stuck in this battle. He's trying to bank as much as he can in a swap from Mateus to take that Mud Bomb, but also crucially keeping his Quagsire around and having either a sacrificial swap or a Pokemon that can get to a charge attack in the back. But Mateus has, actually gets a full rollout through. SJ did not expect that.
Yeah, Aqua Tail going to go through. It's not going to do, it does about half of the remaining health. I thought it would be a little bit less. And now Mateus is in a position where he needs to make sure that he's able to launch this energy from his Licky Licky in order to make sure that he stays in the remainder of this game.
Oh, this is so awkward for Mateus because the Licky Licky of SJ is just out of Body Slam range, but now it's in Body Slam range, and SJ is not getting all the attacks that he thought he would be getting from the fast attack. So the Body Slam is going to be coming through. He's going to be able to knock out the Licky Licky, and SJ is shaking his head. He might have missed some rollouts there.
Yeah, I think the second rollout came out a little bit late. He could have forced a charge attack die, and now Mateus is able to get a lot of energy off SJ throwing the Aura Sphere. This would pick up a knockout, but Mateus has a shield remaining.
There is a shield remaining. That was charge attack priority, which shouldn't happen because he threw one peck and then threw Aura Sphere. He should get that attack off at turn 2 instead of being charge attack priority on turn 3. But now, do you try to swap here? The Body Slam is available. It's not over for SJ yet. How much energy the Mateus have on his Quagsire? The Body Slam is going to be knocked out. It's going to be Quagsire's Quagsire. Mateus gets out there and is ahead on energy, is able to win this battle, but I think SJ is already talking to the judging staff. We might be looking at a review here.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that this is going to be a match under review because of the fairly frequent one-turn lags that SJ was experiencing, unable to get a one single peck off before a rollout and charge attack thrown by Mateus. We see that he's talking with the judging staff
And I think what he's saying now, he's even saying it wasn't just at the end there. It even happened earlier when he was throwing he threw one mud shot and went through an aqua tail or a mud bomb, I forget which one it was, on his Quagsire, and a full rollout went through. So it actually was happening for him even in the mid game. Before that in-game where we saw he threw a peck and then he threw Aura Sphere, that happened on charge attack priority. So some things went wrong for SJ in that game, and they're going to take a look at it.
Yeah, so now what the judges are doing are they're going to review the footage, determine whether or not those issues did occur, and then afterwards they're going to discuss whether or not they had an impact on the game. We're going to wait patiently as our judges deliberate this, and when we have a conclusion, we'll let you know.
Yeah, and it's hard because that was a mirror matchup as well. There is one Shadow Quagsire and one normal Quagsire, but otherwise it was Licky Licky, Quagsire, and Togekiss, and these trainers were swapping around back and forth. It could have gone either way. It could have gone to the two-time regional champion or Mateus, who is actually, he's playing out of his mind. I'm so impressed with the play level of Mateus in coming into his 8th tournament, just getting over the hump. Sometimes trainers are more talented than maybe they even believe they are. And here is actually the thing we were talking about. So I'm not sure. I didn't see exactly what happened there.
I don't think this was the first instance of the rollout coming through, but I think it might occur afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, so if there is a body slam thrown here.
Yeah. So this is the first one where he could have forced I think this is actually the second occurrence where he could have forced a charge attack tie. But as casters and even the players themselves, they might not know who wins that charge attack tie, right?
It hasn't. I don't think it's been revealed yet.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of an unknown. But in other
actually,
instances,
it might have been revealed.
Yeah,
Licky Licky versus Licky Licky, it might have been revealed.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But in other instances with different Pokemon, we know that generally certain Pokemon such as Togekiss will win charge attack tie against really bulky Pokemon like Licky Licky. So in those instances, you can basically guarantee one Pokemon over another based on their attack stat will win that charge attack tie interaction. However, in a mirror match where you have Licky Licky versus Licky Licky, you don't necessarily know. It depends on the specific stats that those individual Pokemon have.
Right. It's how much you invest into your attack, and if you have higher attack, you win the charge attack priority. So it probably did get revealed earlier on who won that charge attack priority. SJ was maybe looking like he might have won it, but we don't know in that situation. But we do know that he should have had the opportunity to press the body slam to see who would win the charge attack priority. I believe a similar thing happened maybe on a Quagsire infraction and also a Togekiss. So all three Pokemon for SJ in that game were having a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah, so here's where the secondary rollout goes through. He throws the Aqua Tail after one mud shot. Only one rollout should go through in that instance. And again, the judges are going to be reviewing these things, seeing that they did happen or they didn't happen. But then there's that secondary step. You need to ensure that it did affect the outcome as well. And one thing, we were talking about it a lot, right? The charge attack tie interaction between two Licky Lickies. That's something that you can discover in a matchup. And I know that that's what high-level players are paying attention to all the time. Let's say, oh, I won that charge attack tie. They'll take a note down. They'll make sure to play optimally around that information later on. If you know that you win the charge attack tie, you can always build up to when your opponent gets that charge attack and then throw. It does provide some potential areas for that opponent to take advantage of that, where they can know when you're going to throw and maybe catch at that spot. But it's additional information you can get.
It gives you the leverage. We saw it with Uzoukwu, right? Knowing that you have a Pokemon that wins charge attack priority in the back. If you know your Licky Licky wins charge attack priority, there's so many times where trainers bank up energy on Licky Licky, swap it out, and save it for the end game. If you know you have that leverage in your back pocket, it's very useful for these trainers to that point.
Yeah, and it's something that if you at home are trying your best to hone your skills, something that you can do, bring a notebook to these matches at the desks, up on stage, or up on the floor. Take notes, try to pay attention to the different interactions that you're seeing between your Pokemon. I know that's something that the video game does. They'll monitor speed interactions, but...
Well, Phoebe, I don't have official confirmation, but as a body language doctor, I can see they're about to get into another battle. So it looks like it is going to be a rematch. Oh, no, there it is. There is going to be an official rematch. And remember, it's tied 1-1 here. SJ his entire season on the line for this trainer. Of course, we're still on the winner's side. We do play a double elimination format. He won't be eliminated, but he needs to either win this tournament or do well. And for Mateus, a trainer that's never made top cut, to be able to take down a big name in this tournament, a lot on the line for this trainer as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see what sort of pivots these trainers make, because that final game was a perfect mirror between these two trainers. Mateus and SJ both have fairly similar teams. Their fairy type is, well, actually, I say is different, but Mateus and SJ both have a singular fairy type in Togekiss, but Mateus additionally has Wigglytuff.
All right, we're back. We're locked into this decisive game number 3 to advance on the winner's side. We have our leads. It is once again a mirror match between the Quagsire, but there is a different Pokemon in the back for SJ. Instead of the Togekiss, he has his wild card pick. He has that Shadow Sableye that's going to try to clean up in the back line.
And we can see both of these trainers recognizing how safe Quagsire is into the opposing team. We're going to see, I actually don't know if we have seen yet which of these Quagsires win Charge Attack tie. Typically, it's the Shadow variant, because those trainers have had fewer opportunities to get maximized bulk Quagsires. But, however, trainers have the opportunity to build whichever Quagsire they like.
And it looked like one trainer was trying to swap out there right before it. I think it was Mateus trying to swap out before that Aqua Tail. Didn't get there. And now SJ should be able to get the back-to-back Aqua Tails here. Does he go for the back-to-back or does he bank one? I like the back-to-back because that would put the Togekiss either so low. No, actually, he banks the Aqua Tail, swaps into the Sableye, knowing he resists all of this damage. It's going to be a single resist into this Aura Sphere.
Yeah, and recognizing that Mateus has been very likely to bring Licky Licky in the back, wants to provide himself the opportunity to avoid the Togekiss into Licky Licky matchup.
This is risky, though. You're taking a lot of peck damage, and at this point, you banked up all this energy. You don't want to waste it in this matchup. So SJ is going to go for the full farm down here, and he's banked either a double foul play or double drain punch. Mateus has his Quagsire. He'll probably bring the Quagsire in, but at this point, SJ is probably going for foul plays, because if you drain punch, you're not going to get a lot of value out of it. That's why SJ is going for the foul plays.
Yeah, foul play is going to do significantly more damage than drain punch, and because the Sableye is so low on health at this point, don't necessarily think that raising your defenses is that effective.
And the next foul play is going to be coming through. We know Mateus likes to save those Protect Shields. Does he keep saving them? No, he does use one of those Protect Shields. Swap into the zone Licky Licky, and you have a huge health advantage, but you are down energy. And remember, Mateus has the Quagsire in the back that is over half health left.
And I believe it does have some energy as well, so we'll have to see how he utilizes it in the remainder of the game. SJ opting to switch immediately there after throwing his foul play, not going for a catch attempt of a Shadow Ball into his Licky Licky. I like it, though, because he switches immediately after a charge attack. He's going to provide himself the ability to, oh, he threw a Shadow Ball immediately.
And does this give the opportunity for him to swap into the Sableye and try to Shadow Claw down? No, he doesn't have his timer, but he does have a Body Slam. He just throws it. He would have rather back-to-back Body Slam here, but it was a great catch by Mateus, and he has one protection remaining, so it's going to be Licky Licky versus the world for Mateus here. He has some energy, but they're actually at the same exact energy between SJ, and they have the same exact amount of Protect Shields. And was that charge attack priority?
That was a charge attack tie there, and we do get to see that Mateus would have won that interaction in the previous game. However, SJ just has all 3 of his Pokemon left. He has a shield remaining. No shield from Mateus is going to put his Licky Licky very low on health now.
He doesn't have much fast attack pressure, but he's almost at the drain punch, but he throws the foul play instead. Maybe throw the drain punch to increase your defense here, but it doesn't really matter. There's only one shield left. Mateus has to use it, but how is he going to clean up everything? Everything is so low health. He needs to get the rollout down. He gets the rollout down, and now he has back-to-back Body Slam. Mateus is going to do it. No, there's the protection remaining for SJ. Actually, I forgot about the Protect Shield.
I thought he had it as well.
Yeah.
I did not remember that SJ still had a shield remaining. Rollout goes through during that charge attack. launch, and that is going to be SJ claiming victory in that game number 3. And really importantly, I think the Sableye swap there in that team composition is what won SJ that game, because it was just so safe into the Togekiss. It resists all the charge attack damage, and I have to imagine that's why SJ himself is running Dazzling Gleam on his Togekiss, right? Recognizing the strength of Shadow Sableye into a meta where Togekiss is running only resisted or double resisted damage. It's so good in that matchup.
Yeah, and I think also having that Pokemon to scare off something like an Altaria, we saw it with the Shadow Celio, making sure that your Quagsire is more safe, because a lot of these trainers are leaning on Quagsire, Licky in these team compositions. So if your Quagsire can be a little more safe in some matchups, you would rather have a Togekiss with Fairy-type coverage to be a little safer against the meta, against those Altarias. But what a matchup we just saw. SJ was able to keep that Protect Shield for the very last moment, so even the back-to-back body slam. And also, it made sense to not go for the Drain Punch, to not give more rollout farm down. Maybe he could have got to another Drain Punch if he went for it, but just highly executed battles from both of these trainers, SJ and Mateus.
Yeah, I really don't see any opportunities for either trainer to play that final game any better. Actually, I think just made one of the craziest plays I've ever seen. It was a licky mirror, right? And he clicks after throwing a body slam, Shadow Ball immediately, yes. And he's calling out Mateus to swap into the Quagsire. But if he doesn't do that, he's throwing Shadow Ball into Licky.
No, that's such a good call out, because what a move that is to know that there's a swap that's coming and to throw. I mean, Body Slam probably would have actually been the better attack, but it's a kind of a cool flex to know, I know you're swapping. It's a mental game at least. I know you're swapping. I'm throwing the Shadow Ball into your Quagsire because I know that is happening. SJ able to perform at this level is the reason he's a 2-time regional champion, and that's why he could be one of the top trainers in NA going to Worlds. But first, he's got to qualify, so can he do it here today?
I mean, he's made it through the first round. There's a few more rounds for him to get to that grand finals, so he's got a lot of tough top-tier trainers for him to go through next. And I know up on stage after this match, we have another 2 trainers, one who has been extremely consistent throughout the entire format of the championship series, and another trainer who I think this is going to be her second top cut.
Yeah, actually, no. We're going to hear from SJ possibly soon. I want to check in with how he's feeling just in general. If we can get that for you, we will. But if not, we'll ask him a little later, because it's a pressurized moment. But, I mean, for SJ, he's a trainer that in the past has qualified in very low amounts of tournaments. If you look at his history, in his very first ever season in 2024, he qualified in just 2 tournaments to qualify for Worlds. Can he do that same thing again? Let's hear from SJ. Take it away, Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Steven. And I have an interview with S. James. So S. James, I saw you a little bit last night after dinner. You were really trying to lock in. You were thinking a little bit about your match. How are you feeling now that this first round is over?
Well, actually, I don't know if that's true. I really wasn't thinking about the match that much. I was watching the Spurs Thunder game last night. I looked at it a little bit this morning, and I was telling you this before, but I'm always like the most nervous during like round 1 either day. It doesn't matter who I'm playing, what the matchup is. But after you get that 1 win under your belt, I feel like you just kind of ease into it and feel pretty good. That one game was a little unfortunate. I felt like I was like in a winning position, and then I was able to come up with something in the last game, and it worked out. So.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about that last game. I was on the edge of my seat with that end game.
Yeah, it was weird. I don't know. I think I didn't lead Quag once, and I think he led Quag every time. So obviously his plan was to stay swap Togekiss, and it is like pretty safe. He stayed in the lead matchup in the last game a little bit, but I figured he was going to pivot at some point. And we had a lot of time to think, so I was just like, well, the Togekiss is annoying, and he's not bringing the Wigglytuff, so I walled the energy. I decided to shield one. Could have thrown a foul play first, but I figured my energy was going to go everywhere. So that was kind of the idea. I wasn't really planning on bringing the Sableye in the matchup, though, to be honest.
All right, and do you have anyone you would like to shout out a little bit now that we have some time for interviews today?
Yeah, definitely Softof, Elam, Signal for listening to all my stuff about random matchups. That definitely helped in the process, too. I think shout out CTU for suggesting this team to me. I didn't think this team was going to work. I think it was Colin Six's team. I forget what tournament that was. So far it's worked pretty well. I'll shout out Ed, nicest for no reason. He didn't do anything. He just wants a shout out. Everybody at Elite TMs, everyone supporting me, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. I know you have to get back and locked in. This is your one tournament, your last regional, and you'll be at NAIC as well, correct?
I will be, yeah. Yeah, that was kind of the idea. Like, I didn't know if I could make the push. I think I came in with like 130 points in the tournament. Doing all right so far, but yeah, NAIC, I was really excited to go either way, no matter how this tournament came out. But I really like the limited metas. I feel like that's kind of my bread and butter, so I'm looking forward to that.
Awesome, and we are looking forward to seeing more of you in this tournament today. Let's go ahead and cut to a quick break. We'll see a little bit more of Butters with Lyle Jeffs.
We're here at the Indianapolis Regionals. I'm joined by Lyle Jeffs, a 3-time regional champion, and we're actually here to talk and spotlight some trainers that are on the bubble to qualify. So I'm actually a little surprised I'm talking to Lyle Jeffs right now as a 3-time regional champion. But Lyle, how's your season gone so far?
I've attended 2 tournaments so far. It's been mediocre at best, I'd say. Just trying my best to qualify for the World Championship here at the Indianapolis Regional.
And where would you say you stand right now? Nothing is official, but compared to your peers, where are you in that top 75 cutoff?
I would say I'm right on the bubble.
What number around would you give us?
Probably 75.
No, you're not 75. I thought you saw you in the 90s or something, but you are very close, right? Yeah, so that is why we're talking right now, because Lyle, you are one of the best trainers in Championship Series. You were the last remaining trainer at the World Championships for North America last season. How much would it mean to you to represent North America or just compete at the World Championships once again this season?
Yeah, it would mean a lot. Like I said, nothing's locked up yet. Still just trying my best, see how it goes, but I'm feeling pretty good heading into the weekend, and we'll see if we can, maybe we could just win the tournament, and that would be kind of a nice way to lock in the World's qualification too. So,
yeah, auto qualify is definitely on the table for you, not only here but at NAIC. And auto qualify, if you get top 4, might be on the table. Are you going to NAIC?
TBD.
TBD. Watch out for Lyle Jeffs at NAIC. So, Lyle, you're one of the best trainers. You're on the bubble right now. Are you feeling nervous at all going into these last regional of the season?
Well, I mean, I'm always nervous heading into a tournament. There's a lot at stake. There's a lot on the line. I pride myself in doing well, so of course there's nerves, but you have to use those and harness those to try to, be better and just do a great job, best you can at least. So.
Well, I know you have a lot of fans, and I know a lot of North America is probably cheering for you, being the last standing North American last season at Worlds. Can he do it again? First, he'll need to qualify. So best of luck to Lyle Jeff, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Yeah, so my advice to someone going to their first Pokemon VGC tournament is picking a good friend group and a good building group to work with throughout your Pokemon VGC career, not even just your first tournament. So many of your best results are going to come from working with others, whether that's team building, damage calcs, move selection, matchup prep, and matchup docs. That all comes through working with friends and those around you. You're never going to succeed if you do it alone.
I would definitely say I watched a lot of the older regionals, even the regional beforehand, to see what people are playing. I also look at the main teams they use. I look at all the counts. I play Pokemon Go, so like counts are important, timing is important. I'm really good at throwing at the right timing, so that's really important.
The advice I give to someone attending their first tournaments is to practice. Practice a lot, practice with friends, practice online, and yeah, get as much reps in as you can, and then you'll feel more comfortable in those tournaments that really matter to you.
So my advice for someone who's doing their first regional would be have a group of friends with you, have your arsenal ready, as they say. You need to have a team logged in or an idea of a team logged in. It's always good to go with a skeleton from a previous winning team or somebody who's already been there on that stage. Get them for some advice and then put together what you feel you're comfortable with. And then I think that's the #1 prep. And then you get to the venue and then you go on.
Yeah, for sure. And even if in the venue there's a lot of people who's willing to help, it's always a fantastic experience to come to the first regional.
Have fun, meet new people, and don't be afraid to play side events. They're great.
I think that the most important thing you can do at your first tournament is, no matter how you do, play out the entire thing. people really underestimate the length of it and just how much of a toll it can take on your stamina. And it's important to not only play it out the whole way to get used to the length that it runs, but also you have more opportunities to make friends in the community, build connections, and at that point I think that you have enough of a social circle where you can start to collaborate with people and overall just be part of a community that helps you improve at the game. Like, that's the most important part, is just making sure you meet the people here and taking their advice and giving them advice. It's a very collaborative thing.
Hey trainers, Inadequance here. Have you ever heard your friends or the commentators say they trained their Pokemon well, or that must be a very good ranked Pokemon, and you have no idea what that means? Then listen up, I'm going to explain this all for you. It all starts with understanding how the CP of Pokemon works. CP stands for combat power, and this is unique for every Pokemon. To simplify things, let's compare two Pokemon in the Master League. In this league, trainers usually battle with fully powered up Pokemon. For example, Mewtwo can reach around 4700 CP, while Lugia tops out at about 4100 CP. Does that mean Lugia is much weaker? Not exactly. Offensively, yes, but defensively, Lugia is an absolute powerhouse. It can hold its own against, and sometimes even defeat Mewtwo. The reason Mewtwo has a much higher CP is because of its stronger attack stat. This shows that Pokemon with higher offensive stats tend to reach higher CP values than those that are more defensively oriented. Attack has a much greater influence on CP than defense or HP. The same principle applies in the Great and Ultra Leagues, where CP caps limit which Pokemon you can use. The key to maximizing a Pokemon's potential in these leagues is getting as many power-ups as possible without exceeding the CP limit. Because defensive Pokemon gain CP more slowly than offensive ones, they can often be powered up more times. For example, in the Great League, you can typically power up Umbreon more times than Flareon before hitting the 1500 CP cap. Now that you understand the value of defensive Pokemon, let's look at what kind of appraisal you're aiming for. The idea is similar. A Pokemon with higher defense and HP and lower attack can usually fit in more power-ups before reaching the CP limit. By combining the maximum number of power-ups with a CP as close as possible to the league cap, you get the bulkiest stats of that Pokemon. This is what trainers often refer to as a well-ranked Pokemon. One important side note, when a Pokemon is very common in the meta, some trainers intentionally choose one with slightly higher attack. This is to win the charge stack priority ties, situations where both players use a charge stack on the same turn. In these cases, the Pokemon with a higher attack stat goes first. That small advantage can often decide the outcome of a battle, especially in mirror matches. I hope this helps you sort out which Pokemon you want to bring to the competition. Get involved and let us know what you caught for a battle, or even better, come show them off in the championships here. Visit pokemon.com/compete for more information. We can't wait to see what you got.
Two trainers have already locked up a spot in the top 8. And we have 2 more matches coming up where some trainers will look to do the same. Stephanie, Christine, Chris Reisner joining you here once again for day number 2 at Indianapolis. And up next, we have Out of Pocket taking on mushromqween.
Yes, and these trainers have some fantastic wild card picks for us today. We have the Dondozo on Aiden's side of the field, Out of Pocket, as well as that Togetic. That's pretty fun too. We've been seeing that really pop off with Heat Wave. mushromqween on the other side has that Abomasnow that is really interesting. The Poliwrath, the Shadow Sableye that we've seen pick up in usage. She is looking for her very first top 8. She's made top 17, top 9 a couple of times, but never that top 8 performance. That's what she's looking for here.
Right on the cusp a few times, and like you said, looking to break that barrier. Out of Pocket with the Dondozo, as you mentioned, a late addition to his team. He had been practicing with the Togetic for a while. One Pokemon that jumped out for me in this matchup is that Shadow Annihilate. We didn't see it a ton from Out of Pocket yesterday, but if you look at the team of mushromqween, it's really only got one check. the Shadow Sableye. That it does not want to see, but everything else, that Shadow Annihilate has a ton of play against. So if you are mushromqween, that has got to be at the forefront of your mind. How can I put myself in a position where I don't let this Shadow Annihilate go too crazy?
Yeah, but she has had time to think about it since yesterday, so maybe she has cooked up a couple of plans. Taking a look as well across the team, we see a little bit that I'm not sure with that Abomasnow. That might be a really good check to that Dondozo. Maybe keeping that Dondozo on the bench.
Abomasnow, yeah, good play against the Dondozo, the Togetic, but it does have to watch out for that Heat Wave, of course. That would do double super effective damage. Out of pocket, what I liked from him yesterday was he really switched up his lines and made himself unpredictable to opponents. mushromqween, she played tremendous yesterday, and I felt like she was able to stick to more so of a core, was really relying on that Poliwrath in a lot of games. So we'll see what she decides to do here.
We can take a look a little bit more at these trainers' achievements as we lock in. We have it, I would say mushromqween, the underdog in this matchup, having Shadow Sableye versus Shadow Fortress. We can go ahead to see those bug bites chipping away. We see the Unova Stunfisk get pulled out. No obvious answer from Pocket.
The bug bites add up quickly in that matchup, so it led to a mushromqween pivot, but I think Out of Pocket's perfectly content with this because he can just simply stay in this matchup, which is a winning matchup for the Fortress, and he has that Togetic lurking in the back, which he could later align with the Sableye.
And Dondozo the fish is hanging out back there. It looks like he's content to switch out and use the Dondozo here. Though we can see that waterfall damage is going to be doing quite a bit. Let's take a look. What does Unovan Sunfist do to Dondozo? Despite being super effective, that's not very much.
Not even half health of the bulky Dondozo. This is a lot of health still remaining to deal with, and how will mushromqween most efficiently deal with it? It's going to be the Poliwrath job, and this is an outrage coming through. Now, it doesn't get same type attack bonus to Dondozo. It's very bulky, so it doesn't do as much as an outrage might normally do, but still a healthy chunk of health to the Poliwrath.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how mushromqween is going to get around that Togetic in the back. Having Icy Wind on the Poliwrath is certainly going to be helpful. We see the Dondozo knock out with a dynamic punch. Will Out of Pocket reveal the Togetic or bring the Fortress back in?
Wow, comes in with the Fortress, and surprisingly, these resisted bug bites do more than you would think. Going for an Icy Wind that gets the Protect Shield from Out of Pocket. This may lower the damage that each bug bite is doing to the Fortress. Do we ever see a pivot here? No, staying in with the Poliwrath. Perhaps wants to force energy off of this Pokemon, and Out of Pocket throws a Sandtomb just prior to the charge attack.
Yeah, it looked like mushromqween was trying to go for a swap, but was unsuccessful. Wants to keep the Poliwrath around, and then goes into the Sableye, but it's going to get met with that Togetic in the back.
And Pocket just wants the fast attack pressure at this point, going directly for the Sandtomb. mushromqween knows the Sandtomb, but this is going to debuff the defense of the Sableye, and there is no energy to be utilized here against the bulky Fairy-type Pokemon.
Yeah, Shadow Sableye has a lot of different charge attacks that it has access to, but it does not have that Power Gem attack here, utilizing Foul Play and Drain Punch that has become so much more popular of a moveset on this Pokemon.
Foul Play will hit a little bit harder, but Togetic takes it no problem. Has a lot of energy for this Poliwrath. We see the chart attack priority, and Out of Pocket just gonna let it go, actually. This is interesting. Maybe feels like he can bug bite down either way and actually hangs on. I don't know if Out of Pocket's just flexing that he knows his damage calculations with the no shield there, but he takes game number 1 against mushromqween.
Yeah, hiding that Togetic in the back. We saw a little bit of recognition, like a little bit of a head nod from mushromqween at the end of that match. Like, yeah, I don't think I have a way around this one.
I was really surprised by that no shield, but it shows how locked in Out of Pocket is with his damage calculations, even with these Pokemon, right, that maybe he doesn't have the most practice with, such as the Dondozo. He knows them inside out and just comfortably with the Fairy Wind down there in the end game.
Pocket is already locked in. He's ready to go. So we are just waiting here as we take a look at the replay. And there's that look of recognition, a little eye roll, a little shake of the head. There's just no way around this shiny Togetic.
Energy just walled, and I don't want to keep repeating myself, but this Icy Wind right here, I doubted myself. I was like, maybe this doesn't knock out. No, definitely this knocks out. And then he no-show. I'm like, oh, I guess it doesn't knock out. So Out of Pocket with the Game 1 win. We'll see if mushromqween makes some adjustments. I think one decision there was the instant pivot into Stunfisk. You kind of allow Pocket to dictate where he wants to line things. And here we go, lock in, game number 2. This is perhaps the lead that mushromqween needs. Sableye into the Annihilate, and then we see the immediate pivot from both trainers.
And our mid-line matchup here is going to be Shadow Fortress into Poliwrath. This is a much more favorable matchup for the Poliwrath. Poliwrath does have to deal with this bug bite damage that is, it always seems to do a little bit more than you think it's going to do.
And Out of Pocket with the Sand Tomb here, at what point do you potentially lower the defense enough where these bug bites start to do more damage? They are really chunking, and this is going to be close whether the Poliwrath can get to 3 charge. I think it will get to 3 charge attacks, but it's definitely not getting to 4, which means Pocket can force alignment if he wants, and I think that's exactly what he's going to go for.
Trying to avoid that matchup of the Shadow Annihilate on the Sableye. mushromqween sees that as well and is thinking, you know, I kind of want to try to see if I can fight for alignment too. Gets to that Icy Wind to debuff the bug bites, and we can see Pocket's going to hang on with his fingernails, trying to keep alignment here.
Pocket knows he needs switch advantage at all costs. He can't afford to have Annihilate lined up against the Shadow Sableye, but how much value can he get out of this Fortress? He is down a Protect Shield. Could that be enough for mushromqween to potentially pull off a sweep? Sand Tomb coming through. I like this decision from mushromqween. She understands she lost the switch advantage, so maybe investing in her back Pokemon, the Stunfisk, is the best course of action, is able to bank a foul play as well.
And we see the Togetic come out, the Unova Stunfisk to counter. This Unova Stunfisk has a mountain to overcome. Has to beat both the Shadow Annihilate and the Togetic. But the one advantage that mushromqween has available to her is that she has a Protect Shield remaining.
Pocket doesn't love this situation because he knows that the Stunfisk will outpace the 2 charge attacks. Goes for the Ice Punch here, so mushromqween forced to put up the Protect Shield, wants to rely on the Stunfisk to close out the game, but it has been chipped a decent amount by the Annihilate. Is there any way that this chip damage could potentially allow the Togetic to overcome Stunfisk? That's Pocket's hope.
So Unova Stunfisk is going to be going for the discharge, but Togetic is going to outpace to Heat Wave. We don't see it go for it though. Looks like Out of Pocket wants to use that Dazzling Gleam. So we see the discharge come through. mushromqween maybe trying to think about will go for a catch and succeeds.
Gets the catch onto the Sableye. Out of Pocket going for a massive undercharge here. His only hope is to come out of this matchup with a Dazzling Gleam, but I don't know if he's going to get there because this foul play plus Shadow Claw is going to be awfully close.
The foul play comes through. We see Out of Pocket grimacing, showing his teeth. There's the Dazzling Gleam. He wasn't sure he was going to get it.
Is this Dazzling Gleam going to be enough? 1 HP and a Dream. Stunfisk is bulky though. Both trainers looking on, and the Dazzling Gleam's enough. Pocket takes game 2.
What an incredible endgame and celebration from Pocket. You can tell he is so excited. I think that took him a little bit by surprise. You mentioned this guy knows his damage calculations. He seemed a little hesitant there.
He is fired up, I think, with how that game played out, because that looked like worst possible alignment in a sense, and Out of Pocket was able to overcome it thanks to the insane undercharge. That undercharge was perfect where he needed to come out with the Dazzling Gleam, and he got it done. What a game there from Out of Pocket.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we take a look back at that game too, being able to reposition his alignment using the Shadow Fortress against the Poliwrath also really set him up for success in the end game.
And an underrated skill, right? Undercharging is one thing, but undercharging off of a catch when you don't even see the health bar, right? You have to remember in the back of your mind how much health was on that Pokemon, and Out of Pocket was able to do so. We saw him fight for switch. I think this was the more obvious play, right? You lost a hard counter lead. You needed to fight for switch, so he did so. He was down a Protect Shield, though, and the Stun Fist up a Protect Shield was going to be dangerous to deal with. But Pocket had one play, and one play only he could make, and that was to undercharge and come out with a Dazzling Gleam, and he did it. How about this Togetic here? This has seemingly been the MVP for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, we're going to see the Togetic come through in this end game for Pocket. So we see the catch. mushromqween breathes a sigh of relief. We see the undercharge, the foul play. Pocket, we're going to see some emotion. There's the hesitation. He's not sure. He's saying, please, 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 please.
Please, please, and Togetic obliged. And then he's surprised, comes out with the attack. Absolutely insane. He only swiped a few bubbles, looked like maybe 3 bubbles on that Dazzling Gleam because it does so much damage to a Sableye. And if you knock out the Sableye, right, the game is completely over. So he, a player of Out of Pocket stature, I think he was even like surprised himself that he was able to flip that game.
But the road is not over yet for mushromqween. This was the winner side of the bracket. So even though Pocket has secured himself a spot in our top 8, mushromqween is going to go down to the loser side of the bracket and still can continue to fight on, looking for that first top 8 performance.
Absolutely. mushromqween looking to continue on to the loser side, and those games were so close against one of the world's best in Out of Pocket, really showcasing his spice cabinet this tournament. I think you were talking about it yesterday, right? Sometimes he relies more on the meta, defining the meta, but he's gone outside the box this tournament after a little bit of a slump by his standards, and it has paid off in dividends for him now into the top 8.
I want to hear a little bit more about that from the man himself. Maybe Nick can give us a little bit of insight as to where Pocket found this spice cabinet from. Nick, tell us a little bit more.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. I'm joined by Pocket, and I'll start with that question. Stephanie was talking about spice. Which grocery store did you happen to go to in order to find all the spice that you have on your team today?
So let's just say my last adjustment to this team was made at 5:20, 5:25 in the morning, 5 minutes before team submission deadline on Saturday morning. I knew that the team that Harry and Eric are using, the one with the Celio and the Togetic, I like the Togetic part. I couldn't make Celio work because I just knew Dondozo was the play. I was just like, every team that I made that had Dondozo, it was just putting in crazy shifts, and I knew I had to include it. I was like just enamored by the Dondozo. Even if it wasn't the main piece of the team, it was always doing something that I was like, this is really good. And I don't know. So basically, it was midnight. I was on a call with Lyle and Sergio, and I was just like, we were just talking about like philosophy, not really like talking about team building, but just like, you know, stuff like what went wrong, what's been going on in the last few regional, stuff like that. You know, they offer some words of advice. And after that, I just said, I reached out at first to Steiner, and I was like, yo, I need help. And he's like, what do you need? And we started building teams. We were like, okay, let's run Dondozo. We like that. And then we just worked off like things that we should be including, like Licky Licky and Fortress, and then going from there. And then he went to sleep. So then I reached out to the people in Europe that were just waking up, like Jox and Maxi. And Jox was like, what if you run Steelix? And I was like, hold the phone. I love Steelix. So I included the Togetic because I liked how good it was into Sableye, as you saw. Like literally the foul plays were bouncing off of it. So I just really like that. And the last adjustment was having Annihilate and Fortress. I had originally a Tinkaton because I liked Tinkaton plus Ape. But I liked that Fortress is a steel that's not bad into the grounds. As you saw against mushromqween, I used Fortress as a way to handle the Stunfisk, and that's been pretty useful so far. So I'm glad I made these last second changes, and I'm really happy how well the team's been going on for me.
Well, so it sounds like from your answer, you had maybe like a late night gas station stop for those spices, and also maybe you imported some from around the world a little bit too. We had a time to interview you yesterday, and we asked about your team composition, so I want to ask you a different question. Going into NAIC, what is your top pick for what's going to be meta, especially after we've had this most recent move update change?
Honestly, I haven't practiced much before the changes were announced, and I haven't practiced much after. but just from looking at it, a lot of these new changes, the ones that affect NAIC, are very impactful. I think on paper, I really like Lumineon. I actually was running Lumineon before I had a good Dondozo in practice for some of the prior regionals, and I've always been impressed with its bulk, Aqua Tail being so spammy, and it getting Gust can really improve how well it does, and I think it's going to be a really good threat.
Second question, Ledian. It's had so many move updates. Is this the one that finally makes it meta?
Its typing just puts it at such a disadvantage, but honestly, I think it is. It has good charge moves. It has Dynamic Punch for coverage against the steel types that Bug and Flying types don't like to see, and now with Rollout, it's just going to be printing those, so I'm really excited.
All right, well, thank you so much for your insights into this meta as well as our future meta at NAIC. Let's go ahead and send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Nick, for giving us a little bit of insight, not only into how Pocket's team created his team late at night, or early in the morning, I guess, for this weekend's tournament, but also a little sneak preview into the tournament 2 weekends from now at NAIC.
A lot of insight, I would say, from Pocket on his tournament process. I don't know if that process will work for everybody, you know, submitting your team at 5:25 a.m. in the morning right before deadline. So maybe don't follow his advice. He's a trained professional, but it's working for Out of Pocket. And coming up next, we have 2 trainers looking to make their first top 8 appearance in their career. It's going to be caspianpike taking on Dinho.
caspianpike is going to be the trainer on the left, and we're going to see that Feraligatr, Quagsire, really a more meta team versus btwxdinho, who is on our caster predictions with that Chestnut. But I also really keyed in on that Shadow Charizard. We were talking a little bit before the stream about some trainers who really showcased Shadow Charizard in the past, like Tauntaun Batuse, Human Catcher Bug, and it's kind of fun to see it back here today.
Shadow Charizard, once upon a time, really utilized that wing attack, fast attack, to generate energy quickly. Now you have the option for Ember, which is what Dinho is on, and you generate energy even faster with incredible pacing to Air Cutter and that Blast Burn. So it is a Pokemon that can be very scary in the right positions. There are definitely some good counters to it on Caspian's team, so I don't know if we'll see the Charizard here, but another highlight pick from him is that Chestnut. The grass fighting type can certainly wall Pokemon like the Quagsire, like the Stunfisk, and here we go. Game number 1, it's gonna be Fortress into the Chestnut.
This is not where Chestnut wants to be, because we're gonna start to see those bug bites really add up. Chestnut is just getting to its first superpower. I imagine we're gonna see a superpower and dip, and it's already lost about 1/3 of its health.
And sometimes you have to think about, in a negative matchup, how can I best utilize this Pokemon? And the superpower and dip strategy is something that we commonly see with a Pokemon like Chestnut. Here we go, Licky Licky, the save swap, Rock Tomb coming in, going to lock this Licky Licky into a debuff scenario, and of course the mirror into the own Licky Licky. And this is a little bit painful, right? Your debuff, these body slams are going to do even less than they normally do to your fellow Licky Licky.
And your heavier hitting move, Shadow Ball, is not an option. So we see that body slam do hardly anything to caspianpike's Licky Licky. So now the ball is kind of in Dinho's court to think about how is he going to adapt from this. He had a losing matchup, superpowered the Fortress. Now his Licky Licky is debuffed and is going to go down in a body slam and some change. How are you going to deal with this very healthy Licky Licky next?
Sometimes you look to escape and maybe clear that debuff and save that energy for later when you're not debuffed, but this was a charge attack priority, so at this point, maybe Dinho is just going to be content letting his Licky Licky go down. He's on his 2 cycle on body slam. Oh, and Caspian doesn't want to take the extra body slam, so he's actually throwing one of his own.
Caspian's Licky Licky is down to about 1/3 or a quarter of its own health. So btwxdinho has some options here. Actually going to bring the Chestnut back in order to get a little bit more utility out of this Pokemon.
Going for some farm here. doesn't protect shield, so the body slam going to be able to take relatively comfortably. Another body slam coming through. Now, if you protect shield, this has Dinho, you are able to get a full farm down, but oh, he doesn't protect shield. He's putting this all on his Feraligatr, but doesn't get off a charge attack there, and I think you simply have a Feraligatr mirror match here, all shields in play. Caspian seems to be in a strong position.
A dominant position. Caspian has all 3 Pokemon remaining. btwxdinho has none. Even the shield scenarios are exactly the same. So Dinho doesn't even have a catch opportunity here.
And even had he swapped immediately and not allowed that extra Shadow Claw, I think only a few bug bites, right, would have taken away that Chestnut in the end. So perhaps an insurmountable situation to be in for Dinho. Caspian gonna elect to let this Hydro Cannon go through.
Yeah, Caspian is in such a great position here. May actually brings in the bug bite, and that's going to actually end the game a little bit quicker.
All 3 Pokemon still on the field for Caspian, and he is able to take game number 1 in convincing fashion. So Dinho going to have to figure out a way to change things up, and Caspian was able to really mitigate that licky safe swap, right? That's something we've talked about as a staple in this meta. How do you mitigate that licky safe swap and best take advantage of it? He did so by throwing the Rock Tomb with his Fortress, getting a lot of damage off, and then just absorbing all of it with his own licky.
Yeah, and it really didn't help that Dinho didn't have a catch opportunity. He wasn't able to get that charge attack off. He wasn't able to pull away a Pokemon in the end game to even give himself like an extra option. It really was a Feraligatr mirror match with even shields at the end, and then Caspian just had more cards in his hand left to play.
Right, and maybe trying to perhaps escape with the licky, save a lot of that energy for later, when there's a little bit of a desync in the switch timer, could have been an option. Then you have some counterplay against the Feraligatr in the back, because it can't really Shadow Claw you down. So maybe something Dinho will think about for game number 2, as we see him lock in, and one trainer still thinking things over.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this Shadow Charizard has any play, because on the other side of the field, you've got the Feraligatr, you've got the Quagsire, you've got the Unova Stunfisk, and the Licky with rollouts. I like the idea of Shadow Charizard in this meta. It's a powerhouse, it's a fun wild card, but I don't know if it has any opportunities here against Caspian.
Right, it feels really difficult to bring. You're basically just hoping to align it with the Fortress, and Caspian, this is one of those matchups where you say, I know you're not bringing Charizard, so I am bringing my Fortress every day of the week, and it catches a positive lead into the Grumpig.
Shadow Fortress in the lead again, and we see a swap here, and it's actually going to be a Togetic safe swap this time.
Now, the bulk of Togetic, I would think, probably allows it to fare decently in this matchup. Going for the Dazzling Gleam. Let's see if this Dazzling Gleam looks like it's enough to 2-hit KO the Licky. It's awfully close. You're going to need a lot of Fairy Winds as well to add up. But if there's a way Dinho can flip the alignment here, he may have a chance to turn things around.
Shadow Ball will be hit against the Protect Shield, and Togetic gets to the Dazzling Gleam first, and caspianpike actually opting to let it go. This might be enough almost to knock out.
caspianpike sensing he can hang on and still get off a parting Shadow Ball, so he is going to just take his shield advantage, put this Togetic in a more manageable range where maybe he can farm it down with the Feraligatr, but Togetic may be able to get some useful damage here, and you can't really give up switch advantage if you're Dinho. You have to go for this Dazzling Gleam, stay in, and we're going to see a Protect Shield come up from Caspian.
Where is this Grumpig going to go, though? It doesn't want to deal with these Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr or the Bug Bites from Fortress. Grumpig just doesn't seem to have a winning position. It really would have rather been up against the Licky.
It's going to have to go against the Feraligatr, knowing that there's a Fortress waiting for it. But like you said, not the best matchup for Grumpig. On even energy, Grumpig can actually flip this matchup because of the Psywave and Dynamic Punch. But with so much of an energy head start, this is not a good position at all for the Grumpig. And Caspian just putting on so much pressure with this Feraligatr, forcing a Protect Shield from the Grumpig. And now you are down a Protect Shield if you're Dinho.
Yeah, but going for that Dynamic Punch and actually forcing the shield in return from caspianpike instead of going for like perhaps the heavier hitting Shadow Ball. And we see actually a pivot into Licky.
knowing he would get outpaced or even potentially farmed down by the Grumpig. He swaps into Licky Licky. The problem here if you're Dino is you have to go for a Shadow Ball if you're gonna get rid of this before another Hydro Cannon, and he will do this. This should knock out the Feraligatr, but the Fortress is still fully healthy, and you need 2 Shadow Balls if you're Licky Licky to get rid of it.
Yeah, 2 Shadow Balls, and this Fortress is going to have an opportunity to use a Rock Tomb, and there's no switch timer available for Dino.
Shadow Ball coming through, but honestly, I'm not sure that this Licky Licky would even survive the Bug Bites from Fortress. You're approaching the charge attack as Caspian. Maybe Dino tries to go for some sort of catch, but gonna get off a parting body slam at least. But you simply get the farm down here. There is not a charge attack, I don't believe, on the Grumpig, so Caspian looks to have this game.
Yeah, with the charge attack available, I think Dino would have needed to make a catch, but CaspianPike, too patient, not gonna give Dino that opportunity.
Rock Tomb delivers the knockout, and Caspian with a convincing 2-0 victory over Dino. Caspian continues his best run of his young career. He is on to the top 8.
But it is not over for Dino. BTW stands for beginner to winner, and he is in winners round 1. That means he has an opportunity here on the loser side of the bracket. His day is far from over.
Far from over, and one of the more spicy teams we've seen today, and a lot of times it can be matchup dependent, right? Sometimes a Shadow Charizard as a flex pick might have a lot of play or be difficult for some teams. That was a particular team you pointed out had almost no play against Caspian. You essentially had 1 target in the Fortress. Everything else you were either bad against or neutral-ish with the Togekiss. So Dino, you know, he kind of had to cross 1 Pokemon off of his team list in his notes and work with the rest. The Fortress ended up being too strong with the Charizard having so much coverage on Caspian's team.
And continuing on, and we can go ahead and take a look at Grumpig, and that is just going to get knocked out by the Rock Tomb. It really just didn't have an opportunity anywhere in that matchup. It really wanted to be against the Licky Licky, and it couldn't find it. It was stuck against the Feraligatr. It was stuck against the Fortress.
Fortress is such a strong, menacing Pokemon with those Shadow Bug Bites, and you have 2 debuff attacks that can really, if your opponent is locked in, right, and you lock them into a debuff, you can really capitalize on that position. What Caspian sensed was, I know you're not bringing Charizard against me, so my Fortress is pretty free, and he just kept leading the Fortress and then was able to win the lead, really put Dino behind right from the start, and just kind of had a stranglehold, never let go of the grip he had on both of those matches.
And maybe we'll get to hear a little bit more, but otherwise we also have some losers round matches. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break from the winners round here for a moment, and then we're gonna be focusing in on the loser side of the bracket, just to give you a little bit of a preview of what's gonna be coming up next. We have our losers round 2. Losers round 1 was played already. We see Dunebug moving on, Phoenix Dark, Shaner knocking out Firestar 2-0. So I guess my MVP is not making it very far, but that's okay. Shaner, I'm sure, very excited about that win. And then King Owl going ahead and moving on against Lyle Jeffs III.
And that will be our next matchup. Lyle Jeffs knocked out there by King Alexander, so Nighttime Clasher will be taking on King Alexander as our next matchup on the stream.
And as those trainers are getting prepared for their match, I would like to hear a little bit more about Caspian after his victory. Take it away.
Thank you. I'm here with Caspian. This is now your best performance in Championship Series. Just how are you feeling right now?
I am buzzing. I was a wreck yesterday. I walked into the wall. I was dreaming of Chestnut. So I am over the moon. I don't have words. I'm so happy.
Were you dreaming of Chestnut? That was a tough matchup, right? How did you feel going into that matchup, specifically that Pokemon? It felt like you had a lot of weakness to that Pokemon, right?
Yeah, it's tough. When you're have a team comp like his where he knows I'm so scared of Chestnut, it's like he can choose sort of how it goes, but I decided I was gonna just I'm gonna take control. I'm not gonna bring Togekiss, I don't care. And I made a game plan. Shoutout for 2 hours. I had undercharges planned, so I was really gotta lock in, it paid off, I guess.
you were locked into this matchup, and I believe you have the exact same team as you played in your last regional championship. So you've been locked in with this team. How are you feeling about this team right now?
I feel great. Nighttime Clasher said yesterday, like, you have to have that X Factor spicy thing, and I was looking, man. I was really I found nothing, and this team just worked, and I just thought, I've been using this team for months. I know it. We'll just see how it goes.
Awesome. And I need to ask you, because this is your first season competing. You've actually only started competing this calendar year in 2026. You've made it 13th, 25th, and now you've secured top 8. Do you have any other advice for trainers out there that might want to repeat what you've been able to pull off?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, believe in yourself, but I think the #1 thing for new trainers is watch back your battles, like record them, look at what you could have done wrong, because I guarantee you think you got RPS, there was something you could have done better, and like, if you look at that, that's how you improve and that's how you get here.
Great advice. Do you have any shout outs you want to give?
Yes, okay, it's my brother's birthday. Happy birthday, Connor. I think he's watching, love you. Happy birthday, Jacob, too. Shout out my faction, Brave Nerds, all of them, Motiques, Flying Pizza, all the locals in SoCal, Brando, Kevin, Justine, Gerald, everybody. And big shout out OG Blair Stories, who convinced me to come to Indy. I was not gonna go. Yeah, I probably missed a bunch of people, but I cannot think right now.
It was a great choice to come to Indy. Congratulations once again, the Caspian. Let's head back to the casters.
I feel inspired watching that interview from Caspian. He is so elated to be into the top 8. Congratulations for him, and hopefully not done just yet. Also giving some great advice to players that, you know, maybe it wasn't just, oh, I got team composition. Maybe you go back, you watch, you learn, oh, I could have actually done this differently and improve. And Caspian is showing his improvements onto the top 8 here at one of the biggest regionals of the season.
As he said, it was definitely a good choice to come to Indy. We're going to let those trainers on the winner side of the bracket rest, but there is no rest for the weary down in the loser side of the bracket. They have a long road ahead of them, and we're going to spotlight them starting now.
And Caspian said he got some advice from Nighttime Clasher where he said you have to bring an X Factor pick, a spice pick. And if I'm looking at Nighttime Clasher's team right here, I don't know which one it is. Is it the Fortress? Is it the Celio? Is it the Togetic? Is it the Shadow Sableye? He's got multiple picks. You could act as the X Factor. Okay, I guess not Fortress. Fortress is pretty common.
Yeah.
But the 3 other ones, the Celio, the Togetic, and the Shadow Sableye, all pretty unique on his team. So we'll see which one he decides to rely on more heavily in this matchup against Kingowlexander.
Yeah, and with King O, it's very easy to tune into what his wildcard pick is, and it is definitely that Malamar. I'm wondering, though, how much play it is going to have. I can see a couple potential matchups for it, but it also has some challenging ones as well. Let's see what these trainers are going to bring. We see that signature Shadow Celio from Nighttime Clasher up against the very safe Licky Licky from King O.
Here we go. Super effective rollouts, of course, from the Licky Licky, but Celio's Powder Snow and pressure with its charge attacks can help it overcome this matchup in certain scenarios. So Licky Licky going to elect to take the first charge attack is a serve. You see how much damage that does to the bulky Licky Licky. Nighttime Clasher going for a catch attempt, unsuccessful. And look at that, Kingowlexander banks 100 energy on his Licky Licky and then goes into the Wigglytuff here.
And Wigglytuff is going to stand firm against the body slam damage coming from Licky Licky. Is not concerned about taking a body slam. These trainers are locked into this mid-game matchup. Licky Licky going to be firing body slams off against Wigglytuff. And let's see, do you think alignment is going to be critical here?
I don't think King O is going to go for the alignment because he let the Licky Licky get so far ahead. I think he's going to be content just doing as much damage as possible with his Wigglytuff here. And Nighttime Clasher may look to escape with this energy where it's more useful. No, actually just going to double up on the body slam. This should be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff despite being debuffed. And King Owl will try to figure out how to best manage this Licky Licky, probably throwing a body slam of your own, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, King O throwing the body slam, and that should be enough to knock out Nighttime Clasher's own Licky Licky. And King O has a ton of energy left in the bank, has 2 body slams and a Shadow Ball and a half.
First charge attack coming through Nighttime Clasher with a decision to make. He puts up the Protect Shield, and that is a good Protect Shield because it's one of the most energy, high damage attacks that we're going to see here, but now a Hydro Cannon incoming from the Feraligatr. Nighttime Clasher considering yet again, is he going to double down on this Fortress? No, he's going to let this first charge attack go through.
Yeah, and that is critical for King O because he's able to get that charge attack off before the Feraligatr gets debuffed here from the Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb now draws that Protect Shield from King O, and he is going to continue building, but now debuffed. This Hydro Cannon will do even less damage to the Celio, which is relatively bulky despite being in its shadow form. Shield coming up on the body slam here. Maybe King O will look if he can escape, but the switch timer's not up just yet, so he's forced to deliver a debuffed Hydro Cannon to the Celio.
Yeah, that is not going to do a lot of damage. That is resisted. We see a quick swap into Licky Licky. The switch timers are misaligned here, so Licky Licky able to deliver this body slam. Nighttime Clasher forced to use a Protect Shield here.
Not much energy from the Licky Licky, and this Celio is already almost at back-to-back body slam throws here. This will be enough to knock out Licky Licky, and I think Celio should also outpace the Feraligatr to another charge attack.
And yes, there is that body slam going for the Feraligatr. We can already see King O starting to kind of take his hands off the phone and thinking, you know, I got to go back to the drawing board. Feraligatr does manage to hang on, but Nighttime Clasher brings in that spinning golf ball of a Shadow Fortress just to deliver the one bug bite remaining.
It seemed like that entire game, Nighttime Clasher was the aggressor. He was the one switching in, delivering damage and dipping out, and just left King O a little bit behind. He led the Celio into the Licky Licky, which you may on paper think is more of a negative matchup, but the way Nighttime Clasher dictated it, right? He throws the surf, he gets it below 50%, goes into his own Licky Licky, and King O didn't have an obvious answer, so he was left thinking for a sec, okay, what do I do? Went even a little bit over 100 energy, so perhaps a slight miscue, you could argue. And then the Wigglytuff was just left too far behind to comfortably deal with Nighttime Clasher's Licky Licky.
You can often think of PvP battles as often like a little bit of a dance, and Nighttime Clasher was the one taking that obvious step forward, leading the dance, forcing King O on his back foot to just kind of follow Nighttime Clasher's lead throughout this game.
And once again, how many charge attacks were thrown from that Celio throughout that game? Maybe 4, I don't know. And it delivers the final blow there to Feraligatr as one more bug bite takes down the Gator. Nighttime Clasher in control in that game number 1. King O will try to come back, and this is a big match. This losers round 2 is, you know, what gets you into the top 8. This is what gets you into the prize pool in terms of a money reward for your efforts here in Indianapolis. So there is a lot on the line in this particular round to get into that top 8. You also get another 80 championship points added onto this particular round.
And championship points are critical. It's what locks you in for Worlds, getting high on that leaderboard for travel awards, because I know that some of these trainers are already thinking about LAIC in our 2027 season. I can't even get my head around the fact that some of these trainers are thinking about 2027 already.
Speaking of LAIC, that is your LAIC champion from this past season, Nighttime Clasher. He's looking to add more championships to the resume, but first he's got to get through King O, and we see the water type square off Quagsire into Feraligatr.
We mentioned with the Dondozo pick with Out of Pocket that trainers aren't really bringing a water resist onto their teams and how impactful that water damage can be. And we're seeing that a little bit in this Feraligatr. It seems to go a lot of places. Shadow Celio is an interesting water resist that Nighttime Clasher is bringing to the table.
It has a combination of resistances and bulk, and also the pressure with its solid charge attacks of Body Slam and Surf. It gets there fast, and the Surf hits pretty hard. We're seeing a Protect Shield come up this time from King O and his Licky Licky, looking to get some more value at it, as both trainers are going to be switch locked here for a considerable amount of time.
And we can see the super effective rollout damage is really chipping away at the Shadow Celio, but Shadow Celio paces really quickly to the heavy hitting Surf, and that boost from it being a Shadow makes it hit that much harder. Quick catch from Quagsire, and it's going to sit and absorb this Body Slam from the Licky Licky. Would much rather be here. That saves the Shadow Celio with a little bit of energy for later on in the match.
Exactly, and that could be useful for Nighttime Clasher. Hydro Cannon Cannon coming through. I think Quagsire should barely hang on here and get to a Mud Bomb now, but that's going to force King O to expend more energy, getting off the Hydro Cannon to knock out this Quagsire. It's painful, right, to utilize an entire Hydro Cannon for something that's such low health. So right now, Nighttime Clasher dancing around effectively, but not before King O gets off another Hydro Cannon, and you can't really roll out down. You're probably gonna have to throw a body slam here eventually.
Yeah, and I'm looking in the back line of King O bringing that Diggersby. I'm sure that Diggersby is happy to avoid the Quagsire now that it's back in its Pokeball and on the bench.
And Nighttime Clasher throwing the body slam here, expecting a no shield from King O, maximizing his energy before the next Hydro. Comes in with the Celio, and now not before Licky Licky gets off this body slam. There is a lot of health on that Diggersby to deal with. What does Nighttime Clasher do? It seems like he's in a little bit of a pin situation here, but he does get to double body slam, throws 2 Powder Snows. This way, he maximizes his energy if King O decides to let this Licky Licky go.
And King O does not. He kind of recognizes Diggersby doesn't need shields because Licky Licky, it's going to do nothing with that rollout damage, and that Shadow Ball is going nowhere. So the Licky Licky in the back for Nighttime Clasher has to rely on straight body slam. It did leave with a lot of energy, though.
Now, you may think that this game is over, but the Powder Snows and the energy head start from this Licky Licky, I think it might be closer than you would imagine. Diggersby with Quick Attack especially does win this matchup straight up, but you have a little bit of a head start, you have a little bit of chip damage from those Powder Snows. Nighttime Clasher probably gonna need 3 body slams if he's gonna be able to overcome this Diggersby.
And I'm looking at that Scorching Sand. Sometimes if you can get an early Scorching Sands debuff, that can really spell defeat for the opposing trainer. We didn't see an early Scorching Sands debuff, but another one is going to be thrown here from King O.
We'll have to keep an eye on the pacing here. Nighttime Clasher can do 1 rollout body slam, 1 rollout body slam, and will that be enough? I mean, this is gonna be awfully close. He's gonna outpace King O's Diggersby to the Fire Punch here, so he's gonna get off double body slam, but I don't know, Diggersby is so bulky, there's a chance it hangs on.
There's the body slam, and Nighttime Clasher going for the best timing. This is going to be very close, Chris. I am leaning into the screen to look for Diggersby's health in the end.
And Diggersby goes down to the normal type Licky Licky. I told you that matchup's a little too close for comfort. Resisted rollouts, who cares? Licky Licky with the body slam spam knocks out its bulky counterpart, the Diggersby.
I could have sworn that Diggersby was gonna survive on just an HP or 2, but Nighttime Clasher, confident, stayed true to the course and was able to knock out with that final body slam.
One other thing worth noting there was Nighttime Clasher did 2 rollouts in the end when he could have thrown after 1 just to get 1 more rollout worth of damage. Could that 1 rollout doing just a few HP of damage maybe have made the difference? I'm not sure, but he just maximized perfectly the damage calculations there to give himself his best chance, and the Licky Licky overcomes the Diggersby in that endgame.
Came down to just a couple of attacks, and really, I think if King O had managed a Scorching Sands debuff, I think that would have locked it in for him.
Absolutely, and that's the risk you run, right, with Diggersby. Well, a Scorching Sands debuff can be nice, but it's not always gonna go your way, and Nighttime Clasher did everything he could to maximize that energy. Sometimes, right, foregoing the good timing. I think we're at a place in our game, right, we talk about, charge attack timing, and sometimes players can almost rely on it, fall in love with it a little too much. Nighttime Clasher, there was a few times he went on bad timing because that was what helped him maximize energy and damage, and it ended up barely squeaking by in the end.
Yeah, a lot of trainers, we talk about that good charge attack timing. You want to throw when you're a 2-turn fast attack like that Diggersby with Quick Attack going into a 3-turn fast attack like Licky Licky with rollout. You often want to throw 1 or 4 was what we would consider good timing. And a lot of trainers get really locked into that and then end up making a mistake, like you mentioned.
And you could see by nitetimeclasher's reaction there in the end, he looked almost in awe as he looked out at the crowd, surprised his Licky was able to overcome the Diggersby, because that's like one matchup, which is the main reason people run the Diggersby, is to counter Licky, but you saw it can be a lot closer than you think, as Licky just straight up won that time.
Another trainer who straight up won recently his very first regional championship, that's Arrow. And we have an interview coming up here with Butters and Arrow. Don't go anywhere, more battles soon to come.
We're here at the Indianapolis Regional, and I'm joined by Los Angeles Regional Champion Arrow, and we're here to talk about a very unique Pokemon. We're here to talk about the Aegislash, the Pokemon that was on the championship team for Arrow. It is one of the most unique Pokemon in all of Pokemon Go because of the way it works, because it has 2 forms. It has a shield form and a blade form, but let's hear from the expert. How does that shield form work, Arrow?
So the shield form, whenever it is in shield form, Aegislash will be generating energy rather than at the regular interval of 9 for Psycho Cut. It will be generating it at 6 per Psycho Cut. And the shield form's defense is somewhere in the 200 stat product wise, so it's very, very bulky. Has lower attack stats, so CMPs that you may be winning, may think you win, you don't. You don't win any CMPs except like Wobbuffet and Chansey. So that's the only things that it can beat CMP-wise.
Yeah, maybe Bastion too. The charge attack priority is not beating many Pokemon because of that low attack. But let's actually back up even one more stage. Which form does this Pokemon start with when you open into the battlefield? And how do you actually change forms with this Pokemon?
Okay, so Aegislash starts the battle in shield form. And the way you would change into blade form would be you would attack with a charge move, whether it be Shadow Ball, Gyro Ball. I believe the 3rd move is Flash Cannon. I don't recommend running that.
Maybe next season is getting lower energies. Maybe next season.
I still probably wouldn't recommend it. But those are the 2 moves that it generates, both being 50 energy. When you throw one of those charge moves, whether the move is shielded or not, it will transform you into the blade form. And the way that the blade form goes back into the shield form is that it will, when you shield a charge move, you transform back into the shield form.
Or if you swap. If you are in the blade form, you can swap out, and when you return to the battlefield, you'll also be in that shield form. It's crazy unique because it's almost like 2 Pokemon. One Pokemon that's like a Bastion, it can just soak all of the damage, and then one that's like a Haunter. It just does a Shadow Haunter at that. It just does this incredible amount of attack when it's in blade form. But Arrow, as a regional champion with that Pokemon, how do you put those 2 Pokemon together, and how do you utilize that in a tournament?
So the best way to utilize the shield form is try to pick the spots where you can generate a ton of energy, and also when you're willing to sacrifice a ton of health, because a ton of health may be 3 charge moves. And that will cause you to be lower, but you have the ton of energy, and whenever you throw the first one, even if you're not doubled up, you will be able to change into the shield form, the attack form, which when you're in attack form, you do take a lot of damage very quickly. So you kind of want to pick your spots on when you want to stay into attack form, which is why you would maybe switch out, maybe throw a move to maybe not just bait your timer.
And for a newer trainer, maybe participating in the Go Battle League, would you recommend banking up a ton of energy and then throwing that energy? How do you utilize that energy effectively? Because remember, like as you said, as soon as you press that charge attacks, you will switch to blade form, and now suddenly your charge attacks will be doing a ton of damage.
I would recommend utilizing that energy whenever you know that your opponents have less energy, because one of the things I like to do is I like to charge attack priority my opponent. I do so by counting their moves and just throwing when I believe they will throw. That way, there's no excess damage coming off of the blade form. That it would all come into the shield form, and then when you're in blade form, you can make the decision: do I want to stay in if you get a knockout and a Pokemon comes in, do you want to stay in? Because if it's a Lickitung that comes in and I'm in Blade form, I'm really happy about that because it takes Lickitung 12 turns to get to a Shadow Ball, whereas it takes the Blade form 12 turns to get to a Gyro Ball. So it's just picking your spots on the damage that is coming in, whether it be resisted or not, because sometimes you can be farmed down by resisted moves in the Blade form.
Yeah, just a reminder, when you're in that shield form, it's going to take 9 Psychic Cuts to get to a charge attack, but when you're in the Blade form, it only takes 6. So you generate that extra energy. I know I've played this Pokemon a ton in GBL, but I want to hear one last tip from you as a trainer that's taken it all the way. Is there some advantage that you can take from possibly team composition, knowing that you can soak so much damage, or maybe you can get shields down? Do you have any high-level tips for those trainers trying out Aegislash?
I would recommend pairing it with a Pokemon that can do a really good job of getting your opponent's shields. The Pokemon I prefer for this is Dartrix. There are many different options for this. As we saw with Kazim in Utrecht, he ran the Hawlucha just for this purpose. I also believe that Charizard could work in this functionality. There's a lot of options, but those would be some that I would highlight.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much to the regional champion Aero for giving that Aegislash breakdown. One of the coolest Pokemon out there, and it's won a regional in, I believe, Europe, North America, and LATAM now, so it's a force to be reckoned with. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Aegislash is still the reigning champion in here in North America, but I didn't see any in Top Cut, so it looks like its streak will end in Indianapolis. But Aero was a trainer that got into Top Cut on that loser side of the bracket. I don't know if he won losers round 1. We'll find that out for you, but he might have a chance to be back-to-back regional champion. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Phoebe.
And he's running that Dartrix again. He swapped up the fire type. I must have had a premonition yesterday. I was talking, I think before the show started, I was like, I don't know what Ninetales does. I feel like Shadow Typhlosion would be really good. And hey, what would you know? He's got Shadow Typhlosion on his team.
A new wild card. I mean, Aero is the king of wild cards, I think, and that is what kind of broke open the meta. You see a trainer like Aero where you're like, why are you bringing these ridiculous Pokemon? But now the trainers are like, where's my ridiculous Pokemon? What will it be for me? And these two trainers up next on stage is a trainer that's never made Top Cut before, Mateus, and also another trainer that's never made Top Cut as well in PvP, Shaner. So 2 underdogs here on that loser side of the bracket playing for their tournament life.
Yeah, this is going to be win or go home. We're on the loser side of the bracket here, and these trainers have had a early start to the day. We're just getting into the middle section of the day, and these trainers have very interesting teams. We saw Mateus earlier on with that Shadow Dusknoir, able to pivot it around against his opponent and utilize it to some very great usefulness. But on the other side of the field, Shaner PvP's got that Shadow Sableye, so that's a little bit scary for Dusknoir to face.
But I think you're right. It comes down to the 2 ghost picks, right? That are the wild cards for these trainers. Shaner PvP having that Sableye, which will do well to the Dusknoir. Actually, I think it's really solid into all of Mateus's team. Really only has to worry about that Wigglytuff, and worry it will, because Wigglytuff is one of the hardest answers to that Pokemon. So as long as you can protect yourself from that Wigglytuff, Shaner PvP has double steal as well, and we do see that Wigglytuff in the lead. It's going to be Fairy on Fairy. There is no Shadow Sableye from Shaner PvP, but Mateus brought his Shadow Dusknoir.
Yeah, Shadow Dusknoir is going to be a little bit more safe, but it still needs to avoid that Licky. Although you can do super effective damage with Dynamic Punch, Licky is just so bulky that one doesn't take a knockout.
And the Aura Sphere is going to be neutral into this Fairy normal typing. Going to get to the Icy Wind here, which will pretty much knock out the Togekiss. So Shaner PvP wants to keep the alignment, wants to keep this Togekiss around a little bit longer, throws up his first Protect Shield of the battle.
Swift's a little bit better here if you want to try to reach a second attack, but because of the quick pacing of the Togekiss, you're never really going to be able to reach a second charge attack. We see the counter swap of Empoleon into Togekiss, and Shaner's not happy. He's recognized, I've used a shield already. I'm down energy. This is not a great matchup to be in.
And he has to use his last Protect Shield of the battle. The backline matchup is bad for Mateus, but up 2 Protect Shields, you can get through a Licky. Here comes the charge attack priority. It's going to be the Aura Sphere into Empoleon. Shaner looked like he thought he would win that charge attack priority.
Yeah, I think Empoleon versus Togekiss must be very close, but the Empoleon barely hangs on there. 1 HP and a Hydro Cannon coming through. No shield from Mateus, thinking, hey, my Pokemon's done its job. I have 2 shields and a Dusknoir.
And you can't get to the Hydro Cannon because the 3-turn Astonish is going to be able to land first. And now, yes, you are double resisted on your fast attacks. This Shadow Dusknoir looks huge and tries to swap on a Dynamic Punch, but Mateus is patient. Does he give up the protection here? He might have to save him for the Shadow Balls. No, he gives up a protection against this Psyshock.
There is a Shadow Ball loaded for the Licky Licky. The question now is, does Mateus give up a shield against the second Psyshock? No. Knows that this does not going to pick up the knockout quite yet, and he would get knocked out by a Shadow Ball. He's going to get a full Astonish down and come out with nearly 2 Dynamic Punches, 1 more to get to the second.
And Shadow Dusknoir is avenging all the ghost types out there that have been countered by normal types over and over again with a double Dynamic Punch to defeat his hardest counter in this meta. And the Shadow Dusknoir by Mateus is going to be able to finish off this battle.
That was a really great team composition from Mateus in order to put the Dusknoir in a really strong position in the end. Wigglytuff is so good in the 0 shield matchups that he's able to force Shaner into using a first shield against his Togekiss. Togekiss, a very safe swap into a team that isn't going to be bringing that Shadow Sableye if you're very afraid of a double fairy combo. But Togekiss, Aura Sphere, and Psyshock doesn't threaten with charge attack, so we'll have to see if Shaner opts to bring that Sableye in game number 2.
And that's what's cool about Mateus's lineup there. Yes, he brought the Wigglytuff to counter that Sableye like you're mentioning, and you said it could be good in the zeros. It also could be good with shields. So you have the opportunity, you can decide to either use your shields with the Wigglytuff or with that Dusknoir in the back. This time he made the proper decision. He had a 2 Protect Shield advantage just by safe swapping that Togekiss and getting the 2 Protect Shields with the Aura Sphere. That is definitely enough to clean up in the back. And we saw this before. The Shadow Dusknoir is a force up energy or up Protect Shield. It does a ton of damage, as you see right there.
And I'm curious if a Dynamic Punch into the Togekiss would have picked a knockout. Because of the Shadow variant of the Dusknoir, I think it would have. So I think even if Mateus goes straight for the Dynamic Punch there, he's still in such a commanding position because of his 2 shield advantage into Shaner's backline.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about rollout damage at all if you're a Shadow Dusknoir, so I have to agree with you there. Now suddenly Shaner PvP, a trainer that has gotten 17th 2 separate times, and in this tournament in 2026 Indianapolis, he got his first ever top cut. I know he was pumped about it, and now he is in losers round number 2. That means he did go through that first battle there, but now his tournament on the line. If he does not win this next game, he will be eliminated, or will be Mateus. This trainer that has played 7 tournaments and finally has broken through now and was a part of one of the best series I've seen between Mateus and SJ, just the highest level of Pokemon Go PvP. And here we are in the leads, the Quagsire into the Licky Licky.
This is a very neutral matchup. Quagsire has a slight advantage because it is able to resist the rollouts. However, we do have a significant bulk advantage for Licky Licky. There is Mud Bomb available for Quagsire, which I think gives it a slight boost in ability to play out this matchup because Mud Bomb is very efficient.
Yes, exactly. And now you're going to be coming through with this Shadow Ball. You need double Shadow Ball to knock out the Quagsire, but this is not the Shadow Quagsire, so it can barely hang on, but with cumulative rollout damage, it's kind of enough. So it's smart for Shaner PvP to go for those Shadow Balls over the triple Body Slam.
And I'm curious if 2 Body Slams will be necessary at this point to knock out, because I think this Shadow Ball will be very close to, I don't think it'll be enough to knock out. I think it's going to be shy, and I don't think that 2 rollouts at this point would be enough to pick up a knockout.
And so this time, you'll probably have to soft lose this unless the Aqua Tail knocks out. We've seen this before. It might not be enough to knock out. Licky Licky is bulky. Can it hang on for the Body Slam? Not this time!
And because of the extra energy that Mateus was able to garner on his Quagsire, because Shaner went for Shadow Ball as opposed to double Body Slam, we're going to see an Aqua Tail land into this Shadow Shiny Sableye.
Oh, it's so beautiful. You love to see a wild card that's a holo as well. And now you have some energy to throw the Drain Punch. A lot of trainers throw the Drain Punch first and then start going for foul plays. But at this amount of health, you're getting close to knockout with Shadow Ball regardless. So you might want to opt to just get some foul play damage off instead, going for the Drain Punch.
Yeah, and this is a great spot for Mateus because he's 1 one switch advantage. He's able to save his Dusknoir from the Shadow Sableye, and Shaner does have Empoleon in the back. Empoleon is not the bulkiest Pokemon out there, but foul play coming in from the Sableye, I don't think this is going to threaten a knockout either.
It's not going to knock out, but it's going to put the Licky low in range of Metal Sound down. But do you want to swap? Yes, swapping in, and now you're met by the Dusknoir. Once again, Mateus saved both his Protect Shields for this backline Pokemon. Going to have to use the first one right here, but you're also going to have to throw some energy. I don't think there's any way that you can double shield and Astonish through this matchup.
Yeah, I think going double Shadow Punch is the play, though, because even though the Dynamic Punch is super effective, Shadow Punch is going to do enough damage so that you can Astonish through. You can see just how much it does.
And if you can get the second shield, you need the second shield here from Mateus. And does he get it? Yes, he gets it. So now he has to be able to Shadow Claw through this Dusknoir to get to a charge attack. But remember, the timer's coming up. That Licky does have an attack. Here comes the Shadow Punch. Shaner PvP knows there could be a combo play coming, and he's one Shadow Claw short of the Drain Punch. I think the Licky's gonna get there first.
Yeah, the Switch Clock is available for Mateus.
Oh, he doesn't go, though.
He doesn't go for it, goes for the Astonish Down, and then throws the Shadow Ball in the middle of a Shadow Claw. A different win condition found for Mateus.
Yes, he could have maybe Astonished down or go for the ball. He decided to go for the ball. It was ghost type damage regardless, and Mateus is able to advance to losers round number 3.
Yeah, Mateus had a number of different win conditions he could have tried to play for there. I think the one lose condition he had is if his Dusknoir gets farmed down by the Sableye comes out with a full charge attack into the Licky. Licky's going to lose that interaction, lose the charge attack tie, and that's, I think, the only way he loses is if that foul play knocks out the Licky.
And it kind of seems silly to say, but I think a lot of that game might have been lost in the lead. And I don't blame Shaner PvP, because when I was looking at that Licky versus the Quagsire matchup, I'm thinking the right attack is to go to Shadow Ball, because that's what you do against a Shadow Quagsire. And I thought the double Shadow Ball plus some rollout damage, it could be enough, but as you saw, it was short, and you were at that next body slam right when you got cut off and got knocked out. If you instead went for a triple body slam and didn't have to take an Aqua Tail on your Sableye, as we're seeing this Aqua Tail that was impactful right here, you would have had a healthier Sableye to deal with this backline, maybe double shield it, Drain Punch, and try to get through this backline, but instead, he just got too low, and at that point, you had no opportunity to counter the double shield of the Dusknoir.
Dusknoir in the right position with all shields up is just such a strong Pokemon in a meta where we don't see that many dark types. Umbreon, I know a few people have brought it to past tournaments, but it hasn't been around all that much. Normal types take super effective damage from Drain Punch. I mean, so do dark types too, but they're oftentimes threatened by both dark types and normal types are threatened by 2 dynamic punches from Shadow Dusknoir, so that ghost and fighting coverage is just so good across the board.
I just want to give a huge shout out to Shaner PvP, his first ever top cut here in Indianapolis. He does get eliminated from this tournament, but it's always a hurdle to get into this coveted day number 2. He passed that hurdle, so what's going to be the next one for Shaner PvP? I know the next time we'll see him, he's going to be even stronger.
And full credit to him, he played extremely well. Even though he lost those matches, Mateus just had a really strong team composition, was able to get that Dusknoir in the right spots, and it felt like he didn't have that many options.
I'm really impressed by Mateus. Oftentimes, you go into day number 2 and you just see a high-level players from a lot of the most well-known top trainers, and you're like, wow, okay, like SJ is playing out of his mind right now. And then in the series versus SJ, Mateus was just matching him. And this is a trainer that never made top cut before. He has played in 7 tournaments. Now he's matching a trainer in SJ who has an insane win percentage in regionals. I looked it up when we were off stage. He has an 82% win percentage while at a regional championship with matchups going 28-6 in series, just absolutely dominant. And I felt like Mateus was going step in step with him, which is insane to say.
All right, well, he definitely played well in the last matchup, and he played even better in this one. Let's go ahead and go down to this floor where we have an interview with Rise and Mateus.
Thanks so much, Phoebe. I'm here with Mateus into the top 8. It's your first time top cutting, right? And you're already in the top 8, fresh off a win. Just take me through your thoughts right now. How are you feeling?
I'm a little nervous, excited to be here, obviously. I'm just happy to be here.
And they were talking about how you went toe-to-toe with SJ. That was probably one of the best series of the tournament so far, and just went a little bit short, but right back off it, a win there against Shaner. Now, I've played before in grassroots formats, and I've known you're a really talented trainer. What do you think the difference has been this weekend in terms of improvement, taking that step up from, you know, some 33rd place finishes to now into the top 8 here in Indianapolis?
I have a notebook this time. I don't really take much notes, but write the team down that of my opponent, and it helps me visualize a lot better. I feel like I'm also less nervous than I normally am. Maybe just like with the experience of a couple regionals now, so, and practice.
I don't think we got a chance to talk to you yesterday after that match against Dunebug you had, but you had that catch where you also got the mud bomb off on CMP. I thought that was one of the highlight plays of the day. Take me through that moment there. How are you feeling after that, or kind of your thought process in that game?
Well, I knew I was behind the whole time, and I knew he was going to expect me to do that because, I mean, I felt like that was the only play. So I tried to wait till the last minute, and I got lucky, and it worked out.
And then the Shadow Dust Noir as well, one of the more unique picks on your team. We saw it showcased there how it can overcome Licky Licky in certain scenarios. What was the thoughts behind the Shadow Dust Noir for this tournament?
Well, I've been using it a lot on GBL, and I like it. I know that Sableye is also a popular pick, and I was told that maybe I should run that instead. And I'm happy that I kept Dust Noir because it helped me through a lot of the matchups that I feel like maybe Sableye couldn't.
Absolutely, and you've showcased it well. Before I let you go, any people you'd like to thank or shout outs?
I have a lot. Big shout out to RGR, Subtile Ice, and Tommy W for all the scrims and just helping me through with my team throughout the tournament. And really big shout out to my 2 daughters, Ali and Bella. I know you guys are watching and cheering me on, and my wife as well. So thank you guys. And all my teammates. It's a lot to name, but you know who you are. And everybody else I scrimmed with.
Well, thank you so much, Mateus. Best of luck the rest of the way. Casters, let's get back to the action.
Thanks, Rise. It's really interesting to see the positioning of Shadow Dust Noir in the meta. I agree it's a really strong pick, especially when we're seeing these wildcard picks that often don't have the bulk of the strong meta picks. And with a Pokemon that has a lot of fast attack damage, a lot of charged attack damage, you can see those Pokemon just melt away.
And it's awesome to get that deep dive, to get the real nuances of those Pokemon. But for me, I enjoyed getting to learn a little bit more about Mateus as well. I love a trainer that I didn't know as much about. I get to hear more about his journey and where he's at, and he is playing awesome out of his mind. It could be the notebook or it could be the practice. We don't know, but he is a trainer to look out for on that loser side of the bracket. And up next, we're on that loser side of the bracket. 2 other trainers to look out for. I kind of want to shout them out individually because some trainers you might not know are as high on the leaderboard as they are. So for example, Phoenix Dark in the theoretical leaderboard going in the World Championships is in 17th place. He is quite high on this North American leaderboard. He is doing really well. You may not know it, but he is top 20 in the region. And then on the other side, mushromqween in this theoretic leaderboard is around 27 in North America. So 2 trainers hovering around the 20 in this prospective region. This is a big matchup between them.
Yeah, and mushromqween's above some really strong names, 2 places above Caleb Peng, a few more above Elite, 2 really top tier trainers of their own.
And they're not official yet because the points that they will receive here still need to be counted, and they still, could get more points. And to do that, they would need to win this battle. So mushromqween versus Phoenix Dark, we got a matchup we don't see that often anymore. The Florges in the Stunfisk, you have the opportunity to do super effective with either attack. Dark going for the Trailblaze.
Yeah, this is a matchup that by typings looks very neutral, but by charged attacks is not. Mud Bomb neutral damage into the Florges, but Trailblaze and Chilling Water are both super effective into the Unova and Stunfisk.
And I like the Trailblaze because now the second Trailblaze that you go for threatens the knockout here. Will it be enough now that the attack has been boosted onto this Florges? It's gonna be coming in, it's super effective. Can it get the knockout? Yeah, it's knocked out, and now you're in a terrible position. You don't really have a clean way to farm down this Florges.
Yeah, in comes the Abomasnow, an immediate pivot out into the Poliwrath, one of Phoenix Dark's wildcard Pokemon for the weekend. In the back, mushromqween has Sableye. I think at some point she's going to need to pivot it in order to avoid that Florges that Phoenix Dark brought in the lead.
And first, trying to get a Protect Shield down with this super effective Energy Ball, which will be lower energy next update, is going to get Protect Shielded now. Do you try to swap on a Dynamic Punch or an Icy Wind onto the Sableye? No, actually just staying in. Maybe going to use one of your Protect Shields here on this Dynamic Punch. Maybe thinking it's going to be the neutral bait, and no, picking up that Protect Shield.
Great shield choices from mushromqween. No shielding the first, shielding up the super effective second. In comes another Energy Ball. Will Phoenix Dark use both shields in this matchup?
mushromqween is kind of back in this battle. Has a Protect Shield advantage, has that Sableye in the back. You can still knock out a Florges. You just need to get an energy advantage. Here comes a Dynamic Punch into the Abomasnow, actually giving up that Protect Shield. You're going to need an energy advantage somewhere to be able to knock out that Florges. Here comes the swap of Empoleon, but now you're behind on energy, and you're going to have to take this Hydro Cannon into the Shadow Sableye. It's going to chunk.
You're behind on energy, Hydro Cannon coming through. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out. You have the ability to go for foul play here as opposed to the super effective Drain Punch.
Ooh.
Do you know which does more damage, a super effective Drain Punch or a foul play?
I believe a foul play will do more damage, even though this is super effective. And this is bad because it gives the perfect farm down for Phoenix Dark as well. Actually decides not to go for it. Wait a second. That is much better for mushromqween as this Hydro Cannon is going to be coming through. This Empoleon's energy drive, but you can't Powder Snow down. It's double resisted.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing here. Water and Steel typing both resist Ice type damage. Instead, mushromqween being forced to throw a charge attack in order to pick up the knockout. We're going to have to see if she has enough energy to deal with the two Pokemon in the back.
She needs to overfarm. She needs to overfarm here. Throw before charge attack priority, because that's a charge attack priority. She is going to lose because of the attack set of Florges going for the Trailblaze once again for Phoenix Dark. He's able to take game number 1.
Yeah, Abomasnow versus Florges is not a matchup that we see frequently, if maybe not at all. Maybe this is the first time it's ever shown on the Pokemon Regional Championship Series, but Florges, not a bulky Pokemon, very high attack stat, wins that tie, and it was a really tough spot, right? Even if mushromqween has 2 moves loaded, she throws one. The second one isn't going to be the Energy Ball because Energy Ball requires too much energy, right? And I don't know. Super effective Energy Ball into a Poliwrath. Poliwrath is incredibly bulky. With how much health it had, I'm not sure if it picks up a clean knockout.
It would have been tough. I think maybe another win condition could have been investing in that Sableye. The last Protect Shield did go to the Abomasnow. If you had that Protect Shield advantage, maybe you could have shielded through the Empoleon, or even the Florges at that low health. You can knock it out with a foul play. You just needed to get an energy advantage, and to get the energy advantage, you needed to come in against this Poliwrath. But instead, went all in with the wild card of the Abomasnow, and let's be honest, mushromqween got really close with the Abomasnow, so it was a good call, but maybe the other wild card pick of the Shadow Sableye could have been the better call.
And I think a little bit of energy advantage would have been a great position for mushromqween. The difficult thing, though, is if you pivot in the Shadow Sableye too early, you're going to get hit by an Icy Wind. You're then debuffed, and then you have such a hard time getting rid of any Pokemon that's in the back, even if it's Empoleon that is fairly frail.
And we do have Poliwrath on both of these trainers' team, and we have it in the lead for Phoenix Dark and in the back for mushromqween, and this is a pretty good lead for mushromqween, but you're going to have to throw Drain Punch, which is not the best attack. It's going to be on charge attack priority, though, and now you're going to see the true strength of this attack, Drain Punch, because whenever it lands, it will boost your defense by 1 stage, and if there's a no shield here, you're going to see how little this Icy Wind will do into the shadow of a Sableye. Not much at all, Phoebe.
Yeah, that defense raise basically negates the fact that this is a Shadow Sableye. However, the Icy Wind on the other side negates the fact that its attack's raised as well.
It's got a lot of defense, and it's getting lower and lower attack. It's almost morphing into a bulkier Pokemon after every attack is happening. The Sableye is going to be able to take this Icy Wind, no problem. But the problem is, I don't know if you can Shadow Claw down now. We won't get to find out because there's a swap into Empoleon, banking a little energy, counter swap into the Poliwrath, but you have to worry about this super effective Drill Peck.
It's a bit of a late counter swap by mushromqween, but because Poliwrath is an incredibly bulky fighter, we're going to see that it just just does over 60% of the remaining health of the Polyrath.
Oh, this is so
very
risky.
sneaky bait.
This is so risky. It is double resisted. And it gets protect shielded by mushromqween. And it's going to lower the attack of the Empoleon. Phoenix Stark is rolling his eyes on that one. It was either super effective or double resisted, and he guessed wrong.
Yeah, and it's an interesting bait because you're not taking all that much fast attack damage from these metal sounds, but at the same time, you're still needing to shield a drill peck if it comes afterwards.
And if you look at the backlines, if mushromqween does maintain alignment, she has that Obama Snow to meet the Florges. Swapping in on this drill peck as well is going to be able to knock out the Sableye. A little bit of an undercharge, so Phoenix Stark wants to try to get a fast attack down, but it does get the knockout. You're going to be able to absorb all of the charge attacks from Florges and resist them because of your grass typing on Obama Snow.
And importantly, she's preserved the Polyrath so that she can reset the debuffs at any point.
Oh, and then swapping into the Florges, not very effective on this dynamic punch, but now you know where the Florges is. You just bring in your Obama Snow. Wait, no, she's switch locked. This is tough. You will be able to get to one more charge attack, get to that Ice Wind before you get knocked out. But now Phoenix Stark will have energy. The problem for Phoenix Stark, this energy doesn't go anywhere into the grass type of Obama Snow.
The potential win condition for Phoenix Stark here is lowering the attack stat of this Obama Snow low enough such that a energy ball into the neutral Empoleon, Water and Steel doesn't pick up a knockout, and I think because you're going to be able to get to 2 Chilling Waters here, you have a potential chance of doing that. Look, no more Polyrath in the back.
Look, everyone, I think we're setting the record for buffs and debuffs in a battle. I don't think I've ever seen more buffs and debuffs in one singular battle than I've seen in this one. Yes, the attack has dropped here. It is going to be neutral. Is it enough to knock out Empoleon? No, it's not enough. But can you get to an attack? You even get one more metal sound through, and now you're going to get the protect shield. mushromqween has to throw it up, and you have the backline Pokemon, but you still need to do a good amount of damage into this Obama Snow.
How much energy does that Polyrath in the back for Phoenix Stark have? It has no energy, so I think mushromqween will outpace to an energy ball, but goes for the weather ball instead.
And there was no overfarm there. And remember, we know that Florges will win charge attack priority, and actually the Polyrath does hang on, and now you get a Powder Snow. How much energy can you get to a Trailblaze? I don't think you can take the damage, and it doesn't matter because Weather Ball is back up, and so is mushromqween because she ties up the series.
Yeah, that was a really complex endgame, and mushromqween navigated it very expertly, knowing that the debuffs from the Florges weren't going to put her in a position where she could not knock out that Empoleon. Very importantly, she was able to get the fast attack down afterwards, with only taking an additional 1 metal sound. Those metal sounds are super effective into the ice subtyping of Obama Snow, so if she took many more, they would have started to add up.
We were looking at 4 buffs and debuffs in the lead, 2 Drain Punches and 2 Icy Winds. Then the next matchup, we saw an Icy Wind bait on that Polyrath. We saw 2 Chilling Waters. We at least saw 7 attacks that changed either the attack or defense of these Pokemon in this battle. You said it gets complicated. It gets exponentially more complicated every time a Pokemon changes its stage of attack or defense. It becomes harder to play, and I think that might have been one of the most amounts of attack drops or raises I have ever seen.
The question is, when you see a Night Slash boost, do you count it as 2 or do you count it as 1?
I count it as 1 in my count. It is a 2-stager, but you only get 1 in my book.
I know there's been a couple of times where someone like Dunebug has thrown like back-to-back Night Slashes and gotten the boost both times, back when Night Slash gave you 2 attack raises. So, you know, that might count as 4. Maybe you're a little closer to 7, but I think 7 is a pretty high bar to follow up.
It really is. And now we're locked in to game number 3. Both these trainers, they're around top 20 in their region, in their tournaments on the line. Who's gonna come out on top? We got Polyraths in the back, and we got 2 Pokemon weak to fighting. And look, Dark found one of those Pokemon with his Polyrath.
And mushromqween was able to pull out the Polyrath with her Licky Licky switch, but in the lead, she actually had the Obama Snow. She was a bit ABA weak to this Polyrath, but able to get it into a slightly better position. It would be absolutely awful on her Obama Snow.
Using the Protect Shields on this super effective Dynamic Punch, I think that's smart. Keeping this Licky Licky alive. if you can somehow match it up against Corsola again in the back, I think you double down here. mushromqween is thinking about it. I think it could be so valuable to keep the health. I love this decision from mushromqween because you get back to your timer and you can maybe just swap into your Abomasnow, but that's gonna be tough for your opponent. So actually, I don't know how you're gonna get out of this. I do like the swiping effects. It's crazy chaotic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's picked that up from Galactica who was the first person to showcase that. But instead of her pivoting, it's actually Phoenix Stark, and now mushromqween's able to get her Poliwrath onto the Empoleon. However, Phoenix Stark has a shield advantage.
And the problem is, yes, you can get a Protect Shield here, but you're already going to get outpaced because you came behind on energy. But again, here is Icy Wind Bait. You have to shield it though if you're Phoenix Stark. It feels bad to shield a double resisted attack, but you have to do it. He's shaking his head. I had to do it. There's no other option.
That would have been an insane call for him to make, recognizing that mushromqween was willing to throw an Icy Wind Bait in the last game where it was a little bit more risky, whereas here, I think it's a little bit more safe. Phoenix Stark has 2 shields, right? So he's highly incentivized to shield a potential Dynamic Punch.
And bringing in the Abomasnow, trying to land the Energy Ball, trying to get the last Protect Shield of the battle, Phoenix Stark is thinking about it. Is this the best attack to do it? Yes. And now I think you get out of here. You swap into your Licky Licky and you try to get to an attack. Actually, no, just staying in, trying to have that Licky Licky. There, swapping, trying to catch a Drill Peck. Instead, there's a Shadow Ball. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out, though.
And I think it's going to be just shy, and I think even if Phoenix Stark decides to pivot...
Oh, wait a second! Wait a second! It knocks out! It's not over yet.
That is incredibly impactful because there was so much energy on that Empoleon that will no longer be able to land into mushromqween's Abomasnow.
And this is super effective, but it's not going to be enough to knock out the Licky Licky, but you can't roll out down, so you have to throw the Body Slam here. Can you hang on to Astonishes to get to a Shadow Ball against this Corsola? That is your only win condition. These Astonishes are double resisted, but no, there's already energy banked, and a Nightshade will be able to do it, and there's that Nightshade, but what a mistake! It was on Charge Attack priority. What a mistake from Phoenix Stark. Here comes the super effective Shadow Ball on Charge Attack priority.
I think this might be mushromqween's only potential win condition. Getting the Charge Attack tie, she is so happy with this. This is a lot of energy from Phoenix Stark, and now he's not at a Power Gem. He needs a Power Gem, super effective damage into the Abomasnow in order to potentially knock out. But
is this
Weather
enough?
Ball goes first. I don't know if it's enough either.
It doesn't do that much damage. It's not the strongest attack. Corsola is so bulky. Can Phoenix Stark hang on and hit the Power Gem? No! It's mushromqween advancing in Indianapolis.
Unfortunate series of events for Phoenix Stark there. Charge Attack tie into the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball doing so much super effective damage to that bulky Galarian Corsola, and that is going to be 2-1 mushromqween moving on to losers round 3.
Only 10 spaces separate those two trainers theoretically on the North American leaderboard, but now mushromqween might get some more points in this tournament to try to catch up to Phoenix Stark. What plays to be able to hang around in that series, but well done by Phoenix Stark as well. He is at least probably around top 20 in North America, a trainer you'll have to look out for at the World Championships as well, but he is eliminated here today.
Yeah, both of these trainers are, I will say, I feel fairly confident in saying this, locked in for going to Worlds.
Yes.
They should have their position secured. It'd actually be, I think, like a mathematical impossibility for neither of them to qualify at this point. Really great performances by both of them at Indianapolis. We'll have to see if either of them decide to go to NAIC as well.
And what a series they just gave us, right? With a lot of Pokemon we don't see a lot. We have Poliwrath being utilized on both of these trainers' teams, and we have the Abomasnow from mushromqween. You even have the Shadow Sableye. I know it's top 5 in usage, but it's a Pokemon that we really haven't seen a ton here in North America in the regional circuit. And then even the Florges is kind of spicy for Phoenix Stark. So what a show some of these trainers, or these two trainers, just put on. Just amazing stuff here in Indianapolis.
And Poliwrath's such an interesting Pokemon because it has a very open move set. You have the ability to run Ice Punch, Icy Wind, Dynamic Punch, Scald. I think you even get access to Hydro Pump, but Hydro Pump is a move that we really only see on Azumarill because it does not have access to that many charged attacks. It's such a unique Pokemon. I think it has a really smart spot in this meta. You're able to take a Drill Peck from an Empoleon. You wall off Empoleon's fast attack damage. And I think it's really shown that it has a position in this meta, whereas I think it's been a long time since we've seen a lot of Poliwraths.
Well, you said a Pokemon like the Chestnut could break up that core of the Licky and the Quagsire. Poliwrath does that amazingly. So it is well positioned in the top of the meta, at least the Pokemon that a lot of these trainers want to bring out. Even in the situation, we saw one of the most hyped matches between SJ and excuse me, SJ and it was.
I'm also really bad with name recall, I'm sorry.
Mateus, I apologize to you. We're learning more about you today. I will always remember you because of how awesome you've been playing. It was Mateus and SJ, and Mateus and SJ were running Quagsire, Licky, and Togekiss into pretty much every single battle, and you can play into that as a Poliwrath because you do have Icy Wind coverage, but you break up that core of the Quagsire and the Licky.
All right, well, let's go down to the floor where Stephanie is waiting with mushromqween to see what her take is on Poliwrath in the meta.
Thank you so much, Nick. I will get to Poliwrath, don't you worry. But first, I really just want to paint a picture of how mushromqween got here today. So yesterday, you had a very decisive 2-0 victory against Freezing Sun, and then that locked you into today's match. And then earlier this morning, you played outofpoket, who he was able to take you down to loser side with that really clutch. He had that 1 HP survive on his Pokemon. So how did it feel coming into this matchup? Because you've been here before. Day 2, you start on winner's side, you get knocked down to losers. How has that been feeling for you?
I'm just over the moon to be here and finally make it to top 8. I was like super nervous once I finally got knocked down into losers because of Pocket's 1 HP survive, which was crazy. And then the battle yesterday, I thought Abomasnow had so much play in his team. I think it's such a fun pick. That was kind of my whole idea behind like teams for this tournament as well, was like just run things that I've had fun with and have had success in the past with.
And let's talk a little bit about the match you just came from. We were seeing attack buffs and debuffs going back and forth. It was crazy. How did you keep track of everything? How does it feel?
Okay, so to keep track of things, definitely take notes. It's super helpful. It was also super fun to play another Poliwrath user for the tournament because I don't think I saw any others. And then that I felt was like the game-winning debuff when the energy ball landed, and I was just like, I can swap, and as long as he doesn't catch, I think we're good. So it was very exciting.
And Nick wanted to hear a little bit more about that Poliwrath pick. So tell us a little bit more about your team construction.
Okay, absolutely. So I watched Inadequates use Poliwrath way back, and then I was like, okay, I think this is a really good Pokemon. So I tried it with counter, obviously had some serious issues with Togekiss, and was like, okay, this time we're gonna run it with Mudshot so that it at least can have much better pacing, a little more flexible into that matchup. And I think having the coverage with like Abomasnow and Stunfisk really helps open up Poliwrath to do its best.
And if I'm not mistaken, there are 4 trainers left in the loser side of the bracket, 4 in the winners. 4 plus 4 is 8. You've made top 8 for the very first time. Yes. So let's hear it. Top 8, first time. Very exciting. Is there anyone you would like to thank and credit for your help along the journey?
Oh my gosh, I have so many people to thank. Of course, I'm gonna shout out my factions, Wing Attack, the Northern California PvP team, Abhinav for helping me so much throughout the middle to the end of the season, and then of course one of my best friends, Fern, who came with me to stay here.
Thank you so much for taking some time with me today. I'm gonna let you go ahead and prepare for your next match on the loser side of the bracket. Casters, let's see some more battles.
Congratulations to mushromqween on her very first top 8, and what a way to get there with some of her favorite Pokemon that she's been using throughout these different tournaments, and now the key might have been that Poliwrath in this tournament. Up next, we have some trainers on stage that have been using some spicy picks as well, because we got btwxdinho, and Dinho, if we didn't mention it before, this is also his first top cut, so a ton of underdogs here. And I want to shout out how many times he's been running Shadow Charizard in tournaments, because it's crazy. He ran it in 2026 Orlando. He ran it at NAIC. This trainer loves the Shadow Charizard. He has it here today against Dunebug. Of course, number 5th in all of North America, maybe one of the best trainers in all of Pokemon Go Championship Series. Obviously, the most regional championships in any person in Championship Series. Series history has a signature pick, a wild card pick of that Jellicent, which Jellicent is a Pokemon we see more in Go Battle League, right, Viv? But you don't really see it that often in Championship Series.
Yeah, it's definitely been pushed out of the meta, and early on in the season, some people were talking about it a little bit, the lower energy cost of Shadow Ball, but Guzzlord was around so much. Nowadays, there's Licky Licky that's keeping it out of the meta, so maybe Dunebug's thinking, hey, I think I could get away with this if I construct my team to hard answer those Pokemon. But here we go, game number 1, btwxdinho versus Dunebug. That's Feraligatr against Shadow Altaria.
It's always nice, the instant pivot into Licky Licky, and now he's met by the Empoleon, but he got a 2 rollout advantage, or at least a rollout and a half, so he can get to the double Shadow Ball, I believe, before the double Hydro Cannon is available, which would be tough for Dunebug here.
First Shadow Ball doesn't threaten a knockout. A Body Slam will not threaten a knockout afterwards, so Dino will have to reach for this Shadow Ball.
And there comes the Hydro Cannon into the Licky Licky. There is gonna be no Protect Shield on that. Is the Shadow Ball available? It is, but it's on charge attack priority, so not quick enough for Dino on that swap, and it is gonna go down. No, actually uses the Protect Shield here, gonna throw in charge attack priority. I like this too, because now, as you saw, the timer is back up, but it doesn't matter because Dunebug does go down.
A bit of a risk for Dunebug to do that charge attack tie. If Dino had gone for a rollout, he would have gotten 3 turns for free. However, Dunebug okay, giving up switch advantage, getting a shield advantage. In comes the Shadow Altaria, going to take a little bit of chip from this Body Slam.
Body Slam lands into the Altaria here. Do we see a full farm down before the next Body Slam? He does secure it. How many times have we seen Dunebug get full farm downs with the Shadow Altaria in this tournament? Here comes the Togetic, the hard counter it, swap into the Stunfisk, but the Stunfisk has an energy lead and a shield lead against this water type of Feraligatr.
This is looking a little bit tough for Dino. I think he does have some opportunity. He can take a super effective discharge. He handles that nicely because he's not Shadow Feraligatr. If he's able to pull away both shields with his Feraligatr and land a Heat Wave, I think maybe there's a chance. Maybe Dazzling Gleam's necessary to pick up the knockout.
This is going to be so tough here because you're going to have to get through the Stunfisk first, and now the discharge is not going to be thrown. Looks like he's just going to go for the Protect Shield and farm down to keep that energy against the back line of the Togetic. That's a smart play by Dunebug. The timer is not back up, so you just have to sit there, take that Thunder Shock, and pretty much at the double discharge already.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart play by Dunebug, getting a ton of energy onto the Stunfisk, knowing that 1 discharge will not be enough to knock out. Looks like 2 aren't enough to knock out as well, and the Dazzling Gleam coming through on what would be a charge attack tie, but Dino recognizing this, not falling for it, going for an extra Fairy Wind.
The thing is, the Stunfisk is not even in range of Dazzling Gleam, so even if you throw it here, it doesn't really matter. We're going to see how much damage it does because he does win charge attack priority into Stunfisk. It is a pretty strong attack, and it's fairy type neutral damage. It just doesn't do nearly enough. And we also know that the discharge won't do enough, but the Altaria is in the back, and I think we're gonna see a combo play with a Sky Attack or a Flamethrower.
Yeah, there's so much energy on that Shadow Altaria. Dunebug recognizing that there is very little energy remaining on the Togetic, and that is going to be game number 1. Going over to Dunebug, a very strong team compositional advantage here. We'll see how Dino adjusts for game number 2.
Dino, I think it's time. I think you need to unleash the Chestnut. Dunebug ran a team that is ABA weak to it as he takes that game number 1 with the Stunfisk and the Empoleon. Yes, he had that Altaria to scare it off, but look at the rest of his team. You can play into that Jellicent, you can play into the Shadow Fortress, and you even can do some neutral damage into the Wigglytuff, even though it's not the best option. I think that wildcard pick of Chestnut might be the play in this game number 2 for Dino.
I agree. Even though Chestnut's not an Ultra Beast, I think it's time to unleash the beast. He needs to make sure that he avoids that Altaria matchup with that Chestnut at all costs. Both grass and fighting type damage are resisted by the flying type of Altaria, and it's not a smackdown Chestnut, it is a low kick Chestnut, so that fast attack damage is also resisted.
And we saw this yesterday. He played Firestar that had the same core as Dunebug of that Stunfisk and Jellicent, and he was able to core break that with the Chestnut. So in this crucial game number 2 with your tournament on the line, I think it might be time to play that wild card.
All right, trainers are taking some more moments to think about what teams they want to bring. Dunebug He knows what he wants. He's locked in. Dino's making some last-minute decisions about what he thinks would be the key to success, the key to keep him in this tournament.
Trainers are locked in. Doombug trying to make another loser's round run. But first, he has to get through Dino, and he has the core breaker in the back. And Doombug has 2 Pokemon weak. It looks like Doombug's trying to bait out that core breaker. He does. Doombug is smart. He knew that this was coming out. He knew he could get a shield because this is double super effective. Doombug is so locked in. He knows what all his opponents are going to do.
And looking at Dino's team, he doesn't actually have an amazing answer to the Unova and Stunfisk besides this Chestnut, right? You have Grumpig that's neutral, but Charizard, Feraligatr, and the Togetic are all going to struggle, and additionally, the Licky Licky resisted rollouts.
It's such a good counter strategy feed because you bait out the Chestnut, you get a shield, you let it superpower, then you literally full farm it down with your lead Pokemon, which is the Altaria. I think Doombug knew exactly what was going to happen here, and he developed the perfect counter for it.
But one thing that we do have for Dino is that he is able to pivot out once again, save that Chestnut, build up a bunch of energy for a potential Unova and Stunfisk matchup in the back. So Dino is not completely out of this yet. Even though Doombug has a massive energy advantage and a shield advantage, he still could align that Chestnut onto the Unova and Stunfisk, which does basically no damage with its charged or fast attacks.
I'm actually surprised that he let this body slam go through and he didn't just swap into the Stunfisk. Maybe he's scared of getting his Stunfisk switch locked. But if the Altaria goes down, that's your only remaining Pokemon. So the Sky Attack does go through. Now do you come in with the Dragon Breath down? Yes, he gets it once again. How many times is this Altaria getting the farm down? Here comes the Feraligatr, and now the Feraligatr is up energy. Dino's not out of it.
I think Doombug has the ability to no-shield a Hydro Cannon here. Hydro Cannon, Frenzy Plant, Superpower are all going to do a ton of damage to the Unova and Stunfisk, and because it's not Vine Whip, the Chestnut's unable to do super effective damage with its fast attack.
And you don't want to go for the superpower because you don't want to debuff yourself in this situation. Here comes the Mud Bomb, which is the more energy efficient attack. It will do more damage, but it is resisted into the Chestnut. Chestnut is not super bulky. Can he get the knockout? No, cannot get the knockout, but can you get to a superpower to get the Protect Shield? No, you get Thundershock down.
And even though Dino had a really smart team composition in terms of being able to pivot back into the Licky Licky very safely to save the Chestnut for later, I think Doombug with his Altaria was just able to outmaneuver Dino because of the bulk of that Pokemon, because it was able to neutralize the Licky Licky in the counter swap.
This is super effective, but it's not enough yet. Here comes the combo play, trying to reach the Sky Attack. Instead, there's a Hydro Cannon. It might come down. Oh, there's still a Protect Shield for Doombug, so it doesn't come down to anything. And what it does come down to is Doombug, once again, having a low health Altaria, able to farm down another Pokemon, but instead just going for the Sky Attack to ensure it. Doombug trying to make another loser's round run.
Yeah, a smart team composition from Doombug as well, right? Making sure to pull out that Chestnut, get switch advantage or get shield advantage by throwing a Drill Peck as soon as possible. Drill Peck double super effective into the grass and fighting type of that Chestnut. You have to shield, otherwise you get one hit knocked out.
It was textbook. This is textbook Pokemon Go PvP strategy. To have that exact alignment, have a team that is ABB weak, which means in the front, you have a counter to a certain Pokemon. In the back, you have 2 things that are vulnerable to that Pokemon. And in that situation, you want to swap out the Pokemon that is least vulnerable and can maybe get a Protect Shield back. And in this scenario, especially with up energy, he did the exact same strategy. He brought in that Empoleon, knowing that Drill Peck is double super effective. He's gonna get the Protect Shield, bait out the Chestnut, and then full farm it down pretty much with the Altaria. It's just textbook by Doombug, and that's why he's one of the best.
And I'm curious if we saw Dino counter swap the Feraligatr into the Empoleon. He might not be able to retain switch advantage in that case because you're down energy, you pace to Hydro Cannon and Drill Peck at the same timing. If you don't win switch advantage, if you don't maintain switch advantage in that position, you auto lose. You get Chestnut onto the Altaria, and it does not matter what the final matchup is. That is just impossible to overcome. So a really tough team of 3 for him to face that Doombug brought. So I really think it came down to team composition both times. Trainers played their hearts out, did everything they could, but Doombug is just too smart when it came to choosing his team of 3.
Really, it almost felt like checkmate because there's nothing that even counters the Say Swap and Polion. So it's not like, oh, I can bring in something else and I can keep that Chestnut in the back. You literally don't have another option to keep alignment, and if you lose alignment, you lose the game. So Dunebug knew all the pressure points. He performed it beautifully, and that's why he is moving on. But congratulations to Dinho, first ever top cut, an amazing team, and be able to get this far is a job well done.
And I also have to imagine first ever top cut with Chestnut too. Like, I don't think it's been done before, but surely someone in the comments...
I would say low kick.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're probably right.
Low kick.
Maybe with Vine Whip it has happened, but low kick, I think you're right.
Someone in the chat will have to tell me which regional that I'm forgetting about that someone won it all with Chestnut. I don't think that's happened, but top cut, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good Pokemon. It's been a Pokemon that's been a GBL staple, Go Battle League. You've seen it because it protects some certain Pokemon so well, and also has that crucial fighting subtype. Another one of those Pokemon that can break up the core of the Licky and Quagsire. We've seen a lot of variations of that this tournament. We've seen the Chestnut, we've seen the Poliwrath, we've seen so many Pokemon that are trying to just stop that dynamic duo, because if you don't stop it, you could just be so free to play really well like you were seeing with SJ.
Well, it's been a rivalry that has happened so many times, but this time they're not rivals. They're getting interviews. We'll go down to the floor with Rise and Dune.
Thanks so much, Phoebe. I'm here with Dunebug97, fresh off a victory into another top 8. Dunebug, take me through what's going through your mind. How you feeling right now?
It just feels like a huge weight off my back right now. Last 2 tournaments I was at did not go well. Felt like I was coming in through a little bit of a slump, and feels like kind of returned here. So getting into peak form at the right time, maybe.
I know sometimes top players put that weight on their shoulders. Must feel good, like you said, to get back into that top 8. Now, in that last matchup there, you were able to utilize a variety of Pokemon against a spicy team. How did you feel when you see a spicy team like that, Pokemon like Charizard and Chestnut? Does it maybe make you more apprehensive, or how did you feel about that overall match in general?
I felt like that was a pretty good matchup for me because I felt like my Shadow Altaria had so much play into that team. It just really had to avoid that Togetic, and my backline that I brought in both games was very strong in Togetic, so I had that covered.
And I think of you as a player that tends to, you'll run some standard meta picks, but you like to incorporate some unique picks, some core breakers. Take me through kind of your team this weekend, specifically that Shadow Altaria you mentioned, as well as maybe something like the Jellicent.
Yeah, so actually going into this tournament, I originally had Primeape on the team, and then on Friday night before the tournament started, I dropped the Primeape for Shadow Altaria, and I will say Shadow Altaria has probably been my MVP this tournament, and Jellicent has been a very good complementary pick with it.
You've certainly been piloting it very well, and before I let you go, Dunebug, any last shout-outs or people you want to thank?
Yeah, shout out to the collective, AJ, Axon, the Alex Brownie Watch Party. Shout out to Bad Hand and the dogs at home. I appreciate every one of y'all. And shout out to Rise, who's an awesome local.
Appreciate it. We have seen so much success from Dunebug. Congrats on another top 8 casters. Actually, we're going to send it to a break. And let's hear from Butters and Mr. OG Blairstoys.
We're in the make it or break it time of the season, the last regional for the North American region, and I'm joined by OG Blairstoys, who is on the bubble. We've been spotlighting some trainers that might have an opportunity to qualify for the World Championships that you might not be aware of. So first off, OG Blairstoys, how has your 2026 season gone so far?
It's been a bit of a struggle. Of the 5 events I've done, I've missed points on 3. However, I got bare minimum points at Toronto, and then I did my best performance ever at Los Angeles. So now I'm kind of back in the hunt. I need to do well here, and then maybe also well at NIC, and I should be in for Worlds.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you are coming on strong now. It's the perfect time because you are under the bubble right now. Theoretically, where do you think you are? This is not official yet, but compared to your peers, where do you think you are right now?
So I think I'm about 95 on the US and Canada leaderboard. And so, if I get points here, that should put me right around right on the cutoff. But if I do NAIC as well and get bare minimum points, I'm basically in.
Hey, just confirm, you're doing NAIC?
Doing NAIC, confirmed, yes.
Okay, great. So you're coming off this part of the season strong. You're trying to clutch up some points here, and then you're right at the limit. Then you need to also get some points at NAIC. I know you qualified for the World Championships last season. How did that qualification go?
That went a little easier. I got most of my points from Puerto Rico, so that was a little easier than this year. And I think based on how I did last year, that gave me a little too much confidence for this season. I didn't put in as much prep for the tournaments. And then so I just took, like for Los Angeles, I put a lot more prep into that. Worked on my teams with a lot of people like Master Mahir. Happy birthday, by the way, Master Mahir, with the Tarian 22. Dr. Roast Beef. I got a lot of prep in and did really well. And that's what I've bringing into this tournament as well.
Well, you're coming on strong at the exact right time where you need to come in clutch. How are you feeling coming into this final stretch? You're going to do Indianapolis and NAIC. How are you feeling about these next two tournaments?
I feel really good. I put in the practice. I'm doing well in practice. I am like kind of still on my high from Los Angeles. And so I'm in a really comfortable spot mentally.
Awesome. Well, these are some of the top stories that you're going to be wanting to look out for at the Indianapolis Regional and also at NAIC as well, because these trainers ride on the bubble, trying to do everything they can to qualify. And of course, we always wish them the best of luck. Thank you to OG Blair's Toys, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. You're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, Go, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back. In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset, make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things, because you'll play test all the time, and then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because like, oh, I'm fighting that matchup, or oh, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like sometimes you run hot, sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident what you practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is like figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Flutter Mane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different move sets, especially in Pokemon Go. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I've played all of my day 1s always, because all of my friends are always like, don't give up, one of these days you'll break through. And when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out, or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
We just heard that trainer say, find a Pokemon that you like and find a way to make it work. We've been seeing trainers do that all over the place today. I'm Stephanie Christine, joined on the desk by Chris Reisner. Chris, how would you describe the tournament today with trainers finding a Pokemon they like and finding a way to make it work?
I think it's a combination of whether you're trying to go for something that's unique, that's going to core break the meta, or you're just relying on old reliable, the trusty, the establishment. I think we're seeing kind of a mix of both. We're seeing established teams on the backs of Pokemon like Quagsire, Licky and Feraligatr, as well as Pokemon like outofpoket in his Dondozo and Togetic, which are core breaking people with more potential for unique gameplay.
We've seen a lot of unique gameplay here today. We're going to take a brief break from the loser side of the bracket, and we're going to focus back in on the winners. We still have 4 trainers up in winners, and these trainers are going to be trying to lock in a place to the winners finals.
I'm extremely hyped for this matchup we have coming up, Uzo and SJ. And on the other side, after that, we're going to see outofpoket and caspianpike. So SJ, a 2-time regional champion, and Uzo has come close to getting a medal a few times. This next match for Uzo would be to lock in a medal. This is to get into the top 3. So this is a huge match for him. And I want to add, these two players, DeFi, they know each other well. Uzo and SJ are very big in the grassroots scene. They're both big players on their grassroots team, 2 of the best grassroots teams we have. So they're very familiar with each other, and they are now going head-to-head on the big stage in the championship series.
A lot on the line for 2 trainers who neither one have made a lot of championship series appearances this season. So this really is a pivotal tournament for the both of them. The final North American regional tournament, just NAIC to go for the international, trying to make sure to lock in a place for Worlds.
And here we go. One player has already locked in, the other still thinking things over. SJ has been relying on a lot of neutral play. We've seen a lot of the Togekiss, that Shadow Quagsire, and the Licky. SJ, a player that really likes to maneuver around with his different Pokemon, and we are ready. Here we go. It's going to be the Shadow Fortress Mirror. Both these trainers on that Bug Bite variant of Shadow Fortress.
So if you're in a Shadow Fortress mirror, what would be the strategy? Are you going to try to chip and dip, or are you going to try to make a catch?
Most players like to at least build up to the Rock Tomb, but we see SJ anticipating you want to get that Rock Tomb off straight away. So he reads it like a book. Uzo throws that Rock Tomb immediately like most players do. SJ catches it on his Empoleon for some resisted damage.
But now that Empoleon is locked into a Rock Tomb debuff, so these Drill Peck's not going to be doing as much damage.
And Uzo went with a line that's extremely soft to Togekiss. Really only the Feraligatr is a Pokemon that can neutrally handle the Togekiss. Altaria is going to struggle, of course, as long as Protect Shields are in play. So Drill Peck going through, and Uzo actually going for the Sky Attack here. It is resisted, but it might be enough to at least get the knockout plus a farm down.
Sky Attack going, almost knocks out, and SJ's not allowing the farm down and is going to catch the Sky Attack.
SJ's going to lean into pivoting wherever necessary. Whenever he can get a slight, minuscule advantage of giving less farm, he's going to take it. And now Togekiss ahead energy against this Feraligatr, going for the Aura Sphere. Togekiss, very high attack Pokemon, typically going to win the Charge Attack priority against a Feraligatr.
Aura Sphere going to bounce off the Protect Shield, taking it from doing a substantial amount of damage. Using a Protect Shield reduces the damage to just 1. Feraligatr going right for that Hydro Cannon. S. James wants to protect both the health and the energy reserved on the Togekiss. And there is the charge attack priority tie. Aura Sphere up next.
And I stand corrected. The Feraligatr actually won the charge attack party here. So this is a unique Feraligatr with a lot of attack on Uzo, as SJ now combines with the combo play. Rock Tomb coming. This can do a lot of damage to Feraligatr. It should barely hang on, but it's extremely low. And now you're forced to go back into your own fortress, but you have no energy for SJ's fortress.
And SJ's Fortress, it looks like they paced at about the same time. They were about energy equal. SJ's Fortress ready to go, winning out, throwing the Sand Tomb, but not quite knocking out.
Now it is so low, a decision to make. We're actually seeing a full an undercharge here, because I don't think I don't think SJ actually, he doesn't want to knock it out. He wants to leave it to set up some farm for the Altaria. So now we see the Dragon Breath down, but there is still a Protect Shield on the side of SJ, and you can never really Dragon Breath down this Togekiss.
No, and we see a catch. S. James, I think, a little surprised as well that he pulled that off. A little celebration in the moment. That is why that Empoleon was saved for later for that catch attempt.
What a catch from SJ. This Feraligatr did have the Hydro Cannon, so that was the play he needed. A little dazzling gleam to make sure you get the knockout here. And that is game 1 to SJ with the play he needed to make. If you get off that Sky Attack to force the shield, you can combo with the Feraligatr. So he needed to get a catch at some point in that endgame, and he did so.
We saw that razzle dazzle from the Togekiss. You mentioned at the start, S. James is going to favor pivoting around. He's going to favor dancing around with his Pokemon. And because he danced around with that Empoleon, saving it with 1 HP, using it as almost a third Protect Shield, being able to secure that catch, that was pivotal for his victory here.
Exactly right. That 1 HP where he decides to pivot out. I think a lot of trainers would be content, just letting the farm down. They don't want to switch lock themselves. But SJ plays aggressively, and he saved that Pokemon with 1 HP, which was the reason he was able to make that catch in the end game. What a sequence there from SJ. Uzo will look to recover for game number 2.
And we'll be able to see here the moment. Sky Attack down by Uzo. We think he's looking really solid, but SJ knows he's able to time an attack. Dragon Breath is a 1-turn fast attack, and he is able to time that catch perfectly.
I often say SJ is a very difficult player to beat if he has a safe Pokemon, and I would say the Empoleon looks relatively safe against the team of Uzo. It's mainly what even is the best answer? I guess you could argue Feraligatr, but more of a soft answer. You have the Diggersby with super effective damage it can dish out, but nothing, in my opinion, really hard checks that Empoleon. And SJ is a real threat whenever he has something safe on his team. So here we go. Game number 2. Feraligatr this time for Uzo into the Shadow Fortress of SJ.
And Shadow Fortress, you would think Volt Switch Fortress is what you would want for that super effective damage, but that Shadow Bug Bite damage does a lot of hard work in this matchup as well.
And Uzo gets off the Hydro Cannon here as he looks over. I don't know if he was just surprised by the Bug Bite damage, or maybe he felt like he missed a turn somewhere. So here we go, Fortress going for the Rock Tomb, wants to guarantee it. You either get the shield or the knockout, whereas a Sand Tomb may allow Uzo to get to another charge attack. So Uzo shields up the Rock Tomb, wants to get off another Hydro Cannon before going down.
And that Hydro Cannon will connect. S. James going to allow it, even though he does have the option to shield it. Fortress is going to be able to withstand it just fine and be able to successfully farm down the Feraligatr.
And we see the Grumpig in the back end. SJ actually pivots, but this is, and this is exactly what he wanted. Uzo with the Grumpig, that would have been great for the Togekiss that SJ has in the back, but now it is matched up against the Licky Licky, and Fortress, although it does have the threat of the Rock Tomb, it tends to struggle against the Togekiss in the back with the resisted Bug Bite damage.
Grumpig going for the dynamic punch. Super effective damage coming from a shiny Pokemon. You know, we joke around, shinies do more damage. Not really, but that is the joke here in the community.
It certainly looks fly, that shiny Grumpig. Body slam coming through, will knock it out, perhaps applying a little bit of extra farm for Uzo. Is that what he needs to overcome this situation? Comes in with the Togekiss, and it has can actually clear his debuff with his own Fortress, and he has a Sand Tomb as well. So this may be a pretty good situation for SJ as Uzo gets his final Protect Shield.
SJ looks locked in, but so does Uzo. We see that debuff. We see that S. James is opting to stay in. There it is, the combo play going for that Sand Tomb. It's going to debuff the Fortress and take a good chunk out of its remaining health. This is Uzo's last Pokemon, so it's stuck here with the defense drop. Here comes the Aura Sphere. We see that little smirk from S. James, knowing that he has locked in a spot into Winners Finals. Sometimes the plays that separate the best from the very best are seeing and recognizing those win conditions ahead of time. SJ saw the path to victory. He banked the Sand Tomb. He gave up switch advantage multiple times, and he stored the attack knowing he was trying to attack party. That was just such a smooth, a clean sequence of events that he was able to see far into the future and was able to execute that to get him spot into the top 3. You know, S. James must have a good relationship with Cresselia, having that future sight to be able to foresee the path ahead of him. Those were such fun games to watch, and it was pivotal for him to know that he won charge attack priority, because we did see that Shadow Fortress mirror earlier on in that matchup. I was worried when SJ pivoted and gave away the alignment. You left yourself vulnerable to a situation where the Grumpig would be on the Togekiss, which is normally a pretty terrible match for the Togekiss. However, SJ's running the Dazzling Gleam, which gives it a neutral attack that it can hit hard against the Grumpig as well. So maybe he felt even if that happened, he would have potentially been okay. Just incredible display here. Game 1, he saved a 1 HP Pokemon for a catch that won him the game. Game 2, he saved the Sand Tomb that was not only allowed him to put the Fortress into Aura Sphere range, but it allowed him to clear that Rock Tomb debuff as well. So SJ showing a pattern here of saving 1 HP or a few HP Pokemon and utilizing them in the end game to his advantage. And a lot of trainers will typically play for switch advantage, especially in something like the Go Battle League. But you can see here giving up that switch advantage. You've mentioned that he has played into that. So hopefully trainers at home can take a look at some of S. James's play styles to learn a little bit. You don't always have to play for switch advantage. You can play for energy advantage. You can play for having that extra Pokemon advantage to be able to give you more opportunities, more paths ahead to victory. Right, and he has said before that playing to switch advantage isn't really his style. He likes playing with energy advantage and maneuvering around. Uzo, credit to him, a very exciting series there, and he will still be alive on the loser side of the bracket, trying to work his way. I think if he wins his next match on loser side, he will still crack into the top 4 and get that ever so coveted medal here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Yeah, this was tough. This was a tough fought battle for both trainers. 2 trainers who who have not made championship appearances really this season. So Uzo needs to continue forward if he wants to try to lock in a spot at Worlds, trying to get that guaranteed invite. S. James doing very well as well, advancing forward into the winner's side of the bracket. It's just so impressive to me how SJ can compete so seldomly and still finds a way to have so much success. He has actually won a regional title in every season that he has competed. His first season was in the 2024 season. So since he didn't compete in our first 2 seasons of Pokemon Go in the championship circuit, he has won a title in every season of which he's competed. And in his first tournament this season, he may be looking to continue that streak. And there is a streak of events coming up here in the next couple of weekends. This weekend, we have Indianapolis Regional Championships. Next weekend is Go Fest in Chicago. Taking a look, we have a broadcast coming up on Sunday, June 7th, the last day of Go Fest, 9:45 a.m. Central Time on twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. You do not want to miss it. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to watching that stream. And if you're looking to
become some of the very best, like SJ, like Uzo, like Out of Pocket and Caspian, who are coming up. You can find an event near you to get some practice. Scan that code there to find some events. Have some fun at your local tournaments and practice. Maybe get some championship points as well along the way.
Yeah, if you can't make it to a lot of regional events, it is even more critical to lock in those championship points that you can get from local cups and challenges. Some trainers who are definitely familiar with going to local cups and challenges, making sure to get as many championship points as possible, are the trainers in front of us, especially Out of Pocket. He is definitely looking to get as many championship points as possible. He's looking at travel awards.
I mentioned how SJ has won a regional title in every season he's competed. The same you can apply to Out of Pocket. Back in 2022, the inaugural season for Go in the Championship Series, we had that seniors division that a young Out of Pocket was a part of. Every season since, as part of the Masters division, he has won a title, and he hasn't yet this year. So this is, as the season is winding down, this is one of his last chances to keep his streak alive of winning a title every season he's competed. And here we are in the last regional of the season.
And he has a very good shot. He has positioned himself well. He's on the winner's semis. The winner here is going to lock in a spot in the winner's finals. We have Out of Pocket versus caspianpike. We have the Dondozo versus the Feraligatr for your water-type Pokemon. But in the lead, we have our two most common Pokemon, Licky and Shadow Fortress.
And here we go, trying to secure a spot in the top 3. Out of Pocket with the Licky against the Fortress. This has been one of the more common matchups we've seen throughout the day, and this is a devious bait. And Caspian, no shields immediately. A lot of trainers like to shield the first charge attack here so they can debuff, but Out of Pocket is caught there as Caspian goes with the no shield.
That was crazy. What is also crazy is what Out of Pocket has lurking in the depths with that Dondozo. Dondozo might have an interesting matchup with that Unova Stunfisk later on.
Shadow Ball going through, and this time Caspian does shield, even though after he already debuffed the Licky, and there you said the Dondozo swaps in. There's not an obvious answer, so Caspian is staying in for now and looking to get a debuff onto this Dondozo.
You would think, oh, Caspian has an electric-type Pokemon. Why not just counter-swap in with the Unovan Stunfisk? But that waterfall damage is significant. This is giving Out of Pocket an opportunity. He farms all the way down.
And I will call out, it looked like Caspian may have missed a few bug bites there in that scenario, so something we could potentially look at later. But Dondozo fires off a Surf. That is some solid damage for such a bulky Pokemon. And another Surf is already queued up. This whale of a Pokemon staring down the Togekiss as it connects with another charge attack.
Almost knocks out, but not quite. We see a simultaneous pivot, Shadow Fortress into Unovan Stunfisk. And then we see Caspian kind of looking to the judges, I think referencing what you mentioned earlier.
Sandtomb queued up, will connect onto the Stunfisk, and this looks like a pretty rough situation. Still 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, but even now you can kind of see some stuttering where the Stunfisk maybe not getting energy as quickly as it should. Mud Bomb coming through, connects onto the Fortress, and another Mud Bomb will be delivered, but I think Pocket just has too much health right now to deal with for the remaining Pokemon of Caspian.
Yeah, and too much health and too many Protect Shields available as well. Very easily able to Bug Bite down on the Stunfisk, and then can even Bug Bite down the Togekiss. So we see caspianpike is going to make an appeal probably to the judges. We can see these trainers talking it out a little bit. Now, what the judges need to decide if that is the direction that caspianpike is going here with this conversation. It's always a decision of not only did something happen, but was it impactful to the end game of the match?
Right. I think we first saw some of what's being reviewed in the lead scenario where you saw Out of Pocket sneak a full waterfall through onto that Fortress when it appeared like Caspian threw on good timing where that shouldn't have happened. So there was the free waterfall sneak, and then throughout the game, as that lead scenario played out, right, there was just a lack thereof bug bites on pace with the opposition. So the referees will take a look at this and try to decide whether they feel like a rematch will be worthy here.
As we go ahead and wait for the judges, I believe we are going to see a review, but we're seeing some discussion, so I'm not entirely sure, but we will keep you all posted as we learn more. Oh, does appear we do have a review.
So the judges will look this over, and while they do so, we saw Dondozo make an appearance in game one. I've said it over and over again with Pocket. I feel like his team, and maybe this speaks to the team that he's been raving about with Dondozo, is he tends to mix it up a lot. We're seeing a lot of his Pokemon throughout, and we have the match footage here. So you can kind of keep an eye here, right, where the bug bites, maybe not as many bug bites as he should have gotten there in the lead. And right before that was where that free waterfall snuck through. So the Santum here, maybe here we will see it. Bug bites chipping away, and yeah, you can kind of just tell, right, there's a little bit of stutter on the Fortress. It wasn't like one super impactful situation. It was more so like the accumulation of lost fast attacks over the course of one game.
Yeah, and what the judges need to decide, not only were those fast attacks lost, but as I mentioned, was that impactful, or did Out of Pocket have such a clear path to victory that those fast attacks wouldn't have mattered?
Absolutely. So they will look things over. But as I was saying before, Out of Pocket, I feel like he's been mixing things up throughout the tournament. And I think what speaks sometimes to a solid team is when you're not really relying on the same Pokemon over and over again. It really depends on the matchup, and depending on that matchup, maybe it's the Steelix that will shine, maybe it's the Togetic, maybe it's the Dondozo, and it seems like that is the case with this unique team that Pocket has brought this weekend as he looks to potentially go on to the top 3.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have really one ace Pokemon. We're going to get to see this again, bring down a little bit of slow motion that we can look for those waterfalls, those bug bites, and this is what the judges will be looking at and analyzing as well.
Right, and you just don't see the bug bites really consistently adding the energy on the side of the Fortress, right? There's some moments where you're kind of stuttering, where there's no energy being granted, signaling that maybe those bug bites aren't actually occurring. So the judges will look this over, and maybe, right, if you get more bug bite damage, then perhaps one less surf occurs from the Dondozo from Pocket that gives you a lot of health in the Togekiss. So all things the judges are going to be taking into consideration as they go over this review.
And again, we thank our judges. We appreciate all the work that they put in. Everybody on the judge staff, everybody in production, on the broadcast team who make these streams possible. If we didn't have them, we would have no stream to show you here.
Absolutely. And I think, yeah, it's like right before this, but there was like a waterfall that had snuck through. You can tell by the damage that registered there that the free waterfall had snuck. So it was like almost just a couple seconds before where that clip starts. You kind of see it happen, where I believe Caspian did throw on proper timing, but he's saying some uneventful lag occurred that prevented him from doing so.
Yep, and it looks like our trainers are just continuing to discuss it, and it looks like the judges are talking to the trainers as well back on the stage. As you mentioned earlier, Pocket has a very versatile team with not one ace Pokemon necessarily standing out. He has a lot of Pokemon that are really showing off as the workhorse of his team. You can't really just narrow it down to one.
Right, and I would say that Pocket, you know, we saw in Dunebug's interview, right, he has such high standards. Dunebug felt like he was in a slump just because he missed a few day 2s in a row. And Out of Pocket has been the same coming to this tournament. I mentioned it yesterday. I think he had something like a 2 calendar year span of consistently top cutting every single tournament. And he missed 4 in a row coming into this tournament this weekend. So he's got to be feeling good about being in the top 8 already, but certainly Pocket with his standards, he's looking to go all the way at this point, and we'll see if he's able to do so, which would be one of his, I'd say, spiciest teams that he's ever won a championship with if that happens.
Yeah, but you can see our trainers are in high spirits. They're smiling, they're talking, and that's part of it. The mental game. This is a long tournament span. We have trainers who have battled all the way through yesterday. And, you know, some trainers, they were talking like, oh, I locked in my team 5 minutes before at 5:30. Have these trainers even slept this whole weekend? So having the mental fortitude to be able to make it through this whole tournament, to be able to wait for the judge review, and continue on, that is tough on the minds and the bodies of any trainer.
Exactly, and you know, Pocket's been in a few of these situations this weekend. I remember he had a situation at a tournament in Monterey last season, I believe it was, where, you know, he told me he felt like he let a situation like this kind of affect him, where it threw him off, and he was then eliminated very early on in that tournament. So we are going to, let's see, we have an update on the call, and it seems like there was a no rematch call issued initially, but there may be an appeal. So they're going to take a second look at this before they come to a conclusive decision.
Yes, and again, as I mentioned at the very start of this, it's not just did the leg occur. That's not necessarily the entire call to make. It was the leg impactful.
And here's a good spot where the Fortress goes for the Sand Tomb here at some point, and because the game stutters, an extra waterfall after sneaks through. So an entire additional waterfall there from the nose that really shouldn't have occurred. And from my point of view, it looks like Caspian is missing some bug bites before that as well. So it can be really difficult to see, especially with the visual animation right of these one-turn fast attacks. It can be really difficult to tell. You have to really have to slow things down. But that one additional waterfall, even right if the game ended up being really one-sided in favor of Pocket, that one waterfall sneak could lead to, you know, a snowball effect where things like that really are the reason that game became so one-sided.
And that is what our judges are going to be taking a look at here. So we can go back, maybe look a little bit more at the teams as the judges continue their deliberation. It looks like they may be talking to the trainers now. But again, Out of Pocket, bringing that Dondozo, the Steelix as well. I remember he was having that very long discussion with Alpha Feed Nick in the interview of where he's getting all of these ideas, where he's pulling the different spices out of the cabinet from on this late night and pulling them from trainers all over the world.
And we are just waiting for official confirmation. We see the score stand on the screen, so no rematch is going to be upheld after the appeal. So it will stand as 1-0 for Out of Pocket as we move on to game number 2.
So let's just recap if you are just joining us back now. We are in the winners semifinals. These trainers are trying to lock in a spot into top 3. Correct? They are trying to lock in a spot into winners finals. So they are trying to lock in at least a bronze medal. This is critical. Out of Pocket really returning to form here. Caspianpike having a phenomenal tournament run. So these trainers, that is what is on the line for them right now.
To lock themselves into a medal and also into a best of 5 situation for the remainder of the tournament. And here we go. We've got a lock-in on one side. One trainer still thinking things over momentarily as they look to advance. Out of Pocket running the unique team that we keep talking about. Caspian a little bit more standard on his side. Some of the top meta picks. He was saying he was talking to nitetimeclasher, right, and said you had to go with an X Factor pick, but he's like, you know, my team is kind of working as is, so I'm just gonna run with it. And we'll see if he can run to a victory here against Out of Pocket.
We have the X Factor, the wild cards on Out of Pocket. We have the standard meta on the side of Caspianpike. You can see this is his best finish to date here in the 2026 season. And Out of Pocket, we're losing space to be able to list all of his accomplishments. We just kind of have to list 2025 times 2 regional champion, 2026 regional finalist, regional top 4, NAIC champion of 2024. So many accomplishments. Who will come out on top? Caspianpike, a bit of an underdog in this situation, has to reverse sweep. Can he do it on the wings of this Togekiss.
So many accolades for Out of Pocket, and we see the Licky Licky versus Togekiss matchup. This is one of those matchups, Steve. I feel like if you ask 10 people, you may say 5 people prefer to be the Licky Licky, 5 people prefer to be the Togekiss, because you have that heavy-hitting Aura Sphere, but as the Licky Licky, you pace a little bit faster, and you have the super effective rollout damage.
And we're about to see that heavy-hitting Aura Sphere connect with the Licky Licky, taking it down low in health. And we're going to see a counter swap situation. Dondozo into Unova Stunfisk. I was talking about this situation a little bit earlier. You would think, oh, Unova Stunfisk, electric-type Pokemon, electric-type damage. But look at how much damage this discharge does. It's not very much, where you can see how quickly these waterfalls are adding up on the Unova Stunfisk. This matchup isn't as straightforward as one might think.
Right, and we've seen situations where Out of Pocket has swapped the Dondozo and it's met by a Stunfisk. However, this time, the Stunfisk was the Pokemon that swapped in, so it is ahead on energy, and Dondozo counter swap. Maybe this will make it less comfortable for the Dondozo, with Stunfisk being so spammy. Is it in discharge range quite yet? I'm not sure. Out of Pocket will have to make a decision here whether he utilizes a Protect Shield. Discharge incoming, super effective damage, does burn that final Protect Shield.
Out of Pocket playing for switch advantage and is going to get it. We see that the counter swap into the Feraligatr met by Out of Pocket's very safe Licky Licky.
And Caspian could potentially build up some extra energy here with the Feraligatr. And he throws on 3, maybe not sure whether Pocket was 2 or 3 rollouts away there, so throws just to be safe after 3 Shadow Claws. This will knock out the Licky Licky. In comes Annihilate, taking super effective Shadow Claw damage, and there are no shields remaining, so this Hydro Cannon is gonna do a lot to Annihilate.
I am wincing, and I think Out of Pocket might be as well. Hydro Cannon lands, leaves very low damage. Out of Pocket not able to get to another attack, just opts to do a little bit more fast attack damage instead, and we see Out of Pocket shaking his head.
He elects not to throw the Rage Fizz because maybe he felt like it would just supply more farm for Caspian, and now in comes the Stunfisk. There is a move loaded on the Feraligatr, I believe, but it doesn't matter. There is a discharge here, and this will knock out Dondozo, lifting game number 2 to Caspian.
Caspian able to make a comeback. We see a sigh of relief from Caspian. That was a hard-fought win for him. Do you think there was a moment in that battle that really solidified it for Caspian, or was it just kind of being able to stay ahead throughout?
I think the Stunfisk being ahead on energy against the Dondozo really allowed him to dictate that matchup, because we've seen Pocket lure out Stunfisk with Dondozo, but that difference in energy, when you have a Pokemon that's so fast, can take advantage of those discharges. It showed where Stunfisk can be really solid, dishing out such quick, fast attack and charge attack pressure, I should say.
Yeah, but I really appreciated here we have the Feraligatr. It's able to load up on a lot of energy to be able to knock out not just the Licky Licky, but this heavy-hitting Hydro Cannon. It doesn't one-shot the Shadow Annihilate, but it comes pretty close.
And right, it's not an exact science, but one telltale sign that may have been an awkward game for Pocket was his 2 bulkiest Pokemon, right? The Licky Licky and the Dondozo. Those were the 2 Pokemon that ate the Protect Shields while he had a glassy Shadow Annihilate in back. And Shadow Annihilate can be so devastating behind Protect Shields, but it tends to struggle when there are none remaining. So that Hydro Cannon did so much, where the Annihilate just proved to be that there wasn't much it could do in the back with no Protect Shields to hide behind.
Yeah, it seemed for a moment that Out of Pocket was really trying to play for switch advantage, and he did succeed in getting it, but that wasn't the advantage he really needed. He needed shields in the end for the Annihilate.
A decisive game 3 to get to the top 3. Here we go. Out of Pocket, Caspian, and it's an incredible lead for Caspian. Stunfisk into Steelix. Dondozo Say Swap, no obvious answer once again, so he will stay in and at least for the time being try to inflict damage upon it with the Stunfisk.
And just like this last match, even though Dondozo's the one who swapped in, Unova Stunfisk was in the lead, so it is a little bit ahead on energy.
And here's the thing, if you look at Caspian's team, he ran an ABA ground line. He has both his ground types, so he can just fully commit to staying in. And if he can secure this matchup with his Stunfisk, the Quagsire is going to have a grand old time against that Steelix in the back. So Caspian may be inclined to just completely stay in with his Stunfisk.
But the other two Pokemon on the side of Out of Pocket, they're not going to be as shield hungry as a Pokemon like the Shadow Annihilate. So Out of Pocket can kind of safely use his Protect Shields on the Dondozo here, but I agree with you that Quagsire looks like it's going to present a problem for Pocket in the endgame.
A large overfront for Caspian. He takes some more waterfall damage, but now Out of Pocket can't really afford to use that Protect Shield because there would just be another discharge coming his way. Mud Bomb coming through against this Fortress. Now, Pocket does have the shield advantage, but I think this Fortress is going to have to put in a heavy shift if it's going to have any chance to win this game. If you're Caspian, you come in with the Togekiss, knowing that there's a Steelix in the back, and although Rock Tomb will do a lot of damage, I don't think it'll fully one-hit KO the Togekiss.
No, and you're going to have to burn your final Protect Shield here on the Fortress, leaving Steelix with very few resources remaining. So Out of Pocket going to farm up a lot of extra energy, wait until just before the Togekiss gets to another Aura Sphere, and then go for the Rock Tomb. It will both debuff the Togekiss and fully knock it out.
After the Bug Bites, it does do enough to one-hit KO. Now Pocket gets off the Sand Tomb, and this game may come down to whether a Steelix can beat a Quagsire that has been debuffed. Pocket also saves the Fortress, so keep in mind, this Quagsire is going to take some Bug Bite damage in the end. It needs to come out healthy enough where it's not going to faint to the Bug Bites.
And Out of Pocket used his shields early, knowing that Steelix has the defenses. But there's two Mud Bombs. It goes for the crunch.
Goes for the crunch. This is going to do a lot to Quagsire. If you're Caspian, you need to probably double up on attacks. You know the Thunderfangs will do less, and I think he might have the health to do so, actually. He has Mud Bomb plus Aqua Tail. As long as this knocks out, he should be able to deliver the Aqua Tail to knock out the Fortress. There it is, queued up, and Caspian, despite dropping game one, defeats Out of Pocket. He's going on to your top three.
Congratulations, Caspian Pike, top three, moving ahead into the winners finals. What a showcase there in the end game.
Caspian found a way to win. He did get a great lead there in game number 3. Was ABA strong to the Steelix, where he knew as long as he kept alignment, he was going to be in a favorable position. Some players may have panicked though, however. We can't escape that credit from him. Some players, fall into the trap of the opponent swaps, I need to swap myself. But he said, as long as I can contain this alignment, I have the Quagsire for the Steelix, and then he managed his energy perfectly in the end to get the win.
That was an very impressive gameplay from Caspian. But again, Pocket, this is an incredible run from him after a bit of a drought of top 8, top cut performances. We are seeing him go very far, and he is not out of it. He is down in the loser side of the bracket, and if anyone can make a comeback, if anyone can fix up their mental game and recover, it's Pocket.
Pocket will still be one match away from joining that top 4 where he can earn himself another medal to his collection. But what a run from Caspian. Also the mental fortitude, right? After dropping game 1 to come back and reverse sweep the series on the back of Pokemon like his Togekiss, his Quagsire, and that Stunfisk.
So incredible going Caspian, keeping those 2 ground type Pokemon, really making a good read to protect against both of Out of Pocket's steel types. So Out of Pocket going double steel, Caspian going double ground. It seems like it's pretty straightforward, but that game was really, really close.
And it's where the mind games really take precedent, because on paper, the Steelix has 4 positive matchups against the Togekiss, the Fortress, the Feraligatr, the Licky Licky. Those Pokemon do have some counterplay, don't get me wrong, but on paper you have 4 positive matchups. But Caspian read that and said, I'm predicting you're bringing Steelix for this game 3. We saw Pocket love his Steelix from his interview. He said, I know you're bringing the Steelix. I'm ganging up on it with both of my ground types.
And that ended up working very, very well for Caspian. I am looking forward to seeing him in the winners finals. But as we mentioned earlier, Out of Pocket is not out of it yet. We will continue to see him further on in the tournament.
Not out of it yet. And I think we may be hearing from Caspian soon. So Let's see and confirm if we're doing that here, but looking forward to the winners finals coming up.
And what we're actually going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a quick break. We are going to talk to Butters, who is having a conversation with mushromqween and Athy. Take it away, Butters.
We're here at the Indianapolis Regionals where we're spotlighting all sorts of trainers. We spend a lot of time on broadcasting, focusing on the top 10 or the regional champions, but we think it's important to spotlight all the trainers that we have in championship series as well. So we have 2 trainers here that have been competing with each other all season long. I'm joined by Athy and mushromqween. So first off, I just want to ask you, Athy, how has your season gone so far?
I think it's been probably my most consistent season since I started competing in Play Pokemon. I managed to get points at every single regional I competed in. So that's 160 and then 120 4 times. And I think that hopefully qualifies me for the World Championships, but we'll have to see.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself, man. mushromqween, where are you at right now, or how was your season so far?
So my season hasn't gone the best, but that doesn't mean that we give up or lose hope. I still believe that I have the opportunity to qualify because I am competing here at Indianapolis and also at NAIC. So I'm not giving up hope just yet. We're still gonna try our best to get that World's qualification.
We love to hear that. So let's actually talk about where each of you are right now. So Athy, and this is not official, where would you think you are compared to your top 75 in the peers right now to be able to qualify for Worlds this year?
So I think right now I'm 37 on the leaderboards, so almost halfway. Hopefully that's enough. There is 2 more big tournaments left in the season, so you know, I don't want to call my bets just yet, but I hope so.
And you were saying you were feeling a bit nervous about it. I feel like 37, you're feeling safe. Are you feeling nervous about 37?
Maybe a little bit to a degree, because you never know what could happen, right? Sometimes people auto-qualify, sometimes people don't. But that's why I'm here in Indianapolis, because I'm hoping to not only extend my points further, but also finally have some fun after getting the pressure off of myself a little bit.
Yeah, and I know mushromqween, you talked about that you're still looking for your first championship points of the season. You're not out of it yet. Technically, if you do really well at the Indianapolis Regional and then you do really well at North American International Championship, anything could happen. How fun would it be for you to qualify for Worlds?
It would be amazing. I've loved Pokemon since I was a little girl. I even literally have a Charmander tattoo. So I've lived it all my life, and to even get good at Pokemon Go, I'm like so proud of myself because when I first started, I didn't know moves, I didn't know counts. And I think that I've gone a long way. I've gone against like regional champions and I've put up good battles. So I'm proud of myself for getting this far.
Awesome. And to you, Athy, I know you were mentioning this is your 30th birthday, so you have the same anniversary as Pokemon. How important would it be for you to compete at this year's Worlds?
Honestly, with it being the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go and the 30th anniversary of the franchise, it really means a lot to me to be able to compete. Like, my 4th birthday cake was Pikachu, so I've loved this series for like a really long time. And that's why it meant so much to me to try to qualify this year, and hopefully that's a lock.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It's been awesome to spotlight Athy and mushromqween. Best of luck to you at World's qualifications, and best of luck, mushromqween, getting in those championship points. You still have that opportunity, but wish them both luck, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play. And we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results. And I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
The toughest opponent would probably have to be Patuman because he was my world opponent like for the finals, and he already knocked me out to the losers finals, so probably him, yeah. My favorite Pokemon is Mew, and I don't know why. I just really like Mew. The most underrated Pokemon I think right now is Melmetal, which learns Thunder Shock, Double Iron Bash and Superpower. It's sort of like a cross between Scizor and Stunfisk. It does really well, yeah. So whenever I play Pokemon Go PvP battle, one of my goals is to just have fun. But another goal is to make perfect plays regardless of what the opponent plays. If I were to create a Pokemon, it would definitely have to be a Steel type. And I like ghosts as well. I really like bulky Pokemon, so it would have to be bulky. But unlike Aegislash, it would have to be very spammy. If I really have to get crazy, maybe, I don't know, Hydro Cannon, Double Iron Bash and Shadow Claw. And a Steel and Ghost type. I have a lot of hobbies, I guess. Like I enjoy reading books. I like to play basketball. The one event that I won would have to be my favorite one. In Anaheim, California in 2025, a South Indian dish called Masala Dosa, which is sort of like a thin rice crepe. And you eat it with spiced potatoes, and there's a bunch of chutneys and dips that you can have it with. Yeah, that would have to be my favorite. I mean, I feel like Charizard is the more popular one. And currently in Pokemon Go PvP, Blastoise is the one that's, doing better. So I'll probably have to go with Blastoise right now, yeah.
Welcome back to the 2026 Pokemon Regional Championship in Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm AlphaPhoebe, joined at the desk by 2 Butters, and what a wonderful match we just had between Caspian as well as his opponent in that last matchup, outofpoket. I think that was really incredibly played games from both of those trainers, but I was just really wowed backstage by Caspian's play. That final game was so close.
Yeah, having to deal with that Dondozo, but able to come out on top in only his 3rd tournament ever. He just started competing in this calendar year. In the 2026 season, he had a 13th place, a 25th place, and now he's officially in your top 3 here in Indianapolis. He joins SJ in the winners finals, but we're gonna see who's gonna be that 3rd trainer on that loser side of the bracket to make it all the way to the losers finals.
Now we are headed back down to the side where it is win or go home, the loser side of the bracket, where the battles are that much more fierce, that much more intense.
And you know what's interesting? It seemed like a lot of history was repeating itself because SJ was the Indianapolis champion in 2024. He did face outofpoket in the winners finals, and he defeated him in the winners finals and grand finals to be champion. And then his other regional championship, he also faced outofpoket in the winners finals. So it seemed like a lot of history was repeating itself, but instead Caspian able to upset outofpoket, and now we have the loser side. Which of these trainers are going to try to upset those 2 on the winner side of the bracket? We got mushromqween versus Doombug97. Of course, we saw mushromqween first ever top 8. That's incredible.
Yeah, coming off of a win against a Poliwrath mirror, mushromqween has had a little bit of time to reset, to refocus. Doombug as well had a very solid victory to push his way into losers round 3. Only a few more battles to decide who makes it into the losers side of the finals of this day. Doombug versus mushromqween trainers are looking at their teams, deciding what they want to bring to game number 1.
And we talk about wildcard picks, spike picks, and signature picks. I think the Poliwrath is the signature Pokemon for mushromqween that isn't in this battle, but all her best performances have been with that Poliwrath. Here comes the Safe Swap into the Fortress, counter Safe Swap in your own Fortress, so now you're behind energy. You kind of have on the back foot here if you're mushromqween.
And this just goes to show how safe Shadow Bug-Bite Fortress is into the meta. There are really not that many Pokemon on mushromqween's side that deal very very well with this. You have the Poliwrath, which resists the bug bite damage. However, after a Sand Tomb or two, the fast attack damage starts to add up, and I believe we've seen a number of times that it's unable to maintain switch advantage unless you invest all your shields.
Oh no, we've seen this strategy before. There is a Wigglytuff in the back for Doonbug. It might have 2 Protect Shields advantage against mushromqween, and it does. Now you get knocked out here. All you have to do is clean up this fortress with your Stun Fist. Yes, you have to take a super effective Sand Tomb, maybe even 2 super effective Sand Tombs. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be Wigglytuff versus the world. You already baited out the Steel type.
However, mushromqween does have access to that Icy Wind, or actually, I think she's got Ice Weather Ball on Abomasnow. So one negative thing for her is that she's no longer able to reduce the amount of damage of those charms from Wigglytuff, but she didn't bring her wildcard Pokemon, that Poliwrath.
And the Pokemon with that Icy Wind is the Wigglytuff. Actually undercharging this, trying to get a little bit one charm down, get a little bit of extra energy while taking that resisted bug bite. And now you have a choice here. You are in a 2 shield deficit if you're mushromqween. How do you get through this 2 shield Wigglytuff?
I think Abomasnow will come in, try to pull a shield with these Weather Balls. Doonbug is thinking, does he decide to shield here? No, opting to no shield. There's not a ton of fast attack pressure for mushromqween's team.
And yeah, you don't have to worry too much about the Weather Ball, because compared to the other charge attacks, maybe a Mud Bomb or an Energy Ball, this would probably be the best no shield. As the Swift does land, it doesn't do too much into this bulk of the Abomasnow swap, actually banking a Weather Ball there, and also having some health for this back line of the Stun Fist from Doonbug, able to throw that discharge. mushromqween didn't like it. I don't know if it was at the exact proper timing that she was looking for.
I don't mind this though. She was able to bank an Ice Weather Ball on her Abomasnow, and the Unovan Stunfisk is not going to be threatened by a singular Icy Wind from this Wigglytuff. The question is, can Doonbug do the triple resisted catch of a discharge, or will mushromqween call it no, actually unable to get the catch?
At this point, you got to go straight for Mud Bombs the rest of the battle, and a no shield. Remember, this is debuff, but it's still super effective. Does it knock out? No, it doesn't knock out, and it looks like Doonbug is able to get to a charge back, able to get to that Mud Bomb. Now mushromqween has to farm this down and get to double attacks against that Wigglytuff. Do you have enough time though?
I don't think so, because of the there was no debuff on Doonbug's own Unovan Stunfisk, but is there enough health?
I think so. All you need is 2 more Powder Snows, I think. So you have to be able to take 1 more charm. Can you take 1 more charm if you're mushromqween? You can take the charm and you can get to, no, you needed 3 Powder Snows. Just 1 Powder Snows short of defeating Doonbug in that game number 1. Doonbug is able to take it.
Abomasnow able to survive 1 charm, but 2 charms was 1 charm too many. Not enough health. No Icy Wind debuffs for mushromqween, and unfortunately we got to see just how impactful Wigglytuff's own Icy Wind was for that mirror match between the Stunfisks. 1 HP was left between mushromqween and knocking out Doonbug's Stunfisk with her Mud Bomb. So had that knocked out, I think she would have won that game.
Yeah, it was so close there, and a strategy we haven't seen in a while. The 2 shield Charmer in the back. And remember, Charm looks a little bit different than it looked before. It doesn't do as much fast attack pressure, generates more energy than it did in the past. So it's not only a fast attack Pokemon. As you see, it's getting the charge attacks, it's getting the Icy Winds, it's getting the Swifts. It is a slower Pokemon, and now in the next season, its charm damage will be reduced. So Doonbug is trying to take this last opportunity to have that last strategy of that double shield Wigglytuff, and it paid off in game number 1.
And I think you and I were both a little bit unconvinced about this endgame, but it seemed like mushromqween was certain that she did not have any win conditions in that endgame. How will she decide to change her team in game number 2? I felt like all the Pokemon that she utilized were solid in the matchups that they ended up finding. Unfortunately, her team composition was a little bit weak to that safe swap Shadow Fortress. She tried to match it with her own, went down both shields, but it still wasn't enough to gain her victory.
Here we are, locked into game number 2. mushromqween, her first time in top 8. Can she stick around here in Indianapolis? To do so, gonna have to reverse sweep Doonbug, and here comes the safe swap into the Empoleon. No clear answer. You don't really want to go into Stunfisk down energy against Empoleon, because then you're gonna start to get outpaced and lose charge attack priority.
Yeah, I would have maybe expected a very quick pivot into the Unovan Stunfisk, but now throwing the Shadow Ball, going to do a lot of neutral damage to the Empoleon, dropping it into the yellow if no shield is brought up, and then maybe going for a farm down after.
It's so tough, though, because once you're behind on energy, you have to take that super effective damage on the Stunfisk. So I actually like staying in this matchup and probably not getting the second shield of the battle here. The Shadow Ball is going to be coming through. Doonbug has an opportunity to bank up more energy before he throws the next Hydro Cannon. At least is going to get the 2 Hydro Cannons banked up.
Going for 4 metal sounds before throwing the Hydro Cannon. Optimal timing from Doonbug. Body Slam not going to threaten. mushromqween needed to go for Shadow Ball. Letting the Hydro Cannon through, knocks out the Licky. Have to imagine that she comes in with the Unovan Stunfisk after.
And the problem is you can't farm down before the double Hydro Cannon. It's already available. So maybe you want to let 1 go, but you can't let 2 go. I don't think you can take Doonbug out with only your Abomasnow in the back. Maybe do you swap on a Hydro Cannon? Try to swap there? No swap on the Hydro Cannon. Have to give it the Protect Shield. So Doonbug with a safe swap Empoleon.
Actually would have liked to see her shield both there, because we've seen that Doonbug has opted to play for fast attack pressure Pokemon like the Bug-Bite Fortress and the Wigglytuff. Shielding the hard-hitting Hydro Cannons would have been ideal.
Yeah, the alignment there in the back, the Bug-Bite Fortress having alignment into the Abomasnow, and a cheeky play from mushromqween, knowing that it's over, gonna throw the energy ball into the Steel Bug type, which is double resisted, having a little fun on stage.
Yeah, a bit of a tough team composition for her in this matchup because Doonbug has Jellicent. I think the Pokemon that walls her Poliwrath the most, she just never felt safe bringing it. Wigglytuff is a bad matchup as well, but with neutral dynamic punches, with your extra bulk, you can have some play, but it's so scary. Jellicent walls every single charge attack that Poliwrath can run, and it's just not a matchup you ever want to see.
Tough to bring your signature Pokemon against those hard counters, and Doonbug knew that. He has been on top of it so far in day number 2. It feels like he's out-predicting his opponents every single time. He said in his interview, he is heating up at the exact right moment as he is advancing to losers round number 4.
Yeah, very calculated team compositions from Doonbug, recognizing the strength of fast attack pressure against some Pokemon that might not appreciate Bug Bites or Charms.
Well, Doonbug is moving on once again. He's made so many losers side of the bracket runs. Can he face those 2 that are already set in the winners finals and be a part of that top 3? He has a long journey ahead of him. There's still a lot of losers rounds to go.
Yeah, after losers round 3, he'll have losers round 4. After that, there's the losers semis, which will be fought between the 2 people on the losers side. The winner of that is going to wait in the losers finals for whoever loses in the winner's side of the map.
And that's why we talk about how much of an advantage it is to be on that winner's side. You just have to play a lot less battles. As you saw, Caspian and SJ only had to win 2 match series to get to where they are. On the other hand, Doonbug is gonna have to fight series after series to try to get to the position that he wants to get to add to his resume. He is already the most winningest regional champion in Pokemon Go Championship Series history. Can he add to that today in Indianapolis?
He needs 2 more wins in order to secure himself. Actually, no, I think it's just 1 more win in order to secure himself a medal, because I think losers semis is 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, and something that he's done multiple times this season. He's a regional champion. Also, I think he's had a runner-up. I think he's even had a 3rd place this season. So he is very familiar to getting that medal at the end of the day.
You know, the one thing he hasn't gotten? A 4th place medal. He keeps winning those matches in the loser semis.
Yeah, I'll actually check that. Let's do a deep dive on Dune if he actually has ever gotten 4th place to add to his medal collection. I mean, he's almost done it all in Championship Series. I believe he's also around 5th place on the North American leaderboards currently, and that's actually a big story going into travel awards, because the way that it works is if you're top 4 within your respective region, you will get a travel award to the next international championship. So if he's on the outside looking in at 5th place, if he can win and get another boost in his championship points, he might be able to vault himself up into that 4th place and secure a travel award, which means a lot, right?
Yeah, and it's a lot of money between the 4th and the 5th and the 4th place, because that goes from the stipend to the award, which is a significant jump.
And so something that a lot of trainers are battling for, I believe Pocket is secure at number 3 possibly, but there's some other trainers that are trying to get for that coveted number 4 spot. I believe Rise to Occasion is in the mix as well. I think there's about 5 or 6 trainers just going for that one spot, and that's tough to do, to try to beat out not only 5 trainers, but 5 of the top 10 in the world you're trying to beat out, right?
Right, and because the travel awards are determined by the tournaments between different sections of the regional season, you don't have the same best finish limits like you do on championship points to worlds, right? So you have to participate in tournaments between LAIC and EUIC for the NAIC travel award, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to be going to tournaments right now if you're trying to get that travel award to worlds, and you have to perform at those as well.
Let's take a look at the bracket. And I actually looked something up. We were talking about Dunebug, and on his road here, he actually has never gotten the 4th place medal. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 first place medals. 1, 2, 3 second place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 third place medals, but never a 4th place medal. So maybe today will be the day.
And I was looking, he's gotten 5th place a couple of times too. But let's go ahead and look at the bracket. We just saw Dunebug take down mushromqween. The next match we're going to be seeing is Mateus versus Nighttime Clasher. The winner of that will go to face Out of Pocket. So maybe a Out of Pocket versus Nighttime Clasher matchup, or if Mateus is able to win here, of course, that would be really great for him, as he is still continuing on his best regional performance he's ever done.
Back to Dunebug for just 1 second. 14 medals by my count.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. One of them is an international championship medal at EUIC, but another trainer that's very familiar with the medals, Nighttime Clasher, is on stage. One of the favorites going into the World Championships against a trainer that has broke through here in Indianapolis. He has participated in 7 regionals in total, but this is the one that has all come together. He said it could be the notebook. He said it could be the practice, could be his family supporting at home, could be the reduction in the nerves. But this trainer, I feel like, has been playing at such a high level the entire tournament. Honestly, one of the standout trainers of the entire tournament in my eyes.
And he's facing up against Nighttime Clasher, who's another opponent who has Shadow Sableye, one of the premier counters to that Dusk Noir. Mateus was able to do it once. Can he do it twice? Can he place that Dusk Noir as far away from that Shadow Sableye as possible?
And we saw he really relied on that Quagsire, Licky core plus Togekiss. Does he bring those 3 into the first game? No, it's completely different here. He does have the Togekiss, but it's led against that Shadow Celio, and you can stay in this matchup because you can throw back super effective fighting type damage with the Aura Sphere.
And you only have, at the pacing of Aura Sphere, not same type attack bonus body slams, which just aren't going to threaten a one-hit knockout into the Togekiss.
And here comes the Empoleon, and the Quagsire is baited out. That is huge. That means you have double Fairy for the backline of Nighttime Clasher. I know that the Shadow Sableye is pretty good against Togekiss as a Fairy type because it can soak all of its energy, but it is really going to struggle with that Wigglytuff.
Yeah, if that is the alignment that Nighttime Clasher opts for after, I have to imagine he's going to win switch advantage here. He does throw an Aqua Tail bait here, pulling off a shield, but he has access to Mud Bomb. So I think you're able to fairly comfortably win switch advantage with that move, but he used a shield in that first matchup. He's actually even shields right now and now down a shield.
He's without shields, and there's a Wigglytuff in the back. He's going to try to farm up as much as he can before he throws the next Mud Bomb, and now he throws the Mud Bomb. If this is a Protect Shield, Mateus could throw on charge attack priority, so Nighttime Clasher might have to swap out of here. He might have to go Celio. Does he go Celio? Yes, he does go Celio to absorb the Hydro Cannon.
The nice thing Mateus has for him now is that he's not threatened by either charge attack from this Shadow Celio. He can farm up to another Hydro Cannon or Drill Peck, throw it, or bank it for later. I think either play is completely fine.
This is resisted into the Empoleon, and the fast attacks are double resisted. You don't really have an avenue to farm this down, but instead, actually swapping out on this Body Slam, I actually think that's better for Nighttime Clasher here, and he can even bank up more energy or throw another charge attack.
Yeah, Mateus does not know that there is a Shadow Sableye in the back. We see the Shadow Celio going for the Surf here, barely surviving the onslaught of charms, and this is same type attack bonus Surf from a Shadow Celio. It's gonna hurt.
It does a lot into the Wigglytuff, almost knocking out Swap. Combo attack, no shields remaining. Looks like nitetimeclasher is going to be able to unleash a flood of attacks to be able to knock out this Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff goes down. There is still a lot of health on the Togekiss. Unfortunately, though, it's running Aura Sphere and Size Shock. Neither of those moves are going to be that effective into Shadow Sableye.
No, and the Shadow Sableye is at full health. There's no Gleam on this Togekiss. Even if you do get the full farm down, which I don't think you can because the Aqua Tail is available, had to throw on charge attack priority. He was hoping to save all of that energy for the backline of Sableye, but I don't even know if double Aura Sphere would be enough to knock out the Sableye.
I don't think so. It is just so bulky, but remember, there is a move on the Empoleon as well. So if nitetimeclasher fails a catch here, maybe there is some play.
Oh, and he didn't go for the catch. Here comes the Aura Sphere. If there is a Hydro Cannon available, that will knock out. It's all going to come down to if Mateus can land a Hydro Cannon. Does he go for it? Does nitetimeclasher swap? No, he's waiting. He's waiting. Wow, the call from nitetimeclasher to not even swap and get the Shadow Claw down as he looks his opponent in the eyes.
Mateus, unfortunately, unable to reach for that Hydro Cannon. Maybe a little bit afraid of a catch attempt from nitetimeclasher there.
Wow, I mean, it looked like nighttime. They're talking about something. I don't know if there was some sort of infraction towards the end of the game there, but nitetimeclasher made the decision. He thinks that I'm gonna swap. He's waiting to throw. I'm just not gonna swap. I'm just gonna keep throwing Shadow Claws and win this battle.
All right, well, we'll have to get any official word if there is a review going on, but as of right now, it does not look like it is so. Actually, I'll correct myself. Does look like there is a game under review for Mateus. Potential one-turn lag on the Togekiss when it came in, and if you recall, he had to throw that charge attack, right?
Yes. So if it was a peck instead, right?
Yeah. So if he lost a peck, maybe the Quagsire gets knocked out. So we're gonna let our judges take a look at the footage, review whether or not there was a one-turn lag on the Togekiss when it came in, and then they'll need to discuss whether or not that was impactful in the end game there.
Yeah, it kind of all comes down to that, because also you can't really predict who's gonna swap when. That last scenario in the end game is who's gonna blink first, who's gonna make the first move, and it just didn't happen. nitetimeclasher was smart and he just stayed in. So it's a really complicated end game, but they are gonna be looking at it now, and as soon as we can see it, we'll let you know.
Yeah, so here the matchup is, so Togekiss comes in against the Quagsire. Quagsire reaches the Aqua Tail and throws it immediately. The question is, does the Togekiss get a fast attack through during it? Looks like it is, but the question is, the second question is which one is that? Is that the correct number or is it not? I wasn't counting, unfortunately. That is my mistake.
Yeah, so from my eyes, it looked like maybe they were not on synced up, so it might have been a small delay within entering the battlefield for the Togekiss. And of course, that matters because if they were on the same turn alignment, you get the full peck through, which would be more damage, correct? So then maybe he doesn't get to that last Aqua Tail. Instead of, if he throws in between your peck cycle, you're still throwing that previous peck and you're not getting a full new one.
Right, right. I think I counted 4 pecks. I unfortunately did not see the Quagsire energy on the entry.
If there was 4 mud shots, then you should get 5 pecks.
Exactly.
Because you throw 4 mud shots, you throw an attack, your 5th peck comes, okay, 1. It's 4 because you need 4 to get the Aqua Tail.
That is 4, folks. All right, we did it. We counted to 4.
We did.
Nice job.
Yeah, we did it. Exactly. So, you know, in this situation, obviously the judges are going to take care of it, but the only thing you have to look at from a bird's eye view is if that Quagsire would have got knocked out by 1 more peck. And if it gets knocked out by 1 more peck, that means that you bank 2 charge attacks. So you have double Aura Sphere, and you don't have to worry as much about that Shadow Celio swap because maybe you have 3 charge attacks instead of 2 in the end game.
Yeah, I guess you could pivot a little bit earlier, save an Aura Sphere for the Celio, right? So that does shore up some of those win conditions there. But again, let's let the judges come to the decision, and as soon as we know what that is, we'll share it with you.
I thought a big moment in the game was actually earlier when Mateus had his, I believe, the Empoleon versus the Celio. And that Celio threw a Surf, but it wasn't enough to knock out his Empoleon. And that Empoleon was not going to get farmed down by Powder Snow because Powder Snow is double resisted. It would have taken 3 or 4 Powder Snows for that Celio, and you would have been able to throw a charge attack. So instead of forcing that Celio to throw the charge attack into Empoleon, he actually pivoted into Wigglytuff, and then Wigglytuff had to soak all that energy instead of possibly his Empoleon.
All right, well, we do have a ruling from the judges. While there was an issue, they decided that it would not have affected the outcome.
All right, so no rematch here. That means that Nighttime Clasher, his game does stand, and that means he is 1 game away from advancing in this tournament. And, you know, I did the count for Dunebug. I'm doing the count for Nighttime Clasher as well, how many medals he has. Looks like he has
He does have some
over 10.
4th places there, though.
He has, well, yeah, you still count him, right? Oh,
yeah,
sure,
of course, of course.
Yeah.
I was just saying that he has that over Dunebug.
Yeah, you know, yeah, you do. He has a full page of them from what I can see. So he actually has 10 medals himself. So that's incredible from one of the best trainers on the planet. Obviously, he's #1 in North America. He wants to keep it that way coming up into the North American International Championships, where he's already won an international championship this season. What an amazing feat it would be to win 2 international championships within a single season. There's only 3 available, Phoebe.
2 out of 3? Ain't bad.
Pretty good, pretty good.
I think there's a song about that.
Oh, I'll sing it. No,
I will not be singing on the cast. Absolutely not. Well, these trainers are just now locking in their teams. They've thought about it. They know what changes they want to make in game number 2 of Losers Round 3.
All right, we got the Fairy into a Dark type. You would think that would be bad for the Dark type Pokemon, but it's not terrible. You see Nighttime Clasher is kind of shaking his head. He doesn't have charge attacks that do anything, and also the Togekiss doesn't have any charge attacks that do anything. So actually gonna go for the double resisted Drain Punch to try to increase the defense on the Sableye. Well, that's nothing.
The extra bonus for Mateus is that he's now able to make sure that this Dusknoir avoids the Sableye at all costs, right? This isn't the best matchup for Togekiss. You're taking a lot more fast attack damage than you are giving, but foul play, same timing as this Aura Sphere, but I don't think this Aura Sphere knocks out.
I know, and that's exactly why he went for Drain Punch. It might seem silly to throw that Drain Punch, but that ensures that he can take the double Aura Sphere and land this Foul Play, which is also resisted, but maybe then, plus some Shadow Claws, it might be a simultaneous. Which one of these Pokemon will take it? They both swap out, so we won't get to find out.
And that is a very quick switch. Mateus, I think, shaking his head a little bit, would have preferred to place his Ghost type on the Bug Bite Fortress. However, this is still not that bad of a matchup. You can take 1 Sand Tomb, you can land heavy-hitting Hydro Cannons, and you can reach 2 before a second Sand Tomb is reached.
The problem, since he's switch locked, he can't get back to his switch timer now. Yes, he gets the back-to-back Hydro Cannon. He gets the first Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher, but he's stuck in here. He's throwing this next Hydro Cannon. I don't think he'll get 2 Protect Shields, but this Fortress is incredibly healthy still. You'll be able to resist this. Oh, he actually gets both the Protect Shield, so he has a 2-shield advantage with his Shadow Dusknoir.
That is a great place for Shadow Dusknoir, and very importantly, the Togekiss is still alive in the back. So even though the Sand Tomb is landing, and I really like this bait from Nighttime Clasher, he's able to release the debuff from the Dusknoir at any point by switching into that Togekiss.
Whenever you switch in Pokemon Go PvP, you remove all buffs and debuffs, as this Shadow Punch is going to be able to remove the Fortress from the battlefield. Do you try to remove it early, or do you just keep this Togekiss around to try to swap on something on the Quagsire as well? Perfect timing from Nighttime Clasher. You probably have to give up your last shield here.
And I really like Nighttime Clasher throwing this as quick as possible. Aquatail barely not picking up the knockout, and 1 Shadow Claw does it right after, and that is going to seal the game for Eric, Nighttime Clasher, and that is going to be a 2-0 victory over Mateus.
Looks like Nighttime Clasher is on pace for a 11th medal in Pokemon Go Championship Series as he takes this series 2-0 against, in my opinion, one of the bright new faces that we've grown to know in Championship Series in Mateus.
Yeah, that was a very impressive showing. Dusknoir, unfortunately, not quite bulky enough to hang on to the Aquatail. And as I was starting to say, I really like I really like Nighttime Clasher throwing the Aqua Tail as soon as possible because it threatens the shield, because the defense drop was applied by that Sand Tomb, and I think that's why it did a little bit more damage than I was expecting, because I thought maybe the Dusknoir would be in the yellow, but it was so low, it was within Shadow Claw range.
This is where I feel like Mateus didn't need the swap. He swapped there, he didn't bank the energy, but then he brought in the Wigglytuff, and now suddenly you took this Body Slam, and then you also took a Surf, as you're gonna see here. So instead, you could have either thrown an attack into the Celio, or you would have made that Celio throw one of its charge attacks to knock out the Empoleon, and then the Wigglytuff would have had a little bit more health.
Or you could come in potentially with a Togekiss, if it has enough health, get a farm down and come out with a lot of energy as well. So it just goes to show that
look, he doesn't swap.
Yeah. And it just goes to show in Pokemon Go, you have a lot of different win conditions that you can pursue. You know, you could throw the Hydro Cannon into the Shadow Sableye. You could go for a number of different charge attacks, and picking out the correct path forward is key if you want to be one of the best trainers in the circuit.
And it's so complicated to do so that Shadow Claw coming in because it registers before the 3-turn Astonish and able to simultaneous with that Togekiss as well. And actually, we probably would have gotten a simultaneous earlier on in that battle. So it's really cool to see that Dark-type Pokemon be able to play the Zero Protect shields against a Fairy-type Pokemon like the Togekiss.
And another thing I want to go into, you called it out right before it happened, the simultaneous switch from both of the trainers. It's very key in that moment to try to prevent your opponent from getting an energy advantage moving forward, because both of your first Pokemon aren't really all that useful. You could opt to let your first Pokemon go down and try to get switch advantage that way, but in a meta where a lot of Pokemon aren't really hard countering each other and energy advantage is more important, I really like the heads-up play from both trainers to immediately pivot into a different Pokemon.
And also, we have the Fortress, I believe, was number 2 in usage here in day number 2. Is that about 50%? That's a Pokemon that is either going to debuff your attack or your defense. So having that third Pokemon at the end of the game brings more flexibility to your in-game to be able to remove those debuffs of a popular Pokemon. Because look, here it is again. It's going to be mirrored on the stage. It's Uzoukwu versus Doonbug. We're in losers round number 4. Doonbug just came off a victory. Uzoukwu actually dropped down from that loser side of the bracket, falling to SJ.
Yeah, it was a really tough fought winners semis for Uzoukwu, and he's going to have to face another really tough opponent in Doonbug.
And this is a tough team to prepare against because Doonbug has those picks like the Jellicent. He has the Shadow Altaria that he said has been his MVP so far for him. And then he also has the Wigglytuff. So it's some Pokemon that you haven't been seeing as much in the condensed meta, but this meta is very diverse. And Uzoukwu actually doesn't have, he has the typical, I would say, meta team that actually Uzoukwu has done the best with. He's tried out Spice himself, but the times that he's been able to get his hands on these meta teams that work well at the moment, he's had some great performances. So can he keep that up here with this meta team as well?
And it's really interesting. We've talked a lot about fairy types, right? Wigglytuff, Togekiss, Togetic, but we've got Tinkaton here, and I feel like it's got to be one of the few Tinkatons remaining in Top Cut right now.
Yeah, Tinkaton obviously did win the Los Angeles Regional Championships, but it completely fell off in usage, but it made it all the way to the top. Can it make it all the way up to the top again? And look at that regional champion. Well, maybe it's only 5 times because it's within a 2-year span.
I'm just giggling that the text is a little bit squeezed there to fit in the 2023 to 2025 ×5 regional champion.
Yeah, that was an epic run. This trainer is known for his streaks in the way that he's able to put win after win after win. I believe he won 3 regional championships within 4 that he attended. That is absolute dominance. He's trying to warm up at the end of the season here. We are in our final lap here in Indianapolis for the North American region, but of course we have the biggest events left in the year by one of our biggest trainers. So he is trying to put his best foot forward here and get on a roll.
All right, our trainers made eye contact, said good luck, and we're getting into this first game of Losers Round 4, Altaria versus Shadow Altaria.
And you can break point this matchup as well, or bulk point it with the Dragon Breath. And it looks like one of them has that bulk point. I would say that one is taking significantly more Dragon Breath damage than the other.
Yeah, this is a matchup that is going to be very important for the rest of the match, because if we look in the back, we've got Feraligatr Against two other water types for Dunebug, we've got Empoleon and Jellicent, and honestly, I'm not even sure which Pokemon Dunebug would prefer the Feraligatr to land on.
And look how important that bulk point was. Because of that bulk point, you had to swap out and then to the Feraligatr, banking up a bunch of energy onto that Altaria, bringing in the Empoleon. You have that double water backline to be able to resist literally everything that the Feraligatr does.
And I guess he answered the question for me. It's going to be Empoleon that he prefers, building up extra energy, reaching the Drill Peck. Uzoukwu has more than one Hydro Cannon loaded. Unfortunately for him, though, Tinkaton does not have anywhere to land its Gigaton hammers in a neutral fashion. It's going to be resisted by both the Empoleon as well as the Jellicent.
The double water in the back and the Jellicent is a great counter for the Tinkaton because some water types take a lot of pressure, even with that steel type resistance to the Gigaton hammer. Not Jellicent is bulky enough to withstand a double Gigaton hammer. Swap Altaria, combo attack into the...
It's the not Shadow. Oh, it barely does. I was going to say he does have the ability to pivot out, save that Hydro Cannon for later. Big farm down for the Tinkaton, but as you said, Jellicent is very bulky. Its typing's very good into the steel and fairy typing of Tinkaton.
And we're going to see how much damage this Gigaton Hammer does. It's resisted into the water type of Jellicent, and Jellicent is a bulky Pokemon. It doesn't do half. So even with the Fairy Wind damage, it's not going to be enough to double Gigaton. So here comes the swap into Altaria, catching on a Shadow Ball. That's a big way to get back in this game for Uzoukwu.
That's a big catch. Is there energy? We're seeing a big undercharge from Dunebug, but there is no way for Uzoukwu to reach another charge attack at that point.
And at this point, you probably have to bulldoze bait or something. Here comes the Shadow Ball into the Tinkaton. There's still a Protect Shield remaining for Dunebug, and still an Empoleon that is in the yellow there in the back. So here comes the next Gigaton Hammer. I don't think it's enough. Instant no shield from Dunebug.
Yeah, this Gigaton Hammer is resisted. It's not a ton of damage, and I believe the Empoleon in the back has plenty of health. No double bulldoze can be reached. Hydro Cannon, no shields remaining for Uzoukwu, is going to secure game number 1.
Great team strategy once again from Dunebug. It feels like he's been doing this all tournament long in Indianapolis. He has all the answers to whatever the opponent is doing. He's just morphing his team of 6 to hard counter whatever you have in mind.
And it's really tough for Uzoukwu. The team composition that Dunebug has, I feel like is pretty difficult for Uzoukwu to craft a team of 3. The double water doesn't have that many amazing answers from Uzoukwu's side. Altaria is going to be necessary because it's going to resist the water type damage. But beyond that, you've got Fortress dealing resisted bug bites to the Jellicent, dealing resisted bug bites to the Empoleon. You've got these Psy Waves from Grumpig, resisted by the steel typing, taking super effective damage from the hexes of Jellicent, and you get outpaced in that matchup too.
And even though you need to bring the Altaria, you also lose the bulk point against the Mirror Altaria of Dunebug. So even in the neutral situation where you feel is neutral, you're taking one more Dragon Breath damage than the opposing Altaria. And over time, that just really adds up, and it can completely flip matchups that are supposed to be mirror matchups, but just a little bit of change in diversity into your defense stat or your attack stat can give you a huge advantage. As we get into game number 2, Uzoukwu's tournament is on the line here. He needs to be able to reverse sweep. It's water on water for Feraligatr into Jellicent.
And this is a much better lead for Uzoukwu because it means that his Altaria in the back is not locked into a mirror match, which also means that his Tinkaton could potentially get lined up against that Altaria.
I like this shield from Uzoukwu here, going ahead and shielding up the first Shadow Ball of the game. Even though all your charge attacks are resisted, you are doing super effective Shadow Claw damage, and over time, you can whittle down this Jellicent while staying pretty healthy. One more Hydro Cannon won't do it though. Does he throw it? Right now, almost on charge attack ready. Yes, on charge attack ready would have been, but Dune didn't throw it, and he got an extra hex for it.
That's smart play from Dune, recognizing that Uzoukwu wants to try to cut off that Shadow Ball as soon as possible. However, it does not allow him to reach an additional Shadow Ball before the next Hydro Cannon. Even though he got a free hex, he's still going to be outpaced.
Double shield, and Dunebug didn't want to just get farmed down, so he's going to bank a little bit of energy onto that Jellicent and bring out the Empoleon here to soak all of this Hydro Cannon damage, and he still has his own Altaria in the back to face off in the mirror with that bulk point advantage.
And I imagine that Uzoukwu is going to go for a catch, but great read from Dunebug, not throwing the Hydro Cannon, throwing the Drill Peck.
Well, you would want to, I guess, throw the Hydro Cannon or the Drill Peck regardless in this situation, but still, it was perfect timing from Uzoukwu. Going to be able to get to another Drill Peck before a charge attack is available. At this point, you really only have to commit to Sky Attack. You don't have to reach for the Flamethrower, but also, how much do you want to overfarm here? You don't want to take too much damage, but didn't really overfarm too much.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see how this plays out. I think Dunebug's likely going to go into his own Altaria to get a energy head start. The question becomes is, can Uzoukwu reach another charge attack? No, just shy.
He couldn't do it. And this Altaria is now faced against the Tinkaton, but there is a Protect Shield advantage in double Flamethrower. We've seen this before from different flying types with this fire type coverage. The double super effective Flamethrower could do it. So all you need to do is shield up this Altaria, and I think you can sweep it.
Good bait here coming from Uzoukwu. It's going to be very impactful potentially if he can also catch a fire type Flamethrower into his Feraligatr.
Can he make a crucial swap here? No, it's actually Dunebug who swapped first. Now comes the Feraligatr. Here comes the Shadow Ball. But hold on a second. Uzoukwu's looking up thinking, is this my shot? Because you can Fairy Wind down and bank the Gigaton Hammer.
If you are able to win the charge attack tie against that Altaria, that's going to be a win condition. But if Altaria wins it, it's going to be a game for Dunebug. But it's the Tinkaton that wins.
Tinkaton has more attack, drop the hammer, and win the game for Uzoukwu.
Impressive last second bait there from Uzoukwu. The first bulldoze into that Altaria, going to pull away the shield, extremely necessary for him to have enough energy in that endgame.
Dunebug has been one step ahead this entire tournament, but Uzoukwu just caught up in this matchup because Dunebug was the one to make the move first, and he predicted that there was going to be a swap. He counter swapped at the exact right time to bank his energy, bank his hammer, and now tie up the series with a chance to reverse sweep and move on in this tournament.
And I think something Dunebug could have done there is thrown his Flamethrower immediately. I don't think that Gigaton Hammer was loaded before the Flamethrower. I think the Flamethrower was ready, but he was probably worried
He was nervous about the swap, and that's why Dunebug's been so far ahead. And now look, Uzoukwu called it. He says, I'm also going to bank the hammer and then swap out to my own Pokemon. Well played, well executed by Uzoukwu, and that is the exact reason that we are tied at 1-1 right now.
All right, going into game number 3, I still feel like Uzoukwu has a bit of a team compositional disadvantage here. The water types from Dunebug plus Altaria just feel so safe. Altaria, it's a fairy type, it's a flying type. It shouldn't be doing that well against a steel and fairy type.
I do feel like he found something there though, with the Feraligatr, with shielding it in that lead matchup and then swapping out and bouncing around with it. I think that Feraligatr could be key to his victory here. And now Dunebug maybe is gonna need to be the trainer to make the adjustments. Do you try to bring some more counters to the Feraligatr? Because Feraligatr, Jellicent isn't necessarily a hard counter to Feraligatr. You don't really have one. You have the Stunfisk as well. If you are up energy or neutral energy, you can still outpace it a little bit, but otherwise, Feraligatr's kind of free.
And it's not something we talk too much about. With 3-turn fast attacks, you're able to be taken advantage of by something with 2-turn fast attacks, with catches, with over farming, and you can make your opponent have really awkward timings to throw their own charge attacks.
I think Uzoukwu thought that Dunebug was going to sit the Jellicent in this matchup. Dunebug did not sit to Jellicent. His backline is very weak to Jellicent. He has the Grumpig and the Tinkaton in the back. And look, there's the Jellicent for Dunebug in the back. This has been his MVP Pokemon in the front here. The Altaria calling the no-shield on the Hydro Cannon bait. What a call, ice in his veins for Dunebug.
Second Hydro Cannon might be enough to pick up the knockout. I think Uzoukwu is calling it's going to be a little bit short, so now throws the Ice Beam. Could have saved himself a lot of energy if he had just gone for that on the first time around.
And now Jellicent in the back with 2 Protect Shields, and Polion is never going to use one on a Hydro Cannon. Throwing on charge attack priority here. This does ensure that this Feraligatr will be out of the battle, and Jellicent is going to be able to pop off in the back line.
Yeah, that does a good amount of damage to the Empoleon. No world does uzoukwu shield this for Alligator, and I think he's already shaking his head, frustrated, not happy with how this game has started off.
And he thought maybe if he went for the Ice Beam first, a 50-50 chance he could have won this battle. He instead went through for the Hydro Cannon, and Doombug called it. Here comes the Hydro Cannon from the Empoleon here. No Protect Shield out of uzoukwu. There is a Protect Shield deficit, so you definitely want to hold on to that in the back. Can you ever bank this energy, though? Maybe bank some energy. No, actually throws a Dynamic Punch. Maybe you would have wanted that energy for the back line, but you don't know Jellicent's back there.
Throwing a Dynamic Punch, not being caught into the Ghost type, and another Hydro Cannon is loaded, but throwing the Drill Peck instead, maybe calling that Altaria in the back, and Doombug is maybe a little bit unsure about what Pokemon that uzoukwu has brought this game.
I do like that shield. At least you're going to get the last Protect Shield here, and can you put this Jellicent in range of double Gigaton Hammer? But the problem is you're going to be in range of double Shadow Ball, and because of the pacing of the Jellicent should be able to outpace to the double Shadow Ball. That is why Doombug is shaking his head right now.
Doombug feeling very positive about this matchup. Shadow Ball neutral damage into the Tinkaton. Tinkaton Fairy Wind neutral, but Gigaton Hammer is going to be resisted. And yes, it does look like double Shadow Ball will pick up a clean knockout.
And before that, the hammer will drop on Jellicent, but it is resisted. And Doombug has the Shadow Ball banked up. All he needs is a Shadow Ball and a little bit of Hex damage. He's actually going to overfarm just a little bit to throw on proper timing. And Doombug, just like he's done in the past, making another awesome loser's side run here in Indianapolis.
And that was a really tough fought series between these two. A lot of back and forth. Doombug definitely felt like he had the edge with his team composition. Brought the same 3 Pokemon all 3 games. uzoukwu made a bit of an adjustment with how he played the matchup between game 1 and 2. And then in game 3, he opted to bring the Grumpig, but unfortunately ended up going down shields, and Grumpig's a Pokemon that really thrives with shield advantage.
Yeah, and going for that 50-50 there, right? You're going for that bait on the Hydro Cannon. It just didn't pay off. He was thinking that Dune was going to invest into that Altaria, and if he was going to shield it, but you know what? I don't mind him going for it. He was able to call out what Doombug was going to do in game number 2 to tie up the series. You know what? It's game 3. It's losers round number 4. If I want to advance, I might need to go for it. He went for it. It didn't happen for him this time, but what a run, right? I mean, getting to the top 8 here, it's an awesome journey for uzoukwu.
I'd say 9 times out of 10 in Go Battle League, or even in the Pokemon Championship Series, for Alligator with Ice Beam loaded, pulls a shield from an Altaria.
Double super effective, right?
Doombug's gonna be one of the only few people that has the guts to call that and to say, I think you're throwing Hydro Cannon.
And with a trainer that's comfortable being on the loser side, right? A trainer with 14 medals, a trainer that has done it all the way from start to finish on the loser side. It doesn't matter if his tournament's on the line. If he's 1 step away from elimination, he will still make those gutsy calls. And that's why he's able to persevere in this situation. As other trainers might be like, I can't risk it here. It's game number 3. If I call this wrong, I lose the game and I'm out of the tournament. Very few trainers would make that call. Doombug is one of them.
Your bat can't be against the wall if you knock down all the walls around you.
Touche, that was good. Yeah, well, we have our final 2 in the winners finals. Of course, it's going to be SJ. Can he become another Indianapolis regional champion? Can he qualify for world championships this season? But we need to find out who will be the final 3. So we got some more losers rounds coming up right after the break.
Hello, trainers. We're here at the Indianapolis Regionals. Indianapolis is actually famous worldwide for racing. So we're going to take a race with these 2 trainers today. But the road to Worlds is not always about speed. It's about precision. It is about timing. So these trainers are going to go stage to stage to qualify at the end of the road for a special prize. I'm joined by Savor Avocado and Mish, and I'm going to ask them trivia questions. The first step, you're going to need to answer 1 trivia question correct. And when I ask this question, could you please, if you think you know the answer, wave your flag so I can see it, and then I will call on whoever I thought waved their flag first. All right, here we go. We start at the basics here in Championship Series. So we're going to talk about some basic things that trainers might need to know at the start of their journey to the World Championships. So What is the format for Pokemon Go? I'm looking for 3 things. What is the format? What is the format for Pokemon? You know this, Mish.
Show 6. Is it show 6 pick 3?
Yes.
Great League.
Yes.
CP 1500 and below, and
In the actual tournament, how does it go? There's
it's double elimination.
Yes. Okay. So Mish moves on to the next stage, and we're gonna give Saber Avocado a chance to catch up. But Mish now always has charge attack priority. She will now get to go first for the remainder of the journey. All right. So this next question for Saber Avocado is, how many trainers at a typical North American regional will get championship points? It's
32.
You're very close. You're very close. You are in a derivative of it.
16.
I don't want to say it, but you're so close.
8.
No. Think about it. When you're competing, how many trainers will get championship points at a tournament that you're going to?
64.
Yes. All right. Move on to the next station. You nailed it. All right. This means Mish has charge attack priority in the road to Worlds. So this next part is going to be the speed round. They're in the middle of the journey. They're going to get fast. We're in Indianapolis after all. So in this speed round, you actually need to get 3 questions in a row correct. They're going to be easy ones, but you need to get 3 correct in a row. If it's not 3 correct in a row, Saber Avocado gets the steal. All right, here we go. We're starting with Mish. First question, they're so easy. How many shields do you have in Pokemon Go PvP?
2.
Okay, yes. How long is the timer?
40 seconds.
No! Oh my, okay. Saber Avocado. How many, this one's actually a little harder. How many typings are there in Pokemon Go PvP?
There are 18.
Wow, nailed it. Okay, tell me, what is something exclusive about Shadow Pokemon?
They do more damage, but they are squishier. Less.
How much damage?
I think it's 20%.
Yes, okay, that's 2 correct in a row. We're looking for a 3rd in a row, and you get to move on first. These are gonna be easy questions here. All right, how many starters in the Kanto region can you name?
Charmander and Squirtle and Bulbasaur.
Oh, you did it! Okay, they were so easy. All right, you're on the next stage. All right, so that means that Saber Avocado is now ahead in the race. But Mish actually caught up, so actually come up here too. But you lost charge attack priority. Don't worry about it, everyone. She lost charge. She went to Europe and participated in another region, and now she has caught up on this roadmap to Worlds. So don't worry about it. She is caught up. Now, this is where it gets hard. This is about qualifying. You're qualifying for a prize, but at this point in the journey, trainers are trying to qualify for the World Championships. So this is a difficult question.
I was enjoying this segment.
Saber Avocado gets to go first, has charge attack priority.
Just come in here and listen.
What is the most winningest Pokemon in the North American regional this season? There's actually 2 tied for first place.
Wait, the most.
So which Pokemon has won the most regionals this season? An individual Pokemon. There are 2 that are tied. What are they?
Licky.
Incorrect. Try again.
Corsola?
No. All right, Mish, you can steal. Which 2? You only need 1.
Azumarill?
No. All right, I'm gonna give you a hint. They are both flying types. I'm gonna give you one more guess because you only guessed once.
Corviknight?
Yes, Corviknight! Wow, okay. That means officially, Mish, in your journey to Worlds, you have qualified. But before she gets her qualifying stage, I actually have one more tough question because we like all our trainers to be able to qualify. Remember, the top 75 in North America get to qualify, so Saber Avocado still has a chance. Another tough question. Who is the most winningest trainer in 3 regions? You can pick one from EU, North America, or LATAM, or someone who has participated in both. There's actually a 3-way tie for the trainer that has won the most regional championships or special events this season.
Zweilous?
No. One more try. You were in the right region.
Inadequate?
Yes, inadequates. All right. And that means Saber Avocado has qualified. Bring in the prize. Mango, please, to present to Mish first, and then Saber Avocado later, your prize of your qualification of that t-shirt. All right. Well, thank you so much to Mish and Saber Avocado. This has been our road to Worlds fast style, like Indianapolis. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Thank you, Butters, for that amazing segment on the road to Worlds. A lot of it is the journey together, the friends you make along the way, two best friends over the course of the years, the seasons that have developed into two titans of the game. Nighttime Clasher, Out of Pocket. And in a moment, these two good friends are going to be facing off on the big stage with a lot on the line.
And I think the vibes are going to be very good. These two are going to be very competitive. It's losers round 4. It is win or go home with these two trainers. However, there's also going to be some laughs.
There's going to be some laughs, and sometimes Pocket, I notice his demeanor changes. It depends on who he's facing, right? If he's facing someone that maybe he doesn't know, he may be more stoic, locked in, focused. I have to presume that these two are going to have some fun up there as they go against one another. These two trainers oftentimes, you know, will stay together, share a place for the weekend. They'll team build together. They're asking others around. They have different teams this time, but there was a stretch of a lot of tournaments in a row that Pocket, Nighttime Clasher, and Sustenance Eater all brought the same teams together. So they know each other very well. They probably know each other's play styles very well also.
But they certainly are not bringing the same team today, because Out of Pocket is bringing that Dondozo on the left-hand side of your screen. Both are bringing that Togetic, though, as really something kind of unique in today's tournament.
They were both on that Togetic, right, for a while now. They've been practicing with it. But Pocket said in his interview earlier, he said, I just couldn't get behind Shadow Celio because I knew Dondozo was the way. And he has proven it so far. He's very far on in this tournament. And honestly, the Dondozo looks extremely safe against Nighttime Clasher's team. There is not really a hard check to it. So Out of Pocket, sometimes he's been able to utilize that Pokemon just to absorb a lot of damage and freely swap it. He can do the same here as a potential strategy. He could look to freely swap that Dondozo.
Two champions, two of the very best that North America has to offer, and they are facing right now in the loser side of the bracket. If you told me, Chris, that this was a grand finals matchup, a worlds matchup, I would believe you, but here we are, losers round 4 here in Indianapolis, Pokemon Regionals 2026.
Two international champions, of course, Pocket winning the North American International Championships a few seasons ago, and Nighttime Clasher, this year's LAIC champion. So they have so many accolades. They've accomplished so much in their career. And here we go. We have a lock-in between two Titans. It's going to be the Shadow Fortress mirror we've seen a lot of times today to kick things off.
And it looks like these trainers content to play out this lead matchup. And we might see a swap. We might see a throw of a Rock Tomb. Ooh, it looks like these trainers might be going for 2 separate strategies in the mirror.
Rock Tomb unleashed from Out of Pocket wins the chart attack priority. You have to wonder if they knew beforehand who would win these chart attack priorities or not. But Nighttime Clasher, I don't think he would have thrown this Sand Tomb had he known he would lose chart attack priority, because now Pocket's more inclined to no shield and actually pivots immediately into the Licky Licky.
Licky Licky is an incredibly safe bet. However, Nighttime Clasher doesn't really have a clear answer. Actually goes in, tries to catch a Shadow Ball, but Out of Pocket not gonna let that slide.
Does a lot of bug bite damage, but allows Pocket to build up so much energy here where he's gonna be able to fire Body Slam after Body Slam. There's also a desync in the switch clock. So that is something to keep an eye on, but Nighttime Clasher also was able to bank a lot of energy on his Fortress for later.
So both trainers, the Shadow Fortress has been revealed. The Licky Licky has been revealed. But we have 2 very interesting wildcard picks in the back. We have the Steelix and the Celio. Looks like we have the Body Slam coming to lock in. This is pivotal to see how this matchup is going to play out.
We have the ability to see these back lines, but these trainers do not. And if you're Out of Pocket, I feel like keeping all your shields is the best course of action, knowing that he has that Shadow Steelix in back, which relies mainly on its Thunder Fang fast attack pressure. So he gets off another body slam here, still has yet to commit a protect shield, and out of pocket looking to get this Licky Licky off of the field.
Licky Licky's gonna come off the field, but Nighttime Clasher is gonna bring the Fortress in just to get a little bit of extra energy and hopefully pressure a shield now. Out of pocket has revealed the final card in his hand, the Steelix.
Typically not gonna shield the first Sand Tomb, knowing that another one may come dealing more damage after the debuff. So Pocket takes the first. Does he shield the second one? He doesn't. He thinks that there is not enough fast attack pressure to defeat his Steelix in the end, and he is immediately going to clear it and goes into his own fortress. Celio, resisted Powder Snow, is going to struggle to get rid of this fortress before taking a lot of bug bite damage.
However, this body slam would threaten the Shadow Fortress, so Out of Pocket kind of forced to shield it up so he can continue to work on chewing through this Celio. Going to release a Sand Tomb. Nighttime Clasher actually shielding it.
Pocket sees the vision. The immediate Sand Tomb to lower the defense of this Celio. These bug bites continue to add up. I have to imagine he lets the body slam go through. Now he's going to try and sweep on the back of the Steelix. Super effective Thunder Fang damage. Keep in mind, this Celio is debuffed. These Thunder Fangs are really adding up. Out of pocket is going to commit to the full farm down. Shield the body slam here, so he comes out with a crunch for that fortress.
And the body slam is shielded. We're going to see a Thunder Fang, but the Fortress comes in, gets a little bit of bug bite damage, but not very much before Out of Pocket is able to knock it out with a crunch.
Crunch knocks out the Fortress. Another Thunder Fang for the Celio, and Out of Pocket takes a 1-0 lead against Nighttime Clasher.
If Out of Pocket can win one more victory, then he can progress into the losers finals.
Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher, I talked about how sometimes they bring similar teams. We take another look at Pocket's team here, and there is some overlap, right? They both have that Togetic as well as the Licky Licky and the Fortress, but some of these standout picks from Pocket to diversify his team, the Dondozo and the Steelix you saw there. The Steelix, very oppressive against Nighttime Clasher's team. It's mainly just the Quagsire that can comfortably deal with it. Everything else is a little bit afraid of the Steelix. I guess Sableye would probably have a positive matchup there as well, with a super effective Drain Punch and that ability. But overall, the Steelix poses some problems, and I have to call myself out. There's been a theme where I have thought a certain Pokemon looks good for Out of Pocket, and he never brings that Pokemon. So I called out the Dondozo looking extremely safe, and he doesn't bring it for game one. That's been a reoccurring theme this weekend. He sees things differently, and here we go. Game number 2, we've got to lock in.
And he sees things differently. He sees Togetic onto Sableye. That requires Nighttime Clasher to pivot into that Licky Licky. We have seen that Licky Licky safe swap so many times. Out of Pocket trying to make a catch, not successful. We're going to start seeing that the body slams fly between these two Pokemon. Now, Chris, we have seen this mirror match time and time again, but what is on the line for these trainers? What are they trying to set up for the rest of the game?
Well, Pocket made a pivotal decision to start this game, and it's hard to disagree with him the way he's been playing, but now he's opened the door for Nighttime Clasher to take back the alignment. And I think Pocket, seeing the Sableye in the lead, he's said, okay, I'm fine whether my Togekiss or my Fortress is on that Sableye. But here's the thing, you don't throw a charge attack at Nighttime Clasher's Licky Licky and then swap out. You're just giving him the door to flip this matchup here, and then he can realign his Sableye where it's not on that Togetic. And the Togetic for Nighttime Clasher is really good against the Fortress of Out of Pocket.
Yeah, it has that heat wave, and the bug bites are resisted. The Rock Tombs do threaten super effective damage, but Togetic is just so thick as a Pokemon. It's so defensive, so much HP that it's okay handling a Rock Tomb.
But perhaps this is what Pocket was drawing up all along. Maybe he does actually sense it's the Togetic, and the Shadow Ball does get off. That last bug bite not quite getting the knockout, and that could be critical here for Nighttime Clasher, actually getting a Protect Shield advantage now from Out of Pocket. And Out of Pocket, I'm actually surprised to see him throwing the energy. I thought maybe he would look to swap out, but perhaps not sensing that it's the Togetic in the back.
Shadow Sableye's defense is down one stage here. Going to throw a foul play. Now this is Shadow boosted. Shadows get 20% more damage compared to the regular forms of those Pokemon. So Out of Pocket uses his final Protect Shield. So all attacks going to land here, Togetic versus Togetic.
Out of Pocket would have loved to get that Rock Tomb off before the potential Heat Wave from the Togetic, but he couldn't take that risk. And Nighttime Clasher did not throw immediately, so not allowing the catch. Now we can go for the more efficient Dazzling Gleam to hit harder against the opposing Togetic, but you have to keep in mind there is energy remaining on both of the Pokemon that are still in the back.
There's energy, but Nighttime Clasher's got 2 shields. That seems like quite the insurance policy. We see the first one being deployed here against the Heat Wave.
Heat Wave is going to connect, and I think Out of Pocket may be helpless here. No Protect Shields remaining. He will get to a Rock Tomb against this Togetic, but there is still a Protect Shield. And I don't know, T-Fi, even with a debuff, I think this double super effective Heat Wave should be enough.
Shadow Fortress is both Bug and Steel. Both are deal super effective. Both receive super effective damage from fire. We take a look. Heat Wave knocks out.
Heating things up, melted away the Steel Bug type. And Nighttime Clasher evens up this series. I think you saw there a situation where, you know, I keep harping right on this licky handling the mirror match, the safe swap. And if you build up a lot of energy like Pocket and then go into your own without inflicting much damage to that licky, you're just giving your opponent the window to then overcome that matchup. And also getting the Shadow Ball 2 off just barely onto the Fortress, that was huge for Nighttime Clasher as well.
These two trainers have a lot on the line right now. This is losers round 4. The loser of this match goes home. Their tournament run is over. But if you win, you're going to go on to face Dunebug in the losers semifinals.
Yes, in the 4th place match essentially there. They're looking to get to, and you see the replay here, that Heat Wave. Imagine had Out of Pocket not taken not had to use a Protect Shield right on that Shadow Ball. Maybe there was still some play. Maybe he gets outpaced anyway. The double Heat Wave, not sure. But Nighttime Clasher finds a way, finds a how to even up the series. And Out of Pocket will go back to the drawing board. We'll see if he sticks to what he's been doing with Pokemon like the Togetic, the Licky, or if he goes back to something like the Steelix.
We see these trainers, I've seen them laugh and I've seen them lock in, and we have a lock in now. Decisive game number 3, Shadow Fortress into Shadow Sableye.
This is an interesting match where the Bug Bites really start to threaten, and a Drain Punch will then limit the damage these Bug Bites do with that buff to the defense. But Nighttime Clasher goes for the foul play. It's a big decision for Pocket. Correctly shielding the foul play, which does a lot more damage, is a nice call for him to start out this game. Now he is going for a Sand Tomb against this Sableye.
And Nighttime Clasher makes a decision to use an early Protect Shield in this opening matchup. These trainers content to play this all the way out.
I'd have to imagine Nighttime Clasher, after it gets the shield from the foul play, will look to pivot out, doesn't want to surrender a farm down, goes into the Togetic, and it is met by the Dondozo making an appearance. And this bulky Dondozo will be able to withstand a Dazzling Gleam pretty well, but 2, we'll see if it is enough to knock out.
I'm sure this is a matchup that these two trainers have practiced. Dazzling Gleam takes it just to half health with the Fairy Wind damage as well. But because the Heat Wave is resisted, it forces Nighttime Clasher to have to go for a little bit more pricey Dazzling Gleam. A little bit more pricey, but a little bit more efficient.
Nighttime Clasher was thinking about whether he wanted to Protect Shield or not, going for the Dazzling Gleam Pocket. If he is able to withstand this on his Dondozo, has the Surf, but it just knocks out. No Surf for Dondozo. Now the Licky comes in immediately to try and get as much farm as possible, and an extra rollout sneaking through for Out of Pocket.
And Dazzling Gleam, Nighttime Clasher going for it to try to get as much damage as possible onto this Licky before bringing in his own. And there is the Shadow Fortress. We're going to start seeing it chew apart this Licky.
Out of pocket on the desync switch there, through on suboptimal timing, allowing a free rollout, but he does at least get the Rock Tomb off to debuff his Licky Licky. This will force a Shadow Ball from Nighttime Clasher, but there are still 3 Pokemon in this game for Nighttime Clasher, and only 1 Licky Licky with a handful of energy for Out of Pocket.
And Nighttime Clashers has this final Protect Shield. Does he deploy it here, or is he going to hold on to it for a little bit later? He has 3 Pokemon, but we are finally at even shields. Like we can see Out of Pocket kind of grimacing, looking around, seeing if an answer will come to him.
Pocket starting to sense he may not have enough left in the tank. And Nighttime Clasher, he is content. He feels like even if this was a Shadow Ball, he still might have the tools to get the job done. So he calls the Body Slam bait. That's going to force more energy Out of Pocket. And I think Nighttime Clasher's in a prime position here to sweep.
And we see that grin from Nighttime Clasher, gets to the Body Slam, and he gets to close out this match with the Licky Licky. So even though I think Out of Pocket is going to be quite disappointed to end his run here, we see smiles and some excitement, a handshake and a hug from these 2 very good friends.
The 2 friends share a smile, and it's going to be Nighttime Clasher moving on to face Dunebug in the top 4. So well played from both these trainers. After taking game 1 pretty convincingly, Nighttime Clasher made the necessary adjustments to reverse sweep, and he will be moving on. What a performance from him, but what a performance from Out of Pocket as well. We talked about had a 4 tournament drought of not making day 2, which for him is a bit of a slump with his high, lofty standards. So to go back into the top 8 with a really solid performance this weekend, he's got to be happy, looking forward to NAIC in a few short weeks.
And if he wants to maintain his streak of getting a title every season, he's going to have to take NAIC. So I imagine we're going to start to see Out of Pocket maybe starting to pester his friends, maybe pinging his friends on some social servers, trying to get some practice pretty quick here.
Pocket likes to tease about some of the stats that we employ on the stream sometimes. And he told me today, hey, Rise, you know, I'm the only player in the world that could potentially win NAIC every other year. and Out of Pocket, we have seen so much from him, and I'm sure we're going to see more coming soon in the near future. But for now, it's Nighttime Clasher's time. We will see him shortly taking the stage against Dunebug.
That is certainly going to be a match to keep an eye on. Nighttime Clasher versus Dunebug. Something I am very excited to see. And we can see a little bit extra behind the scenes. And since Nighttime Clasher and Out of Pocket are best friends in the game, I just saw like a lucky friend notification pop up on Nighttime like what I believe to be Nighttime Clasher's phone.
That's what you were pointing to. I missed it. And, sometimes you get those lucky. It's fun when we get to see the lucky trades on stream, right? I remember back in the day when Dilap and Cindy had that lucky trade on stream, and he got a Shundo Legendary. Cindy seemed a little bit jealous. Dilap he seemed more excited when he got the Shundo than when he won his regional championship, actually.
Sometimes that can be even more exciting, and that's what it's all about, right? Doing the trades, making friends, having one of your Pokemon, so kind of like a piece of you that you can trade with another trainer. That's what our game is all about. That's what our community is all about.
Absolutely. And we are down to our top 4 trainers here in Indianapolis, awaiting in the wings Dunebug and Nighttime Clasher in our loser semis. This will be a best of 3, and then the winner of this match will be in our losers finals, where they await SJ and Caspian, a 2-time regional winner against someone making their first top cut, maybe the dark horse of this tournament. I mean, you would have to think SJ in some sense would be the favorite going into that matchup, but Caspian has been on a heater, and look at some of the names he's taken down. He took down Out of Pocket, Dinho, and they are having a lot of time, to think things over. Some players have their different styles, right? Do you, prep for your matchup? Do you just wait to see it there in front of you and not think too much about it? I think there's a lot of different styles. So down to our top 4 with our matches resuming shortly.
And I think our trainer that we're going to see, not next is going to be Dunebug and Nighttime Clasher, but pretty soon we're going to go into the best of 5 winners finals, S. James P. and caspianpike. And S. James P., I think he's more of a trainer who's going to try not to overthink it, try to kind of like maybe take a step, go out into the hallway, and try to really clear your mind. So there's a couple different strategies. You've seen quite a few grand finals. You've seen quite a few on-stage matchups yourself. What's your strategy?
I typically like to look over the matchup, especially if you have a long time to wait, but you don't want to overthink it. And I think there's some players that like to scrim as much as possible, meaning they practice, they scrimmage against some of their friends, some of their teammates potentially to get ideas. And you want to find that balance, right? Because you want to prepare, but you know, if you practice against a friend, they might not run the matchup the same way as who you're going to play on the big stage. They don't have as much practice with that team itself. So sometimes, you know, practicing the matchup, it could be a little bit, you have to be careful. You don't want to overdo it because then you may lead yourself to thinking something is good when in reality, maybe you're best served just going with your gut, going with your intuition.
So maybe instead of over-practicing too much in between matchups, you could just watch something on Twitch. I believe we have our Twitch matchups for June. Just to kind of clear your mind and reset, you can see, Chris, why don't you take us through a couple things that trainers can watch here in the first week of June on Twitch?
Well, we have a lot of great stuff here. We've got League Victors coming up on Tuesday, a rerun of all the finals from the North American International Championships last year, 2025, Pokemon the series, and we've made sure that you catch the preview show for NAIC coming up on Friday of next week, and also next weekend, the Turin Special Championships.
Speaking of next weekend, we have quite the event next weekend, and that is going to be Go Fest Chicago 2026. You can see each of the in-person Go Fest locations is going to be themed around one of our team leaders. Here in North America, we get Spark, so you're going to see a bit of an electric type flair to the Go Fest in Chicago. And you want to be sure, whether you are in person or you are watching at home, you're going to want to be sure to tune into that broadcast that is happening on Sunday of Go Fest weekend at 9:45.
Some of my best memories from playing Pokemon Go have been from Go Fest, such as Seattle. I remember we had a group pickup basketball game we organized in Seattle a few years back, and that was a ton of fun. And what else is fun is finding local Pokemon events near you. Scan that code, find some in your local area, make some friends, maybe drive a couple hours, you know, if you need those extra championship points to get that last push to qualify for Worlds, because it is coming up and it is the last legs here in Indianapolis.
And maybe you want to just get a head start on the 2027 season and start scoping out some local game shops that are hosting challenges and cups, start to make new friends, and really start to put in some of the reps and the preparation for the upcoming season. But before we get to that upcoming season, we're going to have NAIC, one of the last tournaments of 2026. This all happens right in a row, and I know this is what I'm doing and what several other trainers are doing. Indianapolis, and then going right to Chicago for Go Fest, and then going right to New Orleans for NAIC. This is really an eventful time in Pokemon Go.
It's a busy 2 weeks for a lot of us, but we can't get enough of it. We love Pokemon, and it's going to be traveling here and there, making a lot of friends, and also NAIC to cap it all off with a limited meta once again in Pokemon Go. That is going to be really exciting to see how people, you know, are creative and really bring new ideas to light, as we've seen in the previous 2 ICs this season. And speaking of a limited meta, we have some day 2 usage for our meta this weekend with Licky Licky once again standing on top. A lot of water types. You see 4 water types all within the top 12. And then, of course, I pointed out earlier, you know, those 3 fairy-type Pokemon all in a row, all exactly 25%, by the way. So, you know, they're sharing the wealth, right? Not one more popular than the other. in our top 12 usage.
Lots of, and those fairy types, they really want to try to find that Shadow Sableye that's up there at 31.3% usage. I know that was a Pokemon that a lot of us had on our caster picks as a Pokemon that we thought was going to be really useful, have a lot of utility with that Drain Punch, and we were right, I think, everyone who put that on there.
Yes, Shadow Sableye has really asserted itself in this weekend, and I think it's a high skill Pokemon because you have to know when it's more beneficial to use that Drain Punch to buff your defense versus the Foul Play, which Foul Play actually hits harder than Drain Punch, even when Drain Punch is one stage more effective. So that's why sometimes you're seeing players opt to throw the Foul Play at a Licky, for example, as opposed to the Drain Punch, because that's how much harder the Foul Play hits. The main purpose of the Drain Punch is to buff your defense. So sometimes we're seeing players like SJ opt to throw the Foul Play in situations against the Licky, right? Because he knows it does more damage than the Drain Punch.
And the way that you're going to get that knowledge to know to do those things is through a lot of practice. So being sure you're putting in that time is so critical. And I know that the trainers that we have coming up in loser semis commit to the practice.
They put in a lot of time, like you said, and they are ready to showcase their skills, showcase the practice, the preparation that has led them to this moment here in the loser semis. Two trainers, lots of top fours to their name, but they are not satisfied with top four. They are looking to get even more. It's going to be Dunebug taking on Nighttime Clasher.
I don't know, maybe Dunebug would be satisfied with top four, because didn't we determine earlier that's the only medal he hasn't gotten?
That is true. That is a good point, but I think it's more of a comedic bit. I think he's saying he wants fourth place because he's never gotten before, but I bet deep down he would rather have better than fourth place.
I think his competitive nature is not going to let him be satisfied with fourth. He wants the gold. He wants the win. These trainers are not going to wait around for us. They're going to lock right in here. Let's go.
Right after Dunebug took over that series with his Jellicent against Uzo, he leads it into the Shadow Sableye. This is a great lead for Nighttime Clasher. The Empoleon safe swap is not hard checked by anything. Instead, Nighttime Clasher going for the Drain Punch here to buff his defense. And look at that damage.
Drain Punch is not that much of a heavy-hitting attack, but it looked like it on that Empoleon. Golly.
And not going to actually protect shield here is Nighttime Clasher. He is going to throw this next Drain Punch immediately. This would leave him double defense buff. So Dunebug weighing his options here, and he's shielding because he doesn't feel like he could comfortably, oh, interesting. I guess he wants to get switch advantage. He feels like he needs switch advantage at all costs.
So Dunebug looking for switch advantage, but Nighttime Clasher not going to concede it. So we're going to see a couple Shadow Claws, and Nighttime Clasher secures switch advantage and shield parity. We see the Wigglytuff come out. This is the matchup it wants, but it unfortunately is only going to deal a little bit of damage onto this Sableye, and it's going to get stuck against this Fortress.
And in a day of a lot of complex situations, this is one that seems a little bit more straightforward in my opinion. Nighttime Clasher has aligned his Fortress with the Wigglytuff. He knows there's a Jellicent in back, and he has the Licky waiting for it, so has the ideal alignment. I'm actually surprised to see Dunebug staying in here so long. Maybe he's got some sort of trick up his sleeve, but right now, this looks like almost an insurmountable position because of that Licky waiting for the Jelly.
And there is the Jelly, there is the Licky, and there is the knowledge of Dune saying, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so, is what he's saying. And this is a matchup where when Jellicent is actually ahead in the two-shield scenario, it can make this quite uncomfortable for Licky. But right now, with only one shield in play, I think it's extremely comfortable for Nighttime Clasher. He's just going to look to stay focused, play this out. But even after one Shadow Ball lands, you see how much damage that does to the Jellicent. And a chart attack priority here will be won by Jellicent, but Nighttime Clasher looking primed to take game number one.
Yeah, this looks really good for Nighttime Clasher, and we will see Dunebug concede the match here, allowing the Jellicent to absorb this Shadow Ball. And, you know, the Wigglytuff just has so little left. Just kind of conceding, and I think Dune's already, the wheels are turning and thinking, okay, so Jellicent really, really worked well for me in that last game, but it's not going to do it for me here. What can I do differently against Nighttime Clasher? These two trainers, both so accomplished in their own right, and I think Dunebug just needs to kind of shake this off if he wants to try to reverse sweep and continue on to losers finals.
And in terms of mind games, Nighttime Clasher went double strong against the Jellicent with his two best checks, the Sableye and the Licky Licky. Does he think he now scared off the Jellicent? Does he start to disrespect it? Maybe bring the Celio? And if you're Dunebug, do you dare bring the Jellicent again? You just saw it get hard checked 2 times over, but you know it does have a lot of play against Pokemon like Celio, Quagsire, Fortress. So it definitely has play against Nighttime Clasher's team, just couldn't find the correct spot. But now it is a guessing game as the players look to make some adjustments in their lines.
Yeah, I mean, the Jellicent probably wouldn't even be that bad against the Togetic either. You'd be able to do a lot of really neutral damage, and Togetic would have to rely on the Dazzling Gleam versus the slightly cheaper Heat Wave.
Absolutely. And players looking things over for a few more seconds before they lock in lines. You know, we have the ability to see these trainers locking in back screen and backstage, I should say, and they change their lines around so many times here. They're really thinking hard about this one, and Dunebug catches the lead that he wants. Shadow Altaria into Quagsire.
And we immediately see Nighttime Clasher pivot out, recognizing he needs to start building up energy on the Shadow Fortress, and that the Quagsire is probably going to be really useful later on.
Now, one thing worth noting in this particular matchup is depending on the Shadow Altaria, some of them don't have the stats to really withstand those bug bites as well, but Dunebug, you can see, clearly has a very strong stat Altaria where he's taking the bug bites well and also catches the Rock Tomb onto his Empoleon. Dunebug making a statement here early in game number 2.
He says, I may be down, but I am not out of it yet. Going to bring in the Empoleon. Nighttime Clasher going to force a Protect Shield here and Dunebug's still looking really good up both of his shields.
Dunebug maximizing his energy, throwing at the last possible second the Sand Tomb. This will threaten the knockout of the Empoleon. So Nighttime Clasher invests a Protect Shield, or excuse me, Dunebug invests a Protect Shield and gets off another Hydro Cannon.
And fires that Hydro Cannon. Nighttime Clasher uses his second Protect Shield. This is so early in the game to be down both shields. Now Dunebug has to decide.
And the Fortress just bug bit down the entire Empoleon after landing one Sand Tomb. Now flips the alignment, and Nighttime Clasher may be back in this, has the Rock Tomb for the Wigglytuff.
He may be back in this, I agree, but he has lost both of his Protect Shields. This is great alignment for Nighttime Clasher, getting the Togetic on the Altaria.
Is there any way the added damage from the Shadow Altaria can 2-hit KO the Togetic here? Not quite. The Dragon Breath's just doing so little damage. You can barely see the damage being applied from these Dragon Breaths, doing 1 damage per Dragon Breath. Nighttime Clasher going for the Heat Wave. It's a huge call. Oh, and Dunebug calls the bait.
Oh, this is going to allow Dunebug to get to his Sky Attack potentially. He's going to have to shield in order to do it, but this is going to leave the Togetic very, very dry on energy.
Going for a Sky Attack eventually, but trying to maximize his energy. Based on what we saw the first Sky Attack too, I think Togetic barely hangs on here. There's a Wigglytuff and a Quagsire in the back, a neutral matchup. And actually gets the farm done, but he's so low, I don't think he gets to the Sky Attack.
That's so tough. Mudshot being so resisted, but here is the Wigglytuff. Unfortunately, Quagsire, I think, is just a little bit too healthy for Dunebug's Wigglytuff to overcome, as well as the Quagsire is coming into this with quite the energy advantage.
That is so tough, as you said, but unfortunately, Wigglytuff not going to be enough here in the end game. Quagsire will withstand the Icy Wind and the Chart Attack priority as the Aqua Tail will connect. This will end Dunebug's run. He will get and achieve his first ever 4th place for the 6-time regional champion, but it's going to be nitetimeclasher moving on into the top 3.
That 4th place medal is quite the consolation prize for Dunebug, and we love to see the sportsmanship between these two incredibly accomplished trainers. Nitetimeclasher is going to move on to the losers finals. He will await the loser of our next match.
Absolutely. He'll be awaiting the loser of SJ and Caspian, who have both been playing nearly flawlessly through this entire tournament. I think SJ, one of the more stoic players you will see, and Caspian was elated just to make the top 8, right? And he just keeps on going, keeps on winning. So can he keep it up against one of the best trainers in North America in SJ? We will have to see.
It is crazy that we can claim SJ as one of the greatest players in North America, and he has so few championship series appearances to be able to make that claim.
He has, he got 2nd place right in his first career tournament, 1st place in his next tournament. It was a very short span of time before he was able to really make his name known. He was already known in grassroots formats, right, in the Go Battle League, but SJ just so consistent. Anytime you see his name on the roster, right, on the player roster, you think he has a chance to win it. And I don't know if that quite applies to anyone more than him, just considering the sheer number of tournaments that he competes at, as opposed to players like Nitetimeclasher and Pocket that are seemingly always there in day 2, but have competed in 40+ tournaments, when SJ is at around maybe 8 career tournaments.
And we can see the path that these two trainers have walked to get here to the winners finals. caspianpike defeating btwxdinho, defeating outofpoket, and then James P needing to go through Mateus and uzoukwu. So very accomplished trainers to get here into the winners finals. And we can see the road that Nitetimeclasher has had to walk, quite a bit of a longer road, and he still has more to go.
Keep in mind, Nitetimeclasher lost his first match of the day on stream. He was the very first match we showed with uzoukwu, and he has been on a winning streak ever since, taking down King O, Mateus, outofpoket, and now Dunebug. A long list of Titans on his way to the losers finals now, where he will await either Caspian or SJ.
And our two trainers are going to be taking the stage shortly. But we're going to have to really reset here. We are on the winners final. So we're no longer in a loser go home like situation. We're in a go home situation. So this is going to be a best of 5. This is really a marathon, not a sprint. There's going to be some information gathering. There's going to be a lot of patience and a lot of grit that is going to be required to make it through the winners finals.
And when you look at the teams of SJ and Caspian, of how they got here, how they're playing, I would say they have 2 of the more standard meta teams in this tournament, and they've just been outplaying everybody. They've been maneuvering so well. Nitetimeclasher said this is a meta where you need to bring some X-Factor picks, so it'll be a true test here in the top 3. Is it going to be the top meta staples and the play that prevails, or will it be Nitetimeclasher and some of his more unexpected picks?
But before we get to Nitetimeclasher, this match must be decided. James, who we've mentioned, an incredibly talented trainer, but has so few championship series appearances and really relies on the few that he goes to be able to secure his world's qualification. And then caspianpike, a little bit newer to the scene, a little bit, and this is his best performance to date here, making it to the winners finals.
It's certainly a large sum of points coming his way already that SJ has secured. Of course, would love for that auto bid, that auto worlds qualifier. But right now, he's just focused one game at a time, taking on Caspian, who has played so well. Took down outofpoket earlier. And an interesting stat that I was pointed out to earlier was every winners finals up until this point that SJ had been a part of was against outofpoket. So this is the first time SJ's playing someone else on the other chair in the winners finals, not named Pocket. but he will try to do, you know, his best here against Caspian, obviously.
And we can already see him kind of locking in, looking up. He has that very stoic expression, as you mentioned, that he is well known for. But he's experienced in this, right? S. James has the experience sitting in this chair. This is very new to caspianpike. Could that experience play a role?
I think so. I think this is a new situation to be in, right? If you're Caspian, where, like you said, SJ's been here before. It seems like he's usually here whenever he does decide to compete at regional championships. And I would say, you know, the Shadow Sableye is gonna be a good potential option here for SJ. Looks quite safe in this matchup. You know, Sableye, with that Drain Punch, since that got added, it does help it in situations against the Licky Licky where you can take a Shadow Ball better. So against this particular team, there is not really a hard check from Caspian. However, you know, SJ has also relied a lot on the Empoleon, the Quagsire, the Licky Licky. It's one of the more flexible teams where usually he has something safe to work with. We'll see if that's how this plays out in this winners finals.
I am really looking forward to these two trainers battling it out, that you can see that they're looking at their notes, they're looking at their opponent's team sheets and trying to craft the perfect line of 3 to start this off. I cannot emphasize enough, this is a best of 5. It is a marathon to be able to get through to the grand finals from here. So these trainers are really taking their time to think it through.
I just want to reiterate how we've been talking about how SJ hasn't competed all that much. I mean, I almost forgot how little it actually is. He has 7 tournaments in his career. This is his 8th tournament. 2 of those tournaments were 2024 Worlds and 2025 Worlds. So this is his 6th regional championship of his career. He's already won 2. Looking to make it a triple. And here we go. Togekiss into Fortress. A good lead for SJ. We are off and running here in the winners finals.
caspianpike going for the very safe Licky Licky safe swap that we've seen deployed so many times here this weekend. S. James knows he can safely go for this Aura Sphere and pull a Protect Shield from Caspian, and then makes a pivot into his own Licky Licky.
You often see this sequence of events where a Togekiss wins a lead, you see safe swap Licky, they're gonna Protect Shield, and then you go your own Licky Licky. Now what can typically happen here is the trainer who has the energy advantage with the Licky Licky can force shields down if they want to try and get switched. So I wonder if Caspian will try to employ that strategy. SJ will have the ability to hold switch advantage, but he may have to commit Protect Shields in the process.
But in the meantime, playing out this lead scenario, we have the body slams being exchanged and actually making a swap, choosing not to stay in the matchup, choosing to make, this is aggressive play.
I think what's problematic here, though, if you're Caspian, is that you just open the window now without getting all that much farm for SJ to swap back into the Togekiss, and now you actually get to the Aura Sphere before the Rock Tomb. So just so much pressure right now on the Fortress, which has essentially been completely sacrificed, never even got a chance to throw a charge attack, and the Fortress goes down.
But this is like a really good spot for the Unova Stunfisk. If you want to try to get some utility out of this Pokemon, you don't really want it aligned on the Shadow Quagsire. So Caspian probably just deciding, I want to try to put this Pokemon somewhere where I can get a little bit of utility out of it.
Right, it is a good spot for now, but not for long, because SJ, willing to let this Togekiss go down, can align his Quagsire with the Unova Stunfisk and still has a Licky Licky with about equal HP to the opposing Licky Licky. I think SJ and his Quagsire are in a pretty good position.
They really are. SJ is able to align here, and then Caspian going for the body slam, but not before Shadow Quagsire gets this Aqua Tail.
Aqua Tail will draw the first Protect Shield from Caspian, or sorry, the second Protect Shield, and SJ still has 2 Protect Shields himself, catches a body slam onto the Licky Licky, and I don't see SJ ever expending a Protect Shield here on Licky Licky. He is going to save those for the Quagsire.
and gets to another body slam. caspianpike thinking things through, thinking through the damage, knows his own licky can definitely hang on through the body slam, and then to throw this one in exchange. But again, S. James with 2 shields remaining.
Charge attack priority 1 there by SJ, and that could be useful information going into the rest of this series. SJ throws the Aqua Tail here just to get rid of the licky, and Quagsire will look to knock out its fellow ground type here in a few moments, building up some energy, and I think the Aqua Tail should be enough, but SJ may just build a little bit more, go for a Mud Bomb to be safe.
Just to make sure. And again, S. James, even though he is on the cusp of victory here, a game 1 victory in the winners finals, still remains very stoic.
Still, yeah. Well, I think SJ, comes from an athletic background. I was actually talking to him. We were watching some games last night, right? And he was saying, he comes from a soccer background and has that competitive drive in him, and kind of has that, job is not finished mentality. For him, so early in his career, right, he's already getting to the grand finals in his first 2 career tournaments. So for him, it's kind of a job's not finished type mentality. Of course, I'm sure he's already happy with the points he's acquired, but to him, he hasn't done it yet. He's still trying to go towards that inevitable goal of winning another championship.
And Caspian looking to make his first championship here if he can turn this around. Again, best of 5. So S. James P has 1 win, but needs 2 more in order to secure a spot in grand finals.
Needs 2 more, 1 down, and was able to just maintain advantage there. It was definitely spearheaded by the fact that he was able to take a positive lead, the Togekiss into the fortress. But what SJ excels at is really maximizing those advantageous situations. He's so efficient in the way he maximizes energy and never really gives his opponents room to build those favorable positions. So he seemed really locked in. And speaking of lock-ins, we have one on both sides for game number 2. It is going to be a mere lead, but a role reversal. This time, Fortress for SJ into Togekiss of Caspian.
And we see SJ immediately make a pivot, and this is very interesting. Putting a Shadow Sableye into a Fairy-type Pokemon, but what makes this interesting is that Togekiss can only throw resisted charge attacks into Sableye.
And it looks like Caspian is content just staying in, at least for now. Foul play being fired off. If Caspian elects to take this foul play, which he does, it could open the window for SJ to take switch advantage. Ooh, but then swaps into the Feraligatr. Now this is gonna be critical. Can SJ's Sableye hang on to get to another chart attack after these Shadow Claws? Let's see, it's 3 away, and it is going to hang on and get to the foul play. Caspian can't believe it.
I couldn't believe it either. So we see the foul play. This is going to pull a shield from Caspian. S. James again, 2 shields up early on in the match.
SJ able to pull an advantage. We saw a role reversal right of the same leads. This time SJ had the unfavorable situation, but he had a different safe swap in that Sableye and is able to pull an advantage here. Hydro Cannons will add up on this licky, but SJ feels like saving his Protect Shields until he absolutely needs to use them for his Fortress is the better course of action.
Going to chip a little bit of damage using his licky. There's no Protect Shields remaining for Caspian, so all of these charge attacks are going to land. So S. James can very comfortably bring in his Shadow Fortress, and he can shield all Shadow Balls all day.
2 Protect Shields on the side of SJ. Does he ever try to call a bait here? Oh, he tried to call the bait, and Caspian goes directly for the Shadow Ball. Now going for a Body Slam. SJ knows it's a Body Slam, but at what point does your health become too low or fast attacks become an issue? He is still no Protect Shielding. His health's getting extremely low.
But he knows these rollouts are not going to do a whole lot to his Shadow Fortress. So he's able to build up a little bit more energy, throw the Rock Tomb for the knockout, and then the Togekiss is going to come in, but he doesn't get to another attack.
He doesn't get to another attack. The Togekiss will probably faint just to 1 rollout. Shadow Ball, I think, is enough here. So SJ made this a little bit close in the end, but I think it's still going to be enough. He has both Protect Shields. One rollout does the trick. It's a 2-0 lead for SJ.
What incredible work. Again, just very dominant performance. Really relying on that licky, I would say, in both games has really been pivotal to use to make things a little bit more comfortable for himself. We've talked about just how safe that Pokemon is to allow him to kind of take some time and reposition the board around.
And yet again, the story of the game dealing with the safe swap. That time swapped the Sableye, and Caspian didn't seem sure of what he wanted to do. He stayed in for a while with the Togekiss, threw a Charge Attack, but then ended up having to commit both Protect Shields on his Feraligatr with that Sableye, you know, getting just a sliver of health as it got off that second foul play.
That was really pivotal, I think, for S. James. That could have been the match-deciding moment right there.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, those Pokemon, their stats come into play as they live on 1 HP to get to another Charge Attack. It is absolutely huge, and SJ just putting on a masterclass right now of maximizing his energy, getting to attacks right at 1 HP. It can be a little bit of fortuitous luck there, as well as some skill, maybe knowing those Pokemon. But nevertheless, he finds himself up 2-0.
caspianpike has a mountain to climb if he wants to continue on to the grand finals from here. He needs to reverse sweep and win 3 in a row against S. James P, one of the greatest that we have to offer here in North America, which again, this is only what, his 7th tournament, I think you said?
Yeah, 8th career tournament, has 7 in the history books, but here we go, game 3. And if you're Caspian, you know, maybe nothing to lose at this point. Back against the wall, try your best to take it 1 game at a time, come back against SJ. We have the water type squaring off here, and Empoleon into Feraligatr. I think you typically prefer to be Feraligatr here because of your neutral Shadow Claw damage. However, Empoleon typically can win the 0 shield scenario because it typically wins Chart Attack priority against Feraligatr.
Both trainers bringing, I believe both trainers, are oh no, both do not have Togekiss, both just have the licky. We're seeing the matchup of the 2 water types. As you mentioned, S. James is going to not see this drill pack land as Caspian is sacrificing shields again early on, which seems to be a pattern for him, expending shields where S. James keeps choosing to save them, but he's going to break that tradition here.
SJ always so quick to pivot, not giving any room for his opponent to steal an advantage, and Caspian throwing on good timing. That was a little bit of a mind game there of whether one trainer would throw immediately or not, forgoing the good timing, but they both stuck to it. Hydro Cannon connects, doing some considerable damage to Licky. It seemed like SJ tried to wait there for the swap and ends up being a Licky, so he'd be throwing Body Slam anyway, even if they decided to catch.
I wonder how many Licky mirrors we've seen today, because it's such a safe pivot for these trainers, but the one on the side of S. James is very low on health in comparison to the one on the side of Caspianpike.
It's just such a staple of a meta. There's very few things that hard check it, and it gives a clear-cut strategy, a clear-cut response sometimes to opposing Licky. So it helps these technical players showcase their abilities by maneuvering with that Pokemon. Another Body Slam is coming through here onto SJ's Licky. Let's see, is he going to elect to stay in or look to quickly pivot out? Looks like he's going to allow Caspian to fire off another Body Slam first.
Yeah, and actually going to allow the Licky to go down instead of pivoting out. Now he has a decision to make, Empoleon or Quagsire. It decides to bring in the Quagsire. It's full on health and isn't pressured at all by the fast attacks from Licky. Is able to very quickly get to an Aqua Tail to clear the Licky off the field.
SJ, yes, gonna throw that Aqua Tail to not have to worry about a charge attack from Licky. Now Togekiss comes in, not a good matchup for this Quagsire. The Mud Shots do such little damage that 2 Aqua Tails will not threaten the KO of this Togekiss.
No, so Togekiss flying high in the sky, not worried about ground type fast attack damage, and I think Caspian's gonna be really careful. He knows that S. James likes to pivot. He knows that S. James has that Empoleon with low health in the back. He doesn't want to give S. James an opportunity for a catch. So he's gonna need to be very careful here.
Aqua Tail's going to connect, but you gotta be careful at, like you said, this could put the Togekiss within 1 Metal Sound range. Not quite yet. Okay, gonna fire off the Aura Sphere here, and now we have to remember the energy on the remaining Pokemon. Let's see, Aura Sphere knocks out Doesn't quite knock out the Quagsire. In comes Empoleon, but there's still a Protect Shield. So actually, this looks pretty comfortable for Caspian.
Caspian looking to claim a victory, claim a game victory here in the winners finals. The Empoleon goes down. One more Shadow Claw to take the Quagsire, and Caspian is on the verge of turning this around.
He gets a little bit of momentum back there. SJ had his foot on the gas, but Caspian starting to catch up, you know, starting to try and look over his shoulder if Caspian's coming for that overtake here in Indianapolis. And Caspian, you know, it is so impressive that his first ever top cut, right? His first ever top 8, he's made it to this point. He's in a best of 5 scenario against SJ, and he's got to get a little bit of confidence back with the way that he played that game. That was very clean.
Very clean play by Caspian and very well played by S. James as well. We saw S. James a little less likely to pivot, seeing that Licky go down. A little bit more of straightforward play from S. James in this one, where Caspian was able to secure here with the Togekiss. We see the immediate pivot from both trainers, able to knock out the Empoleon here with the Feraligatr, and then Quagsire was just one fast attack away.
And overall, it just seemed like a game where Caspian was able to take an advantage out of the lead in a way that he wasn't in that game 1. Because that game 1 was where he won the lead, but he didn't really respond well to the safe swap. So that time he was able to play out the lead and maintain an advantage, making things a little bit more straightforward. And here we go. We've got to lock in game number 4 in this series. Shadow Fortress into Stunfisk. Now, this is a matchup where specifically, if Fortress throws the Sand Tomb immediately, you give yourself the ability to farm down before 3 charge attacks. But SJ actually building up a little bit extra right now as we see a Mud Bomb unveiled from Stunfisk.
And the Stunfisk only making its second appearance. It showed up in game 1, back again now, and a catch on S. James. We see him taking notes, noting the amount of energy, noting the catch onto this Licky.
I think SJ may be trying to lure out the Licky of his opponent right now to try and help clear the runway for his Sableye. Not that that's a bad matchup, but that's exactly what happens here. He lures out the opposing Licky, keeps a lot of energy on his Fortress as well, and now we'll see this mirror play out yet again.
For another time in the winners finals. This is game point for S. James. If he secures this win, he has cleared a path for himself to grand finals yet again. Lickys are both in about that half health range, and it looks like Caspian Pike's Licky is going to get to fire body slams first.
Winning that charge attack priority, as we saw earlier. Now the Licky will fire a body slam in return, and when these slower matchups play out, it kind of gives these high-level trainers a chance to think about the rest of the game, the end game, but you also have to keep track of the energy on these Licky that are so fast to these charge attacks.
Yep, and that's why we see the trainers furiously scribbling notes in between as James Licky is able to hang on through that body slam. I can hardly see the HP on that Pokemon, and then knocks out the Licky. I think, was he trying to go for a little bit of an undercharge?
Yeah, he went for an undercharge. He didn't want to actually knock out the Licky. He wanted to get a head start with something instead. And now we see the Fortress enter, going immediately for that Sand Tomb. Big decision for Caspian. He calls the Sand Tomb bait. That is a good no-shield, but you got to keep in mind the fast attacks now start to pose a threat.
And S. James actually going to let the Shadow Fortress go, determines that it has done its job. It debuffed the Feraligatr and took a good amount of health from it, putting it all really on the Shadow Sableye.
That is exactly right. He's putting it all in the Sableye, actually protect shielding the first charge attack here because maybe he feels like he can get to a Drain Punch before another, but there is 2 charge attacks fired off, and I feel like you have to save a protect shield for that Feraligatr because a Hydro Cannon would do far more than these charge attacks from the Stunfisk.
And we see that S. James is going to build up a bunch of energy, knowing that the Unovan Stunfisk is several fast attacks away from another charge attack. This gives him time to throw the Drain Punch, but Caspian actually shields this attack.
Caspian gets to a Mud Bomb, and this looks very difficult for SJ because if you no-shield this Mud Bomb I think you're in jeopardy of just simply getting farmed down by the Feraligatr as it re-enters, and it is quite healthy. Still a protect shield for Caspian, and I don't think Sableye has enough juice to overcome these two Pokemon here.
Yeah, we can see S. James going ahead, looking at the notes already. Going down with a protect shield always hurts a little bit, knowing that there was a resource that you had that maybe if you had played the game slightly differently, if you had made a couple different choices, you might have been able to utilize more of those resources that you had. We've seen these trainers, both of them, the only Pokemon that they've brought consistently is that Licky, just because it is so incredibly safe. However, S. James has used every single one of his other Pokemon at least once. That Quagsire on caspianpike's team has been on the bench. Does it just not have a lot of play here?
I don't know. Yeah, the Quagsire you said, it has positive matchups right against the Empoleon, but you know, I think it looks quite neutral. I think it's just in terms of these players' strategies, what they've been relying on, maybe what they're most comfortable with. And a Pokemon like regular Quagsire, maybe a newer Pokemon for a lot of people, as the Shadow is more common, don't have the same amount of reps or comfortability with it. So that could be a factor. I think, SJ, the reason he is the way he is, right? The reason he has been so successful is he has his play style of maneuvering around a lot. He complicates the game and he outplays you. But in that last game there, I feel like it may have almost done him a disservice when he switched out of the lead. He allowed Caspian to align things the way he wanted, and it also put him in a situation where if he had maybe just stayed in and won that matchup with the Fortress against the Stunfisk, maybe you can align things the way you want, do some more work with the Fortress. So something SJ might be pondering as we approach this decisive Game 5. And Caspian, right, you got to be feeling good. After going 2 games down, you forced a decisive Game 5. That's all you can ask for.
This is it. We have a lock-in. Game point. Decisive game number 5. Togekiss into Feraligatr.
You prefer to be the Togekiss here because you usually win Chart Attack priority. However, Feraligatr can go for a Protect Shield advantage if you build up a Caspian. He is going directly for the Hydro Cannon. Maybe he's luring SJ into no shielding because he knows it's a Hydro Cannon because he wants to soften up this Togekiss.
And Togekiss, before it gets softened up and exits the field, wants to be able to throw this Aura Sphere. We see the two trainers go for their charge attack, but as you mentioned, Chris, Togekiss gets to throw its attack first and clear the Feraligatr off the field. This gives Caspian an opportunity to get a little bit of farm on a Pokemon. S-James not going to allow it, swaps into Licky.
SJ stayed in for just a fraction of a second, looked to see what was coming in and noticed he didn't think his Togekiss would reach a charge attack, so he's forced to pivot and gets a successful body slam bait. That is a nice play there from SJ to save some energy, but this Fortress is so oppressive. A huge decision here from SJ, and does correctly shield a Rock Tomb, keeping his Licky healthy against the Fortress.
Shadow Fortress has been on the bench since Game 1 of Winners Finals. Caspian brings it out for the final game, this final best of 5 in Winners Finals.
And notice here, SJ recognizes he's debuffed. He builds up the maximum energy so he can try to swap out as soon as possible. Unfortunately, his switch timer was just not up, so he had to do one extra rollout, keeping him in a little bit longer. So now Caspian's Licky has a lot of energy to fight back against this Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, normally the Quagsire has a really good position here because it resists the rollouts, but it has a lot to overcome with all of the energy advantage coming from the side of Caspian. Quagsire launches Aqua Tail, takes about half of the health that Licky had remaining, but because it has so much energy, is going to pressure a shield here from S-James.
Gets the Protect Shield with a Body Slam, already has a Body Slam loaded. It's going to be an Aqua Tail. This is awfully close if the Licky can hang on. Caspian's gonna test it out. It does not hang on. That could be huge for SJ as he gets to a parting, oh, but actually saves an Aqua Tail and combination plays with the Licky Licky.
Caspian is out of options.
Oh!
Doesn't shield the body slam. The Shadow Fortress is all he has left. Going to try to knock this Licky Licky out. S. James has no Protect shields remaining. Licky Licky goes down. Only 2 Pokemon remaining.
I don't think Quagsire can get to 2 attacks. He had to try to get to 2. The Togekiss, unfortunately, is going to get double resisted Bug Bite down, and Caspian overcomes the deficit. He's going to your grand finals.
What a showcase from Caspian. He looked down and out. He was 0-2 versus S. James, but then turned around, won 3 games in a row, securing himself a place in the grand finals, securing himself at minimum 2nd place.
Wow, what a series in the winners finals. We talked about SJ having been there before, right, in the winners finals. Caspian new to this situation, but it didn't seem to phase him. We saw earlier he dropped game 1 to Out of Pocket, and it looked like he turned things up a notch in the next 2 games, taking him really convincingly. And similarly here, Caspian maybe took those first 2 games to learn a few things, change up the strategy, and found a way to come back. What resilience, what fortuitous nature from this trainer.
And fortune favors the bold, and he has made some bold choices here today in his gameplay, masterfully showing energy advantage, showing shield advantage, all of these different things. Not necessarily bold choices in terms of team composition, very meta picks, but showing a lot of really interesting gameplay.
I think I meant to say fortitude, and I said fortuitous. I was mixing up my vocabulary words, but Caspian Pike with what an incredible display here from this trainer. And we get a look at some of the replays here, and we could fact check this, but I think when we're talking about situations you've been in before, I believe SJ in all of his grand finals has come from the winner's side. He had a 2nd place in PR. I believe he came from the winner's side and then lost twice to King O. And then in his other 2, he was also in the winner's side where he swept the whole tournament. This may be his first time getting knocked down to the loser's finals, so it'll be a new situation for him to see if he can come back and come out on top.
And this is definitely a brand new situation on all sides for Caspian Pike. This is his best tournament to date, first time ever in the grand finals. So he will sit and await to see who his opponent will be. Will he face a rematch against S. James P? And that was a tough best of 5. So I would be more than happy to watch that again. Or are we going to see Nighttime Clasher come back? We saw Nighttime Clasher make an incredible run through losers, losing early today, dropping from the winner side down to the loser side, and had to walk a very long road. Please do not go anywhere. We are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with the losers finals.
And welcome back, everyone, to your favorite segment. It's Draw Your Phase with Skarzig. I'm joined here by Nick, and we're drawing his favorite Pokemon, Piplup. I know this is a popular Pokemon, and I know I'm going to knock this one right out of the park. So let's get started. So Piplup, he's got a big round head. I think that's where we're always going to start. And just a cute little round beak. And really big eyes, from what I remember. I think like this. And I believe the head goes like that. He's got a cute little body with wings. And I think he's got a little tail. Let me know if I'm remembering the tail correctly. It's always small details like that that will really trip you up. And he has a little bib or something, right? I think like this. I think I might be missing 1 or 2 other details, maybe on the underbelly, but I think that might be Piplup. Not too bad. I know that there's a lot of big Piplup fans in the audience, so hopefully I didn't do too poorly. But as someone who is the favorite Piplup enjoyer over here, Nick, I wonder if you were able to follow along. You can show the folks how you did. Amazing. That definitely looks like Piplup to me. I like it. So let us know how we did, and I hope you enjoyed following along at home. But don't go anywhere because we've got more Pokemon action coming up. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is Draw Your Faves with Skarzig. I'm here with Isai. We're drawing his favorite Pokemon, Zamazenta. I think this is the hardest one I've done yet, and I'll see if I can make it work. So, Zamazenta enjoyers, give me your energy. I'll try to at least make it look somewhat accurate. So, Zamazenta, for those of you who don't remember, is the legendary Pokemon from Sword and Shield. It's basically covered in a giant shield. I think the face looks kind of like this. It's got like some markings on its mouth like that. And I think it has kind of like it's like a helmet. It has a tuft of hair on the top, right? And then just a big shield that covers its front. And it's made of a bunch of different shapes, but I think it ends up looking something like this, right? I mean, if it's a shield. And Isai, you're gonna have to just follow along with me as best you can. I hope I'm accurate. Maybe you'll remember it a little bit more, but Zamazenta is a very cool Pokemon. It's so ornate. It's supposed to be big, imposing, have this big, beautiful shield and armor, and you can barely see the front. He is a very big, bulky Pokemon. And from what I understand, it did see some play in the Pokemon TCG, of course, in Dialga V-Star, one of my favorite decks. But I think, if I'm remembering correctly, was an anti-meta Pokemon in the last VG format. But correct me if I'm wrong. But it's got a long tail, maybe a bit like Arcanine. And then a foot that comes down like this. And what I remember about Zamazenta and maybe Zacian is that the legs have markings on them, so it's almost like it's wearing boots. So it has a bit of a military feel. It looks like a really big warrior. And I don't know if it has like extra, like, shoulder pads or something for the shield to connect even further onto its back. But I think if I told you that there was a Pokemon that was a big dog, canine-looking Pokemon with a shield on the front, I think that would be Zamazenta. There's a lot of lines to draw, a lot of little details. I know I didn't get everything just right, but that's the fun of drawing Pokemon. You get to see how well you remember them, but don't be afraid, to look up your favorite Zamazenta trading card or your favorite scene of Zamazenta from the anime or even inside of Sword and Shield, just to make sure you're getting it just right. But now that I'm done with mine, we'll see if Isai was able to follow along. Let's see how he did, folks. Zamazenta, viewed directly from the front. I think that this is actually very accurate. Thank you. That is amazing. Well done. A lot of work went into these beautiful Pokemon artworks, and I hope that you enjoyed following along at home. But don't go anywhere because we have more Pokemon action coming up.
Welcome back. We are down to our final 3 trainers in the possibility of 3 final matches. We got losers finals, grand finals, and maybe even a grand finals reset. Up next, we have S. James, nitetimeclasher, and of course, Caspian, the underdog hero, is sitting there on that winner's side of grand finals.
And to completely reverse sweep S. James, one of our most dominant players, he doesn't go to every tournament, but he dominates every tournament that he goes to.
before this tournament, an 82% win rate, 28-6 in matchups, just unbelievable. Was up 2-0 in that previous matchup and unfortunately lost, but now he's sitting here in the losers finals and history is repeating itself again because he has played in 3 winners finals before. He's won 2, he's only lost 1, and when he dropped down last time to the losers finals, the trainer he faced was nitetimeclasher, and that was the trainer he defeated to get back to the grand finals.
Well, I have to imagine he's not hoping for a complete repeat because he did end up losing that match against King Alexander in the grand finals. But we've got our 2 trainers up on stage, S. James on the left, nitetimeclasher on the right. Both trainers have been here before. They are used to the spotlight. They are used to the stress of best of 5s.
We really have a perfect combination of storylines. On the right here, you have nitetimeclasher, the #1 trainer in North America, maybe the favorite trainer going into World Championships right now. And then on the left, you have the trainer, S. James, with everything on the line. This trainer has not yet competed this season, but he's a 2-time regional champion, and he wants to compete this season at Worlds, a historic World Championships that we will have. So in order to do that, he will need to either auto-qualify or do well at NAIC. To auto-qualify, he'll have to get through nitetimeclasher.
I've been asking all day, what does Shadow Celio do? Well, it gets medals. It's here in the losers final. Starting off, a fairy versus fairy, a child almost looking at its parent.
A family feud going into the lead matchup, Togetic versus Togekiss. And remember, this Togekiss has a harder hitting charge attack, does not have the side shock that most Togekisses have. SJ is running the Dazzling Gleam as he swaps into Licky Licky, counter swap by Shadow Sableye.
No surprise in the safe swap, Licky Licky reaching the Shadow Ball. We see a shield from nitetimeclasher. That's not really a surprise. We expect him to go for the Drain Punch, boost up his defenses, and go for more harder hitting foul plays later on.
In this matchup, I've seen trainers try to go for the Drain Punch first and then land the foul play. The foul play that's neutral will actually do more damage than the super effective Drain Punch. That puts Licky Licky to about half health here, and it's going to get to the Shadow Ball. But first, actually, the Drain Punch again is going to be coming through. This will not knock out. How are you going to be able to get through this Licky Licky? I don't know if you can Shadow Claw down.
That's going to be a tall task for that short Sableye. Drain Punch raising the defenses. You are now 2 times boosted. Shadow Ball is not going to be nearly as threatening. The question is, does nitetimeclasher try to preserve these defense boosts, or does he throw a Drain Punch even though the Licky Licky is on its last legs?
He keeps throwing after 4 Shadow Claws for perfect timing right before the Shadow Ball is available. This will knock out the Licky Licky, and the triple boost on this wild card pick of Shadow Sableye. Here comes the Empoleon, but you can't farm it down. It's too boosted. Another Drain Punch. This means that this Sableye is at its maximum defense. It can only go up 4 stages.
Sableye going to be extremely bulky.
You can't even farm it down.
Yeah, these metal sounds are barely doing any damage. It might just be 1 damage. Hydro Cannon coming through, going to be finally the grave for this Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon.
And finally knocking out the Sableye. We do have shield parity here. We still have the family feud in the back line, but it's these 2 steel types. There's a double Hydro Cannon already available. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining. I don't think you're at the Sand Tomb yet, so I think the double Hydro Cannon is going to be going through. Do you try to swap on it?
You do have a shield remaining, so you're not threatened to switch right away. If you shield up this Hydro Cannon, you can carry some energy into the final matchup. The question becomes, does SJ have the ability to do a combo blow? No, actually staying in with the Empoleon, taking the energy away from Fortress.
And even though you are going to be able to double resist these bug bites, it's going to be tough to farm down the Fortress. Do we see a pivot? No, actually the Fortress is staying in, and you have the Aura Sphere, you have over an Aura Sphere. You're going to try to bank both, and you have both. I believe you're going to be able... Oh, wait a second. He was trying to call the swap, I think. He threw the Dazzling Gleam expecting the swap. There was no swap.
Yeah, very heads-up play from SJ if he's hoping that there is a catch attempt. The question now is Dazzling Gleam going to be enough damage to pick up the knockout here? Charge attack 1 by Togekiss. It's got a higher attack stack than Togetic, but I'm not sure this picks up the knockout.
Can it knock out? No! The middle evolution isn't going to be able to hold on, and I believe double heat wave is available for Nighttime Clasher. He's gonna be able to back-to-back here and take this first game.
And although S. James throws up the shield, you can see his head shake in disappointment, recognizing that Nighttime Clasher is at the back-to-back heat wave, and that secures him game number 1 in Losers Finals.
What an in-game there. I mean, to be able to knock out that Togekiss while enduring the Dazzling Gleam. I don't hate that decision from SJ to throw the Dazzling Gleam because he thought he could win the game with 2 Dazzling Gleams, right? He had the time, he had the Protect Shield, but it just didn't have the reach. Maybe if he threw the Aura Sphere, he could have got to a Dazzling Gleam and Aura Sphere to be able to knock out that Togetic in the back.
And in that game scenario, right, you need an Aura Sphere and the Dazzling Gleam, so if an Aura Sphere is caught, it doesn't really matter, right?
Yes, exactly. But it's so hard to tell, and this is why, this is the exact reason, Phoebe, that Nighttime Clasher was talking about how you need these wild card picks. Because a Pokemon like Togetic, we're not as familiar with. SJ is not as familiar with it, and he might not know exactly how much damage his Dazzling Gleam will do into opposing Togetic because he's not expecting it. And those little advantages is what Nighttime Clasher believes you need to be able to win at the highest level these days.
So you have the wild card of Togetic, but you also have the wild card of Dazzling Gleam. How often do you see Dazzling Gleam on Togekiss? It's not a very frequently used charge attack because it is very expensive.
Yeah, and it's better obviously against the Dark and Dragon types. There is that Dark type, the Shadow Sableye, which we saw in a way that Nighttime Clasher has never used it before, was able to invest it, throw 4 Drain Punches, and here we are, another family feud. It's the Togetic versus Togekiss in the lead. We got Licky and a Water type on both trainers' teams.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Nighttime Clasher has opted away from the Shadow Sableye this game, a very peculiar change given how useful it was for him in game number 1. However, these trainers are now playing this game a little bit differently, playing out that first initial matchup, and SJ, same choice, swapping into that Licky.
And I like banking that energy for later because even if you land the Gleam, you knew it was not enough. So now you can maybe land an Aura Sphere against a Licky later. I like that decision. Another Gleam goes through into SJ here, and now you don't go for the Shadow Ball, maybe knowing that one Shadow Ball won't be enough, so you'll need a double Body Slam to knock out the bulk of this Togetic.
Nighttime Clasher recognizing that I don't think I'm going to be knocked out by a Shadow Ball. No shielding, catches a Body Slam onto his own Licky.
Licky endures that, but now the switch timers are so misaligned, SJ can get back to his Togekiss and throw a super effective Aura Sphere. All he has to do is wait just a couple seconds. Does he try to go for it? No, maybe after this Body Slam. I think he can endure this Body Slam, maybe take the 0 switch available, throw the Aura Sphere, try to get the Protect Shield, or maybe go for a Peck. No, swapping into Polion actually.
Trying to get energy on all 3 of his Pokemon. S. James is now got to be threatened by a Shadow Ball. Shield comes up though, great awareness from S. James.
And there's a lot to keep track of. You see SJ writing things down. There's a lot of energy in the back line for SJ and for these trainers. There's still a full healthy Quagsire in the back line for Nighttime Clasher, but I don't know if this is enough to knock out the Licky.
I think it's just outside of Hydro Cannon range. It does not pick up the knockout, and we see Nighttime Clasher pivoting once again into his Quagsire.
And it looks like SJ is about 30 seconds at least ahead on his switch timers. That is how misaligned it is right now. And throwing the Hydro Cannon, it does get Protect Shield by Nighttime Clasher. Both these trainers only have 1 Protect Shield remaining, but after this Aqua Tail, which is a bait here on SJ, he's gonna have his switch available so he can make some combo attacks. He does shield the bait. It's not devastating. Does he try to swap? No, he's still staying in.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Hydro Cannon needs to come out first to threaten a lot of neutral damage into this Quagsire. There's a ton of energy, though, for SJ on Licky, on Togekiss. Does he try to combo play now?
Oh, I thought he was going to maybe go for the Gleam, but knowing the Gleam is probably not enough to knock out, he's going to go for the back-to-back Aura Sphere. 1 Aura Sphere is going to be able to land here. Do we see a swap? Nighttime Clasher does have his swap available. Instead, we do see the Aqua Tail, which should be enough, and SJ doesn't like that.
No, I think he was trying to catch a Mud Bomb at the same time as throwing his Aura Sphere. Unfortunately, Nighttime Clasher, very patient, goes for more mud shots and recognizes the Pokemon that was swapped in, and then throws the Aqua Tail afterwards.
And he's gonna get outpaced, but you have all this energy on the Licky. The problem is, once again, you don't have the reach. How many times that the normal Quagsire has been better than the Shadow Quagsire in this tournament just because of its bulk? Charge attack priority. No, actually, Nighttime Clasher didn't throw, and now he's gonna ensure the knockout, and suddenly he has a lot of health on Empoleon. There's not a lot of health remaining for Nighttime Clasher.
But there is a lot of energy on the Togetic. It reaches the Heat Wave, and Heat Wave, even though it is resisted by the water typing of Empoleon, it's super effective against the steel typing. I think this is going to be very close to knocking out.
Does it knock out? No, it doesn't knock out. It's not enough. Empoleon hangs on, but Licky also had energy. This Body Slam will definitely knock out, but SJ still has his Licky. I don't think you can roll out down. You need to be able to get to a Body Slam. You're behind energy, and Nighttime Clasher has a hold on this series. He is up 2-0.
Nighttime Clasher says, anything you can do, I can also do. You're gaining energy and putting it on all your Pokemon in the back. I'm going to do that with Licky. Shadow Ball, Body Slam, and now SJ is in a position where he put Caspianpike down 0-2. Can he reverse sweep to keep his tournament run alive?
He's gonna need to. Not only his tournament dreams alive, his dreams of being at the World Championship this season relies on him to be able to come back in this series, because if he doesn't have a chance to auto-qualify, and then if he doesn't do well at NAIC, he will not qualify. So his back is against the wall, but this is a trainer with an 82% win rate in regional championships. He is one of the best in North America. He's a 2-time regional champion. He's gonna try to reverse sweep Nighttime Clasher to get back to the grand finals.
And it looks like the family feud is over. This is a lead that once was completely dominated by Empoleon, but now with the addition of Drain Punch to Shadow Sableye, maybe it has the ability to turn the tides with the defense raises.
Yes, and it's gonna be charge attack priority here. This isn't gonna be enough to knock out. We've seen this before, but now because of that raise in defense. Oh, actually, instant pivot. In swapping into the Togekiss here, now that they're on the same energy, do we see a swap as well? No, actually just gonna go reach for the foul play here, trying to get some chip damage in.
I think SJ is going to no-shield this foul. Oh, never mind. He is going to shield the foul play, and I imagine that Nighttime Clasher is going to pivot at some point into his Licky.
Oh, but he pivots into Licky, and now there's almost a triple Aura Sphere. I don't know how great, and Nighttime Clasher is shaking his head here. This might be the moment that SJ was looking for to get his opportunity to come back in this series. 1 Aura Sphere, 2 Aura Sphere, and now suddenly you completely sacrifice your Licky unless you use a Protect Shield.
Protect Shield comes up, and SJ is only a few more pecks away from a 3rd Aura Sphere. 1, 2, it comes out before the Shadow Ball is ready, but Body Slam's being thrown as a bait.
It's gonna be so close, and actually does use his last Protect Shield here to make sure he has the energy. The timer isn't back available for Nighttime Clasher, so SJ is gonna bank up a little bit more, actually bank that energy. Risky there from SJ as a Body Slam's gonna be coming through. I believe Nighttime Clasher is almost at the double Body Slam, but he is at his switch timer, so he can get out of there.
SJ is in a very commanding position here. He has so much energy, but loaded onto that Togekiss, and recognizing that the Licky is very low on health, trying to optimize the efficiency of his charge attacks by landing it on a Pokemon that has significantly more.
Togekiss in the back for SJ does have energy. I think Empoleon is energy dry after that first Protect Shield of the game from Nighttime Clasher. There is almost double Mud Bomb available from Nighttime Clasher. Throwing this first Mud Bomb into the Licky. I don't know if he already has the Aqua Tail banked. How much energy does the Licky have? Already at the Shadow Ball, but doesn't throw it. This is gonna be so close. This is all of SJ's dreams on the line for world qualification. He needs to hang on with Licky, and he goes down.
There is a ton of energy on Togekiss, and now the Quagsire is energy dry. A simultaneously swap from both of our trainers, and now Sableye is able to build up some energy and gets the Drain Punch into the Empoleon, and SJ upset, sets down his phone.
SJ says GG. He still has all that energy on his Togekiss, but he knows that it's probably going to be over here. He's going to throw the Aura Sphere because he can't get to the triple Aura Sphere. It does Nighttime Clasher have that energy on the Quagsire and on the Licky? Because if he does, he's going to win. He doesn't have it both. He doesn't have both, but I think he does have it on the Quagsire. If he has the Aqua Tail, Nighttime Clasher is going to win.
Right. Nighttime Clasher's only lose condition in this scenario was to bring in the Quagsire first and do a charge attack tie with the first Aura Sphere. That would allow S. James to get energy onto the Togekiss by the Licky, but Nighttime Clasher recognizing this, saying, you need to throw a move into my Licky, means that Quagsire is free to throw that Aqua Tail when energy is drained.
And Nighttime Clasher with the clean 3-0 to make it to the grand finals on the loser's side of the bracket to face Caspian, who is sitting there on the winner's side.
And unfortunately for SJ, that means that one of his few routes to Worlds is now closed off. No more auto qualification from Indianapolis. He still has a auto qualification from NAIC, or potentially getting a large number of championship points there as well, because he earned quite a number this weekend.
This Mud Bomb needed to be able to survive if you're the licky there. If you survived, you would have been able to get to charge attacks, and maybe you could have won that game. It was just so close in the end. It was so close for SJ in this tournament. His first tournament of the season, he came out in a blazing fire. He was dominant. He made his way through the winner's side to all the way to get to the winner's finals, keeping that pace of an 82% win rate trainer. But unfortunately, he hit a bump of the road here in Indianapolis and lost 6 straight battles, and now he is eliminated. But his world's hopes are not over yet, because he said he is competing at NAIC, and he said he likes limited metas. That's his style. So if anyone could do awesome in 2 straight tournaments to qualify, it would be SJ.
Nighttime Clasher is going to be trying to reset his mental as he goes into the grand finals. He did just win a best of 5, but he's going to need to win 2 more in order to make it all the way to getting first place.
And he's going to face a trainer that has been a breakout star here today at Indianapolis, a trainer that has only participated in 3 regional championships, all in this calendar year alone. He is a rookie in championship series. This is his debut season, but he went from 25th place in Los Angeles all the way to being on the winner's side here in grand finals. But he faces the ultimate test, the #1 trainer in North America in terms of championship points.
And it's kind of funny, you know, for us old heads, you might think Nighttime Clasher, he hasn't been in the scene that long. But to a player like Caspian, it's a kind of a bit of a role reversal, right? You know, a few years ago, Nighttime Clasher was first bursting onto the scene, bringing his Togedemaru, maybe not having the performances that he is having nowadays, but now he is that final boss. He is the person that Caspian needs to get through in order to claim that first place victory.
Well, there's a lot of parallels in their stories, right? He was Caspian. He was the trainer that took the scene by storm, right? Because he came in with that Togedemaru, and I used to call him Mr. Top Cut. He would always get top cut in his first tournaments, even with the spice picks, with those wild cards, and now seems like he's back to his roots too. The place that he started, bringing those Togedemarus with great consistency, now he believes you need that wild card pick, you need that spice pick. For him, it is that Togetic or the Shadow Sableye. He has those wild card Pokemon. He thinks it could be the difference. It was the difference so far all the way on that loser side of the bracket. Will it be the difference in the grand finals?
Yeah, I'm really glad, Butters, that you didn't mention Shadow Celio there, because, you know, 1, it didn't come to losers finals whatsoever, but 2, I've been such a doubter this whole time.
It's a card. I don't know if it's a wild card. It is a card. It is like a bench card that protects your team composition from Altaria. So it has its uses. It maybe hasn't been used that much so far, but we actually didn't see Shadow Sableye be used in the way that Nighttime Clasher used it in this series so far, where he invested in it and he got it all the way up to maximum defense. I think that's actually the first time in the entire tournament that I've seen a Shadow Sableye go to maximum defense. So if there's any time to bring out that Pokemon, change up the strategies, it will be in the grand finals.
Well, it'll be very interesting to hear from both of these trainers as we have Stephanie in the lounge with an interview.
Thank you so much, Nick and Steven. I am here with our grand finalists for Indianapolis 2026. I am joined by caspianpike and Nighttime Clasher. Now, caspianpike, we are just getting to know you. You came onto the scene in March. We can say like, oh, you've had 2 tournaments previously. Those 2 tournaments happened in the last couple of months. March in Seattle and then May in Los Angeles. You really came out swinging. What was your history in Pokemon Go PvP prior to this? Were you doing a lot of grassroots tournaments? What were you doing before we met you here?
Yeah, I had some success in GBL. I think I hit #1 in the world, season 8 or something. But I still feel like I wasn't that good. But then I joined my faction, the Brave Nerds. Shout out to them again. They're like the best family. And we started out in this open tier of Stealth, and we just sort of climbed up. And I really found a community there and got a lot better at Show 6 because I think they're like different skills. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of grassroots for a few years, and I've been watching streams wanting to go for a while, but I was in college, it didn't really make sense to fly to places. And now that I have a job and I'm from Seattle, so I went there. I'm from LA, so I went there, and then I just had to come here to try to qualify for Worlds. And it's all so unreal. I don't know what was different about today, but just all clicked.
All right, I'll let you think a little bit more about what made today different. Eric, you are like #1 in the world for so many things. Championship points, you're the Latin American International Champion. What's your motivation playing here today? I gotta ask, Eric, is it the prize packs? Be honest, are you playing just for the prize packs at this point?
We all know that I love sealed Pokemon products. I love holding on to them, but more importantly, I just love competing. I love just playing and winning, and it's so nice to be able to compete alongside friends, even family, and just show everyone what I've got, and it's so exciting to be in the grand finals once again.
And you have a long road ahead of you. Caspian, your road might be a little bit shorter. You're here on the winner's side of the bracket, sitting in the grand finals. Have you put a little thought into what maybe made the difference this weekend? You said it all really just clicked for you.
Yeah, I prepped really hard for LA. I was feeling really good. And I came in, and I think I just wasn't comfortable taking risks. I was trying to run safe lines, but not really making any reads. And both matches I lost in LA, I had the read. I was going to bring something, and I chickened out because it wasn't safe. And then I went on, I won the cup, and I beat Pocket. And I was like, why can't I do that in the regional, you know? And today I just was a little more loose with it. I was fine making some risky calls and just hoping for the best, and it's just worked out. Don't really know what to say. I can't even believe it.
And we can all believe it based on your very skillful play here this weekend. Nighttime, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your team construction. A lot of times, like you and Pocket and some of your friends will come in with the exact same team, but this time you kind of varied. You brought the Shadow Celio, where Pocket was like, no, it's Dondozo all the way. Can you tell me a little bit more? You brought Shadow Sableye, Togetic, the Celio. Tell me a little bit about your team.
I kind of just wanted to run Quagsire, Shadow Sableye, and Licky Licky, and I was pretty committed to those three. And then whatever Pokemon would cover those the best, they can be anything. I'm just really enjoying those three Pokemon. Togetic came in kind of as like a last-minute selection on Thursday, just to cover like Bug Bite Fortress and opposing Togekiss. So I thought that was a really good call. I'm proud of myself to say this is like one of the first teams I've made on my own in a very, very long time. So I thought it was really good. My brother ran the same team, also made day 2. So definitely really proud of what he did with the team as well. So I think this is the one.
Very nice. And Caspian, I noticed when you walked in to sit down and interview with me here today, you looked around and said, wow, I've never been in this room before. So I'm hoping for now, just take another moment, soak it in. You are here sitting in this grand finals interview on the winner's side. Soak it in. Is there anything you would like to say and take a moment to express to everybody watching out there?
I forgot to thank Winston the Champ in my last interview. He brought me orange slices this weekend, which was an inside joke. So I promised him I would have another interview to thank him. So that's really why I'm here. Thank you, Winston. And I don't know. I've been wanting to join this community for so long, and finally joining, going to locals, coming to regionals, it's just been better than I could have imagined. Like everyone, Nighttime has been great to hang out with. I just win or lose every time is just a joy. I'm so blessed to be a part of this.
It has been a joy talking to you. Thank you so much. Nighttime, my question for you, my final question here. So you have to lock in and win 2 best of 5s if you were going to claim this title. If you were advising a friend in the same situation, if you were talking to your brother or you were talking to Pocket, who had to do the same thing, overcome 2 best of 5s to win the title, what advice would you give them?
Be as unpredictable as you can, try to steal as many games as quickly as possible, and all of a sudden, it's match point.
And we are going to take a look at that match point very quickly here. Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure speaking to both of you. I'm going to go let you prepare up on the stage. Casters, let's go ahead and prepare for our grand finals match.
What a great interview with our two grand finalists. I really liked the context of some of those questions. Caspian, risky versus safe plays. I find myself, when I'm in really dangerous spots, trying to play safe, but if you're playing safe, you're playing more predictably. And for Nighttime Clasher, building a team for one of his first times in a while, usually it's his brother that builds the team and he's the one that's using it. It's great to see the way that trainers grow, improve, and play here when things matter most.
I couldn't agree more. And the way they summarized it with their last answers, right? You have Caspian saying, I'm just so happy to be here, be part of the community, that he's been on the outside looking in. He's been watching. He's been playing Go Battle League. He was #1 on the global leaderboard in Go Battle League, but he didn't quite make the leap. And now he made that leap, and boy, is he here. He can jump high because he is already on that winner's side of the bracket. And then on the flip side, Nighttime Clasher, I love that advice. Just try to steal as many games as you can, be as unpredictable as possible, and then suddenly you reset the bracket, and then you win game 1 of the bracket reset. Suddenly, all the pressure is on the other trainer, and it could completely flip. We've seen that over and over again in Pokemon Go PvP, so a real perfect storyline going into these grand finals.
And I think that's a lot of advice that people at home could use, right? These trainers, at one point in their story, were going to their first regional event. This might be our last regional of the season, but there's next season and the season after that. So if you're at home wondering, you know, I've played a lot of GBL, I've done some grassroots, it's been a lot of fun, and should I go out to my first tournament? I think the resounding answer is yes. Come out, show up, and maybe you one day will end up in a grand finals interview.
And it's about these moments that make you appreciate everything. But if you come out, like Phoebe said, you can have awesome moments off the stage, playing inside events. You can play locals. There's so much to do here. I mean, you get in the championship points. You also get a bunch of packs to take home. You can get prizes if you get in the top 8. There is so many things to do here. Also, by the way, spend some Pokestops. If you're low in charge TMs, you might want to go to a regional because you can get charge TMs at your Pokestops here to build your PvP team. So we would love you to jump on in. The water is warm, and there's a lot of warm, friendly faces awaiting you, and the World Championship this season is going to be the best one yet.
It is going to be a blast. In addition to the PvP events, we of course have GoFest Chicago coming up in a week. And make sure you tune into the broadcast Sunday, June 7th, very early in the morning, 9:45 a.m. Central Time at twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. You should know where that is. That's where you are now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of parallels actually to this stream because when they're going to do this broadcast, I think they're going to show a lot of tips and tricks in how people play these big events. Even if you're not going to be in Chicago, or if you didn't get to play GoFest this year at Tokyo or any of the in-person events, you want to check out this stream. You can get some drops. You can also get some awesome tips and advice to be able to play the global GoFest at the best way possible, because I think Big Tom said it yesterday, you can have one event that's one weekend and it can make up for like half a year of playing if you play it right. You can get loaded in Stardust. You can get all the Pokemon that you are searching for. You can get a ton of items, a ton of raid items. So there's a lot to do in GoFest, and make sure to check out that stream.
We also have other things that'll be happening on the Twitch channel in June. Up on the stream, might not be this one, it might be the main channel, twitch.tv/Pokemon. On Tuesday the 2nd, you might be able to see some Citadel League victors.
Yeah, and of course, we still have a special event in Turin. That will be the last one for the European region. This is our last one for North America, but make sure to look out on that to see who completes the European champions and who will get that auto qualification for the World Championships this season.
And if you can't wait for NAIC this year any longer, on the 3rd Wednesday, 2 to 5 p.m., you can get a recap of the finals of the 2025 season NAIC. I was there. It was a blast. I would suggest paying attention, because if you want to see some of the top plays in all 3 games, or sorry, excuse me, all 4 games.
Yes.
that's a great place to show up and watch.
And check out the pre-show too to get all the information you're going to need going into the North American International Championships this season in New Orleans.
Now there's tons of content, and make sure that if you're enjoying it, you're having a great time, and maybe you're hanging out with some friends, snap a photo, post it to socials, share with us. We love seeing you when you're hanging out, watching some Pokemon, playing some Pokemon. It's always a great time.
And don't be afraid of the shiny flex. We love a good shiny flex. We love a good Shundo. We love a good Hundo. Maybe you get a bulk point, a break point, PvP Pokemon that's really useful. We saw Dunebug with that Shadow Altaria. It's kind of rare to get those bulk points or break points on the Shadow Pokemon. We'd love to see what you got out there.
You know, even though this is the Pokemon Go cast, if you get a shiny pull in Pokemon Champions, I would also love to see that. I have the currency in that game is VP. I have 100,000 VP. I've probably spent over 100,000 VP, and I do not have a single shiny in that game that was gotten from that game.
Wow, you're rich, Phoebe. But now, did you spend it all? You broke now?
No, I still have it. I'm very conservative. I like to do like 1 or 2 pulls a day.
Oh, fair. It's like you don't want to blow all your Stardust on one Pokemon, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I've done that a lot of times, though. Ultra League Shadows, they are expensive.
Man, Ultra League is expensive. Especially, also Master League as well, to be fair. But yeah. I guess typically you're not that frequently building Master League Pokemon that are also Shadow.
No, but you also expect to pay a lot more for the Master League because it's a legendary Pokemon. But, you know, when you're building an XL Fortress that's Shadow in Ultra League and it costs 600,000 Stardust, you're like, ooh, that costs a pretty there. I'm going to need to play another Go Fest.
All right. You might not know this top number off the top of your head, but we'll play a very mini competition as we're waiting for our players to get set up on stage. Who has more Stardust right now, you or me? Who do you think?
You.
Okay.
No shot.
I'll go with me. Sure.
Okay.
What's the number? Do you know?
Around 1 million.
Oh, okay. So you were right. I've got about 3 million right now.
Okay.
I'm not the most rich. I have a little bit of a tendency to spend on Pokemon. I've built, I think, 5 or 6 different Great League Swamperts.
I got like 9 Great League Grudras, so I feel you on that one. And it's always fun to have different stats on different Pokemon. Build what you can build, use what you can use. And that's the fun part about the game too. Sometimes some of my favorite moments are literally catching a new Pokemon and be like, oh my God, I can't wait to build this and use all my dust on it. That's actually genuinely some of my favorite parts of the game. But I know for these trainers, what would be their favorite part of today would be becoming the grand champion here at the Indianapolis Regionals. We got caspianpike versus Nighttime Clasher. A reminder, if you're just joining, caspianpike is coming on that winner side of the bracket, Nighttime Clasher on the loser side. So in order for Nighttime Clasher to be the grand champion, he would have to defeat caspianpike 2 separate times.
And not just best of 3. This isn't the normal part of the tournament. This is the grand finals. It is a best of 5, so each time it needs to be 3 different victories for either trainer.
So Nighttime Clasher kind of showed his hand a little bit. He said the 3 Pokemon on his team that he really wanted to use. He said it was the Shadow Sableye, it was the Licky, and the Quagsire. Can you do anything on Caspian's side to stop that trio? I don't think you have the answer to stop that trio. I think you're also going to have to play pretty neutrally into that trio.
And I think that's exactly why Nighttime Clash was perfectly okay with saying that in the interview, right? There's such safe Pokemon into this meta, and I think that's why he was like, I have to bring these Pokemon. They're just so safe. There's not really that many hard answers. Wigglytuff's not that present, so Sableye looks really good.
The #1 trainer in North America in terms of championship points versus a breakout star here, caspianpike. We got the Shadow Fortress into the Shadow Sableye, a matchup we haven't really seen much yet, going straight for the Drain Punch and actually getting a Protect Shield from the Fortress.
Yeah, I like the immediate throw from Nighttime Clasher here because you want to raise your defense as quickly as possible to lower the amount of damage that these bug bites are doing. caspianpike, on the other hand, going immediately for the Rock Tomb to lower the amount of damage that Shadow Sableye can output.
And Drain Punch is not an attack that you want to Protect Shield unless it's super effective. Here comes the swap into the Togekiss, trying to get that energy onto the Fairy typing, and does effectively do so. But look, on Charge Attack priority, Nighttime Clasher has to give up his Protect Shield. I think Charge Attack tie happened.
Yeah, and I think this is a little bit greedy for Nighttime Clasher because this Foul Play is 1 stage attack dropped. So it's resisted, it's attack is lowered, so I don't think it's going to do really that much meaningful chip damage.
And now throwing the back-to-back foul play, not even swapping out here, and it's going to be not very effective. Yes, your defense is higher on your Sableye, so you can do those Shadow Claws, but swapping into the Licky Licky here, Nighttime Clasher doesn't have any Protect Shields. He's vulnerable to the Aura Sphere.
And I think this is really great timing for Caspian, because although Licky Licky was able to get some energy, he's now going to be able to pivot out immediately back into the Fortress, and Fortress is going to be able to resist the Body Slam, so Nighttime Clasher has to go for the more expensive Shadow Ball.
Would have been really close to if that knocked out. It does about half of a Shadow Fortress here, but can you get the Bug Bite down before the next Shadow Ball? Body Slam is available right now. He didn't want to take the Body Slam, I guess. The Body Slam would not be that impactful, so maybe he would rather have that energy for the back line.
Into the back, we see that Nighttime Clasher has his own Shadow Fortress, and there is a Feraligatr in the back for Caspian.
Oh, he tries to make a key swap. It was way early.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a miscount from Nighttime Clasher. Now Rock Tomb is going to be available for caspianpike, and Caspian is looking in a really good spot here. Feraligatr, I have to imagine, is going to pivot in, get to a Hydro Cannon. It can take a Rock Tomb, no problem.
A rare misstep from Nighttime Clasher here, giving the opportunity for caspianpike to throw the Hydro Cannon, and I think Caspian is taking Nighttime Clasher's advice. Steal as many games as possible. He just stole game number 1.
And it's so much more impactful for Caspian to be up in the first set because he doesn't have to worry about necessarily always winning it, right? If he's unable to win the first set, he can still always win the second. So being down 1-0, it's a lot less pressure being on the winner side here.
It is. You have room for error. You have room to adapt. You have room to change, but you don't want to get in that downward spiral where you're allowing your trainer to get game after game victory. So in this opportunity for caspianpike, where he is the underdog facing a top trainer in the world, he needs to try to take advantage of this situation. If he can win it, I think he wants to win it right here. Put your foot to the pedal. It is Indianapolis after all. Try to win it in the first set.
And I disagree with the way that Nighttime Clasher played that middle game. Using all the energy onto the Sableye into resisted damage into the Togekiss when your attack was already dropped, I feel like undervalued the amount of damage that Sableye could output in neutral matchups.
Yeah, and on top of that, also a really early swap into his Shadow Fortress, thinking he was going to take a Sandtomb, into a Shadow Sableye on the Shadow Fortress, thinking he was going to take a Sandtomb or Rock Tomb. He got a little bit ahead of himself. So rare missteps as we get into game number 2, and that's the reason that NTC brought the Togetic, because it's much better into Fortress. Swap in the Feraligatr, swap Feraligatr is pretty good for caspianpike.
Yeah, because you're able to get an energy head start into a Pokemon like Licky Licky, and you are not threatened by either Body Slam or Shadow Ball. Feraligatr's looking pretty good here. On the downside, 2 Hydro Cannons, because it is not a Shadow Feraligatr, do not threaten a knockout.
You're out of range, and you're in range of 2 attacks from the Licky Licky, so you lose this matchup even when you're ahead on energy here, but it's a soft loss. And in a neutral matchup like this, you can maybe take advantage of maybe a Bug Bite down or Rollout down. It's not over for caspianpike just because he loses alignment. In this situation, he could even pivot out at some point. He even undercharges it.
Yeah, undercharging because he's expecting to lose this matchup. I would expect to see a no shield here, come in with the Fortress, get a big Bug Bite down. Will Nighttime Clasher allow that to happen?
He can pivot if he wants to. Let's see if he does. He instantly pivots to the Togetic here, and now the Togetic is not in the greatest matchup.
And you see Caspian came in with the Licky Licky. He didn't even come in with the Bug Bite Fortress, so now he's got switch advantage as well.
Yeah, and you would think in this situation, there is no super effective Aura Sphere to take on the Licky Licky, so this is really good for Caspian. You would think that Nighttime Clasher would play that a little bit differently here. You still have that backline matchup with the Shadow Sableye lurking in the back that can do things with 2 Protect Shields, so Nighttime Clasher does have decent positioning as well.
I'm not sure if Dazzling Gleam or Heat Wave is the better move here. Neither's going to pick up a 1-hit knockout. It looks like Dazzling Gleam is the right choice because it is closer to a 2-hit knockout. Nighttime Clasher has both of his shields. Will he be saving them both for Sableye?
And remember, Togetic is so bulky. Can he actually hang on? He does hang on, but did he bank a charge attack? Here comes the Sableye, and now this Licky Licky is getting close to range of a Drain Punch. Caspian is shaking his head here, doesn't love that it's a Shadow Sableye in the back. He does have his own Shadow Fortress in the back, and they are on even shields, but the Sableye is ahead on energy.
I don't actually think this is that bad, but Caspian now has to make a decision. He's expecting a Drain Punch because in game number 1, that's what Nighttime Clasher did, but instead now going straight for the harder hitting Foul Play, but I still don't think he's in a Shadow Claw downrange.
No, you might have to commit to the Drain Punch here. Actually, you probably, if you do Protect Shield, I think you could Shadow Claw down, but it's going to get close because remember, the Sand Attack does drop the defense of the Sableye, so now these Bug Bites are going to be doing more damage. Nighttime Clasher is almost at his timer, but he's going for the full Shadow Claw down. He's able to Shadow Claw down. He needs double Drain Punch. He is only one Shadow Claw away from it.
Yeah, I think the shield would have been necessary in order to get the Bug Bite down, but you just see how much energy Nighttime Clasher has on that Shadow Sableye. 2 shield Shadow Sableye showing just how strong it can be, and that's going to be a 3-ball flex for Nighttime Clasher. Maybe feeling a little bit angry about how game 1 went.
An instant rebound from Nighttime Clasher to maybe making a little few mistakes that are uncommon for him in game number 1. Instantly responds with a dominant win in game number 2, a 3-ball flex. Now we got a tied series.
And now that it is 1-1, these trainers have to win 2 more games in order to secure victory in this first set of the grand finals. If Nighttime Clasher is able to take 2 games in a row, that is going to mean that the grand finals is reset. We start a new best of 5. So these trainers have to be worried about how this next game is going to be playing out.
One thing that I'm thinking about in terms of Nighttime Clasher, he said this is one of the first teams he built in a while. I know for a fact he built his Togedemaru teams, but since then he has maybe been team building with some other trainers, maybe with his brother as well, but now he built this team. He thinks it's the one, and I'm kind of agreeing because I really love the Togetic choice because it's so much better against the Quagsire too. All these Quagsires are running Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail. In Togekiss, if you take double Aqua Tail, you get really low. With Togetic, you don't get really low with that double Aqua Tail. So that means it's a lot harder to bring the Quagsire into this matchup.
Yeah, it goes to show the value of bulk on different Pokemon, but our trainers are locked into game number 3 of the grand finals. It's going to be that Feraligatr to answer Nighttime Clasher's Quagsire.
And this is a great lead here for caspianpike, but there is that Mud Bomb, so this actually ends up being pretty neutral in this scenario. Gonna go straight for the Mud Bomb here, while caspianpike is gonna hang on to that Hydro Cannon energy.
Non-Shadow Feraligatr takes the Mud Bomb very cleanly. It looks like we are seeing an immediate switch out from Nighttime Clasher. Hydro Cannon would do a lot of neutral damage to a Shadow Sableye.
Kind of surprising he decided to go to Shadow Sableye instead of the Licky Licky, which would be able to soak this damage a lot better. Looks like he just wanted to get an energy advantage against whatever he faces, and what he faces is that Licky Licky. Are we going to see a repeat of the Losers Finals where he heavily invests into this Shadow Sableye and gets the 4-stage buff on his defense?
That's definitely something he could do, and it's very interesting team composition from Unova and Stunfisk because from Caspian, because he's brought his Unova and Stunfisk, but it's not looking like a great positioning game for it because look what was benched from Nighttime Clasher.
And
the Togetic.
Exactly, and now he's going for the next Drain Punch. No Protect Shield from caspianpike. This means that it's going to be 2 stages buffed on its defense. It's going to be really hard to take down as it's ramping up and up, something that you don't really see with defense. You see Pokemon power-up punching, raising their attack, but not the defense. The Shadow Sableye is a awesome pick here. You're able to take that Shadow Ball, no problem. Get to the next Drain Punch as well.
I don't think that Nighttime Clasher has back-to-back loaded, but I don't think caspianpike is at the Shadow Ball. We see the shield go up. Drain Punch is going to boost the defenses of that Sableye.
And he swaps on it!
He catches the Shadow Ball because of the pressure that caspianpike was under to remove the Sableye from the field of play. Nighttime Clasher is able to force him to throw Shadow Ball immediately.
And Nighttime Clasher said it, play as unpredictable as possible, try to steal as many games as possible. Those type of moves is what's gonna do it for him as he lands the Shadow Ball into the Stunfisk. This is an adjustment here from Caspian. We haven't really seen much Stunfisk from him yet.
And this is a great position for the Stunfisk to be in because it's going to be able to avoid that Quagsire that Nighttime Clasher decided to bring this game. Remember, the Feraligatr is still in the back for Caspian, and I believe it has energy.
And here comes the Shadow Ball into the Stunfisk. This ground type does does not get knocked out by double Shadow Ball. Neither does the normal Quagsire that's not Shadow. They have bulk on these ground types. Swap into Quagsire and actually takes the Mud Bomb here, maybe trying to take a discharge, but instead gets the Mud Bomb.
And I think Caspian needs to do this in order to delay the switch clock, right? He didn't have his switch up, but Nighttime Clasher did. In comes the Feraligatr, and it looks like it's going to just slightly get outpaced, but does Caspian know that this is an Aqua Tail? It won't pick up a knockout.
It won't. It is just the bait here, knowing Nighttime Clasher would not, and he calls it! What a debut for Caspian to be able to know exactly where the energy is this late in the game, throwing on charge attack priority as well. Caspian is locked in right now.
Can he survive a Shadow Claw from Shadow Sableye? His Feraligatr is so low on health, but it's only one Shadow Claw away from another Hydro Cannon.
Can he take it? No, it's actually going to be the Licky Licky instead, and the Licky Licky is almost in range of Hydro Cannon. Can it hang on here to this damage? It does. It barely hangs on, but it can't get to attack. Here comes the Sableye. There's one Protect Shield remaining for caspianpike.
Both Pokemon are very low on health, but there are not two charge attacks ready for this Shadow Sableye. I believe Nighttime Clasher just pivoted into the Sableye, so his switch clock is locked, and Caspian is one fast attack away from the discharge. It is ready now. It's going to pick up the knockout, and I think he's got game 2.
And even if there is a body slam on the Licky Licky and Nighttime Clasher, there's still that Licky Licky in the back for caspianpike. There's not even a body slam, and suddenly caspianpike is just one game victory away from being our champion.
A huge sigh of relief from Caspian. That middle game was so tense. Back and forth, switches coming from both trainers, but really crucially, he was able to delay the switch clock from that Stunfisk, pivot into his Feraligatr, and get to a Hydro Cannon. Calls the bait of the Aqua Tail, overfarms on energy, and it was incredibly crucial. I think maybe Nighttime Clasher could have brought in the Sableye, and if that Shadow Claw does pick up the knockout, he's in a better position. But if it doesn't, he's in a worse position because he lost his most important tool.
Yeah, and earlier in the battle, he heavily invested into that Sableye, even made an awesome swap into the double resisted Shadow Ball, but it wasn't enough. Caspian was just able to hang on, go punch for Drain Punch with Nighttime Clasher, and have that extra energy, add that extra bulk. I like that adjustment to bring the Stunfisk into that game number 3. I think that's going to be a great Pokemon against Nighttime Clasher as long as you're able to avoid the Quagsire, which he was able to do in that battle.
Yeah, it's interesting. Between the two ground types, Quagsire and Stunfisk both enjoy being up against Licky Licky because of that resisted rollout damage. But Quagsire is going to do better into a Mirror Quagsire. Stunfisk is going to do better into Togekiss. And although Togetic was not brought to that game, but the Stunfisk never lined into that Quagsire, so it didn't matter that it had that less positive matchup.
Yeah, and now one game away from victory. They're already locked in. Will caspianpike become a champion here and auto-qualify for the World Championships? I think he already has a good shot regardless, but he wants to be holding up that trophy, but he has to take down Nighttime Clasher, one of the best.
Nighttime Clasher trying to prove what Shadow Celio does. Unfortunately, finds a poor matchup for it in the beginning, and caspianpike making the correct call this time. It's just a Drain Punch. I can no-shield this, and I can reach a Sand Tomb or a Rock Tomb to debuff this Shadow Sableye.
We saw it earlier. There was a Protect Shield on the Drain Punch. That is not an attack that you really want to invest your shields into. Here comes the Rock Tomb. You have your timer. Here's the swap in the Feraligatr. Now that there's less attack here on the Sableye, even this foul play doesn't threaten as much.
And I like Caspian bringing in the Feraligatr here. The energy is walled off by that Shadow Celio, so he's going to have to make sure that he can, at some later point, pivot out this Feraligatr with some energy, because I think it's going to be necessary to land some Hydro Cannons into the Licky Licky.
Nighttime Clasher double investing into that Shadow Sableye once again, bringing in the Celio. A Pokemon he really hasn't used all tournament long, but in this scenario, it's pretty useful to be able to soak up this Hydro Cannon damage as not very effective. There's no timer available, so you can still bank up energy. The problem is, even this Feraligatr is not in range of Body Slam.
Yeah, I think Caspian is going to no-shield here and then try to pivot out back into either the Licky Licky or the Fortress. I think both are fine, but staying in too long is going to be a mistake. He pivots out after loading the Hydro Cannon. I like that a lot because Feraligatr has such a high attack stat. It will wins charge attack priority against a lot.
And this charge attack priority is crucial because if he didn't throw right here, he would have taken that body slam that could have knocked him out and waste all that energy. He still has a decent amount of energy left, but he has no protect shields left, so this is going to be able to knock out the Celio, and suddenly you don't have that much left at your nighttime clasher except for a licky. You just have to get through the Sableye if you're caspianpike.
He throws the follow play. I like this a lot from Nighttime Clasher because I don't think the Drain Punch threatens a knockout, but Caspian has a shield, chooses to no shield, follow play comes through, and doesn't pick up the knockout.
And can he bank that energy? No. It is the body slam that's going to be resisted into Sableye here. Is it going to be able to take out Sableye? It is not going to do much damage, and yes, it does take out the Sableye after one Bug Bite.
Yeah, really crucial there. The one-turn Bug Bite's able to knock out the Sableye before the Nighttime Clasher is allowed to react. Now the question becomes, what does caspianpike do here? He's going, Nighttime Clasher is going for a bait, but caspianpike can reach for the Rock Tomb and do a lot of good neutral damage.
Do you want the attack to be lower, or do you want the defense to be lower? Caspian decides for the attack to be lower. He goes for the Rock Tomb, which is a stronger attack as well.
And remember, there's a Hydro Cannon loaded on the Feraligatr. Feraligatr will win a charge attack tie against Licky. I think this is game.
Caspianpike is looking moments away from becoming champion. If he does, in fact, have that Hydro Cannon loaded, he will be your champion here. Does he have the Feraligatr loaded? Yes! caspianpike will be your 2026 Indianapolis Regional Champion, and he can't believe it.
It's settling in. He's figured it out. He's won the Indianapolis Regional Champion.
He started his championship series in March, and now look at him. Now look at him. He is your champion after his third tournament. What a debut season. What a rookie. Congrats on your Auto Worlds qualification, caspianpike.
And what a run he had. This was no joke of a regional. Top players in and out. Nighttime Clasher, SJ, so many strong competitors. Top of the leaderboard in North America here. This was, I want to say, one of the best regionals in the entire season. And to take it all, what a way.
Let me add to that. Not only beating SJ down 0-2. He had to reverse sweep SJ, who had an 82% win rate in regionals, and at that moment had not lost here yet. So it would have been even a higher win rate. To come back in that moment in your debut season, to not be rattled, to not be shaken, to reverse sweep, to get to the grand finals, to steal as many games as possible, like Nighttime Clasher said you should do, to becoming your regional champion. An amazing journey, and I can't wait to see him at Worlds this year.
Yeah, he has got that direct invitation. He doesn't need to worry about NAIC. I mean, of course, I imagine he's still going, but he's got the Worlds qualification already.
Yeah, and you know, on the theoretical leaderboard, even before this, he was around 31, which is incredible for a debut season, for a trainer that just started in March. It gives a lot of trainers hope out there. I feel like he's done a great job as well of giving those trainers advice, giving them motivation, saying he was on the outside looking in, can't wait to be in the community, and we really love that he made the decision to join, and I'm sure he's loving it right now too.
And from Nighttime Clasher, you got to look out. If you inspire too many people to join, you're going to get people like Caspian coming in and stealing away regional championships from yourself. What a set we had there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from that match.
Let's see how he stole it, right?
Exactly. In game number 1, we had Togetic just soak up charge attack after charge attack from the Sableye and still being able to reach an Aura Sphere against Licky. I think that was a very key moment in this battle.
And it is key because Nighttime Clasher rarely gives away a game. I think he gave away game number 1, which really helped caspianpike get some momentum, get some confidence, right? Just instantly get a point on the board, and suddenly he was 2 games away from being champion. A rare mistake from Nighttime Clasher. Of course, game number 2, he cleaned that up. It was dominant. It was a 3-ball flex, but wow, caspianpike just is absolutely incredible.
And it was a bit of an interesting dance back and forth between these two trainers. The Togetic coming in game number 2 was really key for Nighttime Clasher to secure victory here. It was just so strong in this matchup in general, but afterwards, caspianpike leans a little bit more into the Unova Stunfisk in game number 3, and we can see that positioned in the right places, it and that Feraligatr just are really, really strong as a paired core.
And when you have the Licky Licky, it's a little less free when you have Stunfisk waiting in the back. You can't just swap into it as easily. Then you get the opportunity to Stunfisk to get some energy, get a little bit ahead. Same with the Feraligatr. He got a little bit ahead in some of the battles with Feraligatrs, made some big calls on baits. And of course, remember that last game, he was able to bank that Hydra Cannon to win it all with that Gator.
And then in game number 4, Nighttime Clasher recognizing that the Feraligatr and Unovan Stunfisk were coming together. What Pokemon did he lean into other than Shadow Celio? And unfortunately for him, in that game, he didn't get it into that right position. It got led into the Fortress, and then it later got knocked out by the Licky Licky, and those are not the matchups that it wants to see.
And you see some of those bulky water types be able to soak energy, like from a Feraligatr, say an Azumarill or a Jellicent, but then there wasn't the impact from that Shadow Celio after it did bank up the energy. And Shadow Sableye for Nighttime Clasher made it so close. And look at that swap right
really,
there.
Really importantly, that one bug bite prevented that charge attack from being launched, and I think that's what sealed the deal for Caspian in this game number 4, being able to knock out that key piece, that wild card from Nighttime Clasher.
And he said earlier on, when I asked him how he's feeling, he said he was buzzing. And buzzing he was in Indianapolis. He won our final race of the season. Congratulations to caspianpike. Of course, congratulations to Nighttime Clasher as well, picking up another medal, getting 2nd place.
And SJ as well, 3rd place. That is nothing to scoff at. This has to be one of the top regionals of the season.
And more importantly, Doombug got his first ever 4th place medal. So congratulations to Doombug for adding that to the coveted collection as well. I believe 14 medals, now make it 15 for Doombug.
And although we like to joke about it a little bit, the 4th place medal is for a little bit strange reason coveted in the Go scene. I know players like Crimson K19 love to show off that 4th place medal.
And look at these teams. Nighttime Clasher said you need the spice, you need the signature pick to be able to win it all. You want to try to be like Arrow, but I would say caspianpike brought the meta, and he brought it home for that strong team that he has been using since the last regional championships that he competed in Los Angeles.
And look at this top 8. It has the standout names like outofpoket, Doombug, and SJ and Nighttime Clasher, but the other half of it, we got mushromqween, Mateus, uzoukwu, and caspianpike, who don't participate in quite as many regionals, but it's a 50-50 split between, you know, the top competitors who go to everything, but also people who've made really strong breakout performances.
Well, those bottom 3 had never been in a top 8. Neither had the champion. caspianpike, you see it here. He had never made it this far. It's his debut season, and now he is your champion, joined by Nighttime Clasher and SJ. SJ, still one of the most fascinating stories in Championship Series. He was awesome in Indianapolis, and I know we're going to see him in New Orleans.
Yeah, I know. His 2026 journey just started this weekend. Will it be able to continue all the way to Worlds this year? I know that's something that he is hoping for as well, so good luck to him at NAIC. He's going to need either top 4 or a lot of championship points.
Technically, SJ's 2026 season started even later than caspianpike. He started in March. SJ basically waited till pretty much June to start his journey to Worlds, but we would love to see him at the World Championships because he is a 2-time regional champion. He is one of the best, and when you're going to have the best World Championships yet, you want all your top trainers, and caspianpike is now joining them.
And looking at these top 3 teams, there's a few things to point out. Licky Licky plus Quagsire seems like the most dominant core in this meta. Paired up with a fairy type, whether that's Togekiss or Togetic. Add in a Shadow Fortress. That Pokemon is also extremely dominant, but then you have a few other niche Pokemon, maybe another water type such as Feraligatr or Shadow Celio or Empoleon, and that seems like the ingredients to make a solid team of 6 right now. And depending on what meta we have at Worlds, whether it's Open Great League or perhaps a limited meta, and if the meta doesn't change that much between now and then, I think that's a nice place to start for a lot of trainers going into Worlds.
It seems like it has settled, right? It has the Steel type in the Fortress, the Shadow Fortress with the Bug Bite, has a Quagsire, and it has that Licky Licky. That was the 3 Pokemon on all those trainers' teams. But we do have an update coming this Tuesday in Pokemon Go. So that could change some things. It could change some matchups. So you don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what the meta is going to be for the World Championships. I know I can't wait to find out because it's going to be one of the best ones yet. But if you want to have all the possible great Pokemon that you need to perform at the highest level, you're going to want to play some GoFest. And if you want to learn some tips and tricks, go check out the broadcast because they will be teaching you how you might want to play your global GoFest as well, or the next time that you want to go to a GoFest.
In addition to the information you could get from the stream, you could also get a Mega Mewtwo X or a Mega Mewtwo Y. I know that's the debut of those Megas, and they are, you know, Mewtwo is of course a fan favorite, but they are also extremely strong Psychic type attackers for raids or for battling all those Go Battle rockets that you need in order to get those shadow Pokemon that you've seen perform so well here today.
And don't forget about the drops. And I'm sure there's going to be a ton of fun to be had on that stream, being on location in Chicago, seeing what all the trainers are up to, seeing who's getting some cool shinies, how they're playing their event. That's something you definitely do not want to miss. I know I cannot wait for it.
And going back to the meta changes, I just want to say that although there were not it wasn't a really large list, right? It was a little bit shallower because we want to make sure that the meta is not too much different between now and Worlds. I still think that small changes can have larger impacts than you generally expect. One Pokemon getting a slight buff means another Pokemon is no longer that good in the meta. So you can have big change-ups from small changes. So I'm incredibly excited to see how the next season of Pokemon Go plays out.
Well, that's going to be our next chapter. Finally, it's time to put a book in this chapter here in Indianapolis. Let's go down to the main stage with Rise.
Thank you so much, guys. We came to Indianapolis, the raceway capital of the world, with 218 competitors striving on the last lap of the season, the last leg to maybe claim a title on the push to the road to Worlds. We are here with our podium, congratulating our top 3 trainers, and we're going to start off with our 3rd place finisher. Round of applause for SJ. Get over here, SJ. You are someone that competes not very frequently. I had to double check. It's your 6th career regional tournament. You've competed at Worlds 2 times. I have to ask you, do you feel like the lack thereof major tournaments makes you feel more of the pressure, or do you think it helps you in some sense, like concentrate more because you know it really matters for you in terms of qualifying championship?
That's a good question. I don't know if I think maybe I was a little more nervous just because there was a lot on the line. Like, I needed points. I mean, I did fairly well, but I don't know. I think, if anything, every tournament I do, I don't really know what team I'm running till the day before, and that was kind of like a repeat. So, no, I don't know if it helps me focus at all, but it kind of is what it is.
It is what it is. You said fairly well. You have a 50% medal rate in your tournament appearances. I'd say that's more than fairly good. But just take me through your overall mindset. Heading into NAIC, we featured you as someone that hadn't competed yet this season, needed a good placing here, followed by a good placing at NAIC. How are you feeling going into that to hopefully get that Worlds invite?
I mean, I feel all right. I mean, I did better than I thought I would do here, so I'm hoping to carry that over to NAIC. I like some of the move updates. I think there's going to be a little bit more flyers in the NAIC meta now. I think it's, I don't know if it's more balanced or not. I guess we'll have to see in scrims and stuff like that, but I feel okay.
Well, we can't wait to see you back. One more round of applause for SJ, our 3rd place finisher. Our runner-up is no stranger to the main stage. This man has competed in so many tournaments this season. He's won a few, and he is back with a 2nd place finish. Let's give it up for Nighttime Clasher. Eric, another incredible performance for you. You know, a stat, you've competed in more tournaments in the last 6 months than SJ has ever in terms of the regional circuit, but you've still had the same consistency, and you have been so incredible this season. 1st place in North America Championship points. What is your secret? How do you keep up this consistency, and what keeps you going like this?
Honestly, I had a pretty rough start to the season. I got 17th, 17th, and 49th. But after that, I kind of started just playing the game less and like thinking about it and being more intentional with what I was doing when it came to team building. And honestly, it's paid off a lot.
Sometimes less is more, they say. And you said earlier that this was one of the first times in a while, at least, that you built your own team. How did you feel like that helped you fare this weekend? Maybe helped you know the matchups better, or to that extent, or making your own team? How do you feel that helped you fare?
I made it on Thursday night. I played a practice tournament. Me and Harry actually both lost the first round. He told me, Eric, this is the worst team you've ever made. And after that, like, I barely lost any sets with the team. So I guess Harry didn't either. So it was pretty good overall. We felt a lot better about it because usually Thursday having the team ready is a lot better than, say, Orlando, where I had the team ready at like 4:30 a.m. on Saturday. So just having it earlier, having more time to think through those matchups before they even happen is going to help me a lot more in the future.
And lastly, you've already achieved so much this season, but going into the last home stretch, what would you say are some of your goals going into NAIC and Worlds?
I would really like to get another day 3 at NAIC. I really enjoy the limited formats. I feel like it's where I can shine the most. So I don't want to waste this opportunity. So going to be practicing a lot for that. Worlds, I think it's too far to say anything. We don't even know what the meta is yet, but hopefully I don't play the world champion in the winter side.
Well, another congratulations for our second place finisher, nitetimeclasher. And now the moment you've been waiting for, to congratulate our grand champion. It's only his third time competing at a major event in the championship series, but he went through Titans left and right, and he came out on top. Let's give a huge round of applause for caspianpike. Caspian, you are a newer name to the scene. You've been around in terms of maybe grassroots formats in the Go Battle League, but how does a trainer go up against Out of Pocket, against SJ, against nitetimeclasher, the mainstays in our game, and find a way to come out on top?
Yeah, I try to treat every opponent the same. I've done a lot of grassroots, so I've played a lot of them, you know, in GBL, in Self, and everything. So I just try to look at every person the same, like play my game, don't let it get in my head, and just see what happens.
I think that's a great mentality to have. Control what you can control, right? And I think a theme with your run this weekend was overcoming adversity. You found yourself behind in a lot of series, down 0-1 against Pocket, had to have that review game as well that didn't go your way, and you found a way to come back. Down 0-2 against SJ, found a way to come back. Take me through your mindset, the mental fortitude that was necessary to end up coming back and winning some of those series.
I'll be real, after game 1 with Pocket, I was just, I don't even care what happened. I'm just gonna see. And I think I gave up after game 2 with SJ. I said, you're gonna lead Quag, I'm gonna lead Fisk, I'm gonna lose, make it fast. And then he didn't lead Quag, and I thought, maybe there's a chance. And then I've just, yeah, since semis, I've just been taking it one game at a time, throwing something at the wall, seeing what sticks, and I guess it stuck.
It did stick, and you had a quote that resonated with me earlier where you were discussing with nitetimeclasher about teams, and you ended up facing him in the grand finals, but he said you need that X Factor pick. Your team was more of the staple meta, but you found a way to make it work and outplay each other with, you know, more of picks people were used to seeing. Take me through your thoughts on the team itself and the team building preparation coming into the tournament.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring Furret, 'cause I'm a very big Furret fan. I had this exact team, but with Furret. And then I saw in Prague, I think it was, Nickname had this exact team. He did pretty well. I thought, okay, this works. And I just took it to some Candle Call tourneys. I won the first one. I just took it to locals, elite, smashed me in the finals. But it just kept working, you know? So I just stuck with it, got experience with it, and I know it's just the top meta, but it's top meta for a reason, you know?
Top meta for a reason, and you were able to pilot it to perfection. Caspian, lastly, just this is such a big moment, and to capture a regional title, I'm sure there's some people that helped you get here. Is there anyone you'd like to thank, and any final thoughts for you here at the Indianapolis Regional Championship?
Yeah, I thanked a lot of people in a previous interview, but I didn't thank my family, my parents, my brother, my girlfriend, and our dog. They have been so supportive. They have no idea what this game is, but they're like, you're going across the country to play Pokemon. That's kind of cool, tell me more. And it's made it really easy to be able to do this and feel good about it. So huge thank you to them. I could not do it without them.
Well, I think you have a whole crowd of people that also think it's really cool and a whole audience at home watching. You have added your list to a list of names as our newest regional champion. One more huge round of applause for caspianpike. That is going to wrap it up from the stage. What a way to close out our North American regionals here in the 2026 season in Indianapolis. Casters, let's close things out in the lounge.
Thank you so much, Chris. As he mentioned, this is the final regional of the North American season. And gentlemen, I think we saved the best for last. Nick, what was your favorite moment of the weekend? What made this tournament so special?
I think the storylines of players, especially our grand finalists, leading into the grand finals interview done by yourself. And I think that was my top moment of the day, listening to the players' stories, seeing where they've come from. I think like Nighttime Clasher's growth from his introduction to the scene, to his dominant performances to now, and then Caspian, his first season, his third regional, taking it all. It's just a great story.
We've really seen Nighttime Clasher grow up in this circuit, haven't we? Steven, what about you? What made this weekend so special?
If you don't mind, since it is the last regional of the season, I want to go down memory lane a little bit, because we started it all off with Bastion, right? Steinar came here from LATAM, stole a regional. We had Stone Collection steal a regional. We had big names like Doombug, Elam take a regional. But my favorite moments have definitely been the breakout stars like Caspian, and joining stars like DHC United, who also came out of nowhere to win it all. I think those have been my favorite moments.
Yeah, taking a look back at the entire season as a whole, this has been a wonderful 2026 season. Let's go ahead and take a look at the journey that our trainers have gone through here in Indianapolis this weekend. We have caspianpike taking it all in the grand finals. Nick, tell us a little bit about our winners bracket.
Yeah, unfortunately, he knocked down btwxdinho, who was my favorite Pokemon pick. I was really rooting for that low kick Chestnut, but got knocked down. He had to defeat outofpoket, of course, and S. James, one of our two of our top two competitors.
Well, being down 0-2 to SJ, coming back and then winning it all is an incredible feat from any trainer. But that trio of outofpoket, SJ, Nighttime Clasher, from a debut trainer that just started this season, incredible.
Speaking of Nighttime Clasher, look at his run through the losers bracket. There are very few people who could pull this off. Taking down King O, Mateus, his good friend outofpoket, knocking out Dunebug 2-0, and 3-0ing S. James P, a favorite for many people to take the whole tournament.
Shout out to all the trainers here that made their first top cut, made their first top 8. There were so many of them. Shout out to Mateus. He had played 7 tournaments before this and then looked like one of the best trainers on stage all day long. So it's awesome to see these fresh faces really make an impact in the championship series right before we're gonna get to the biggest world championships ever.
And shout out to mushromqween, getting her first top 8 and securing that mat. I know that's like a piece of the prizing that a lot of people really covet.
And let's take a look at what tools these trainers all used here in day 2 in Indianapolis. Steven, what stands out to you?
Well, it's the Licky Licky, Fortress, Quagsire trio that was in your top 3 of all those trainers, right? You see Licky Licky and Fortress at 50%. Quagsire, not necessarily as high, but I think that trio is the trio that's the meta. It's the foundation, but everything's changing soon. We got a new update on Tuesday, so you never know.
And for me, I was just going to say the 2 fairies, or 3 fairies, excuse me, at 25%. And, you know, Shadow Celio, what's it even do?
What does Shadow Celio even do? Was that even on any of our caster predictions? I think that kind of came out of nowhere. I regret nothing about choosing Dondozo. That was so much fun to watch from Pocket.
Pocket played that Dondozo well. I got Shadow Sableye as my number 1. Nighttime Clasher was using that. That actually became 5th in usage, and that's kind of crazy. A Pokemon that you really haven't seen would think it's a wild card pick, but would make top 5 usage is kind of insane.
I will say, I think a number of us failed our caster predictions there because I had less than 50% right. Aegislash, nowhere to be found. Shadow Hydreigon, nowhere to be found. But in the end, unfortunately, none of us got our MVP picks correct either.
We did get close because SJ got very close. Pocket did very well. And how about Firestar with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the low kick Chestnut that is awesome against that trio, right? We saw how many answers did we see to that trio of the Licky Licky, the Shadow Fortress, and the Quagsire Chestnut, one of my favorites.
And we don't know which Pokemon is going to be top of the meta coming into Worlds. A really good place to catch a lot of Pokemon, a whole bulk of Pokemon, is going to be GoFest in Chicago. Nick, tell me a little bit about GoFest.
I'm just so excited to be there next weekend in the community. Make sure that you come out, and if you're not there, if you're unable to make it, make sure you pay attention to the stream and then eventually play in that Global GoFest. It's the 10-year anniversary, and Global GoFest, it's free. You get that ticket for free this year.
GoFest is the biggest event of the calendar year in Pokemon Go for a reason. It is so much fun. There is so much to do, and you can clean up in a GoFest. Half a year of playing Pokemon Go can be made up in a couple days of GoFest. It is kind of crazy. So make sure to check out the broadcast. There will be drops, there will be fun activities, and there will be tips for your Global GoFest as well. I know I can't wait to see the broadcast.
Another broadcast that I am personally looking forward to is our final event of the season. That is going to be the Tourin Special Championships, June 6th and the 7th. So who will take that final crown?
I can't wait to see the trainers in Europe that are going to try to make their last second push to the World Championships as well, just like we saw here in Indianapolis from caspianpike.
And those European trainers aren't going to have as easy a time to make it all the way over to New Orleans for NAIC, right? It's an out-of-region IC. It's not as easy to get to.
But all our trainers here in North America, we are looking forward to the North American International Champions coming up in just a couple of short weeks. So be sure that you are locked in. I know a lot of trainers that are here today in Indianapolis are also planning to go take on New Orleans for that international title.
We're going to have a special limited meta. Some of the Pokemon that are going to be viable in that are awesome to watch. So it's going to be an amazing tournament. Will we see a two-time international champion with Nighttime Clasher? Of course, Potomon has the opportunity as well. So we can't wait for one of the biggest events of the year. Of course, it all leads up to the World Championships in August.
If you are sitting at home and you want to know where can I keep track of all of this action, Nick, where would you encourage the viewers to keep track?
That would be Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you can find all the information about all of our upcoming broadcasts.
And Steven, where else should our viewers at home take a look for?
Oh, I mean, make sure to follow us everywhere, first off, and hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to get featured on stream. We would love to hear from you, especially going into Chicago GoFest as well. If you get some cool shinies, if you get some cool stuff, maybe you'll make it to the GoFest broadcast.
And that is going to be it from us. We have reached the checkered flag here in the racing capital of the world. That is signing off, and we will see you at the GoFest broadcast coming up just next weekend. See you soon.